Chapter 53-67. The lonely Fifth Order Emperor may not be worth that much, even if he deliberately sells some treasures because of the auction and collects hundreds of billions of sacred stones. Can he guarantee the purchase of a treasure? His more than 20 billion yuan is not enough to look at. I am afraid that the Sixth Order Emperor with rich wealth can be auctioned at will. The worth of those old guys is probably countless. There are countless epics. Even if every epic is fished out once, there are now countless times. Don't look down on those Sixth Order Emperors too much. They are all golden-swallowing beasts. And the Fifth Order Emperors can't afford the resources needed for daily cultivation. Bai Junwang saw Jian Wushuang's doubts. Jian Wushuang shook his head and said calmly, "According to the news I got, none of the following treasures are suitable for me. Anyway, the ones that should be bought have already been bought, and there is no need to force them." Just as he said, the final treasures in the back are all treasures suitable for the Fifth Order Emperor and even the Sixth Order Emperor, and the price is more than tens of billions, and there are many more than 100 billion. For example, a high eternal treasure, with a reserve price of 50 billion, was auctioned to more than 300 billion, and was bought by a Sixth Order Emperor, which treasure is a pitch-black war knife, belonging to the most common treasure among the eternal treasures. After all, it is only a single attack, and its value is not as high as those of domain or palace treasures. If it is the high eternal treasure of the domain category, I am afraid it can break through 500 billion. The eternal treasure is still a little far away for Jian Wushuang. At least it takes a Fourth Order Emperor to exert its power. He is a Taoist, and the imitation of the eternal treasure is enough. The 29th piece, 20 blood crystals of the wind beast god, each with a reserve price of 5 billion sacred stones. If 20 pieces are added together, the reserve price is 100 billion. The beast of wind. All the Fifth Order Emperors were shocked. Beast god, the legendary beast god. As long as everything about the beast god, it is priceless in the realm and even the 4 secret realms. The blood crystal of the beast is regarded as the most common treasure of the beast god. But for the emperor, its function is the existence against the sky. Insert a sentence. Mimi reading gap. Really good. It is worth installing. After all, there are many books, all books and fast updates. Not only the emperor. If the Taoist has the money to buy, it is also the treasure of heaven, the treasure of improving the foundation. The blood crystal of the wind beast contains the wind of all things and the wind in space. And after analysis, there are many roads such as thunder and lightning. This is the super treasure to enhance the origin. Even the divine body can improve. The only pity is the beast of wind. If it is the beast of gold, then the price may be able to sell 100 billion stones. The wind beast is slightly niche, but Jian Wushuang's extreme way encompasses everything. No matter the beast god, it is useful to him. I used to admire the beast gods, and the illusion in my heart could also become the powerhouse of the beast gods that day. Now, although he hasn't done it, he can be regarded as seeing this feast, just when everyone was excited and shouted the sky-high price. However, Nalansi reminded many people to sigh. The consignment fellow Taoist has set a rule. Each person can only auction 1 blood crystal of the beast god and 20 blood crystals of the beast god, which will be obtained by the 20 highest bidders. The Sixth Order Emperor sitting in the VIP room couldn't help but snorted coldly. Hundreds of billions of sacred stones. No matter what, if you get these beast god's blood crystals, his origin can continue to improve. Now his state has reached a steady state. You can only purchase some side-by-side treasures to enhance your own strength. Now the blood crystal of the wind beast god is the supreme treasure for him, the Sixth Order Emperor who has mastered the space thunder. You can redeem all the treasures. It's a pity that I can only buy 1, too unwilling. For them, improving their original strength is much stronger than the side door. With some weird methods, anyone can cultivate, but not everyone can reach that level. The Sixth Order Emperor is deflated, and the Fifth Order Emperor is happy. I am afraid there are not many sixth-order emperors here, and they still have a good chance. Such an opportunity, Jian Wushuang was eager to see, but it was a pity that he didn't have enough money. 22 billion. All the cash was smashed up, instantly becoming the highest bidder. The strong ones behind are not watching, and they start to increase their prices frantically. 30 billion. 208 billion. Soon Jian Wushuang fell into the top 10. He was extremely nervous when he saw it. King White was not too shocked. He once had power comparable to a beast god. He was almost a withered, old man at the beginning, but after that power entered his body, he returned to his peak. Moreover, he has even controlled the origin of the universe. One person fighting two superpowers. Mr. Bai, your physical body. Jian Wushuang licked his lips. Now his quotation fell out of the top 20 immediately, but there are not many treasures that he can sell. Can only ask the White King for help. He remembered that when King White's physical body and divine body disappeared, the opponent retained a lot of things such as bones and skin tissues, as well as the power of the divine body. King Bai was stunned for a moment, but he didn't expect Jian Wushuang to hit him with his idea, and he was a little bit twisted. That was his former physical body, although it has been ruined and will not be used in the future. He does not want to sell it either. Selling his body. If this spreads out, where will his face go? Once an absolute powerhouse. Now it's reduced to selling oneself. In a word, if you agree, I will repay it. Jian Wushuang is also a decisive person. If he doesn't borrow, he won't force it. Take it. The White King appeared in figure and handed out the first order colored skeleton, which was shining brightly above. This is the strongest sixth order bone. Its value is greater. Kindness without saying thanks. King Bai said in a low voice, Jian Wushuang, you have to remember that I helped you when you were weak, and whether you have the Tao or I have the Tao first, you will have to assist the other party. Don't worry. Jian Wushuang was not a senseless man either. King White helped him, no matter what happened to them. King White will be his benefactor at this moment. If according to ethics, he reshaped the body for King White, the other party would have to call him daddy according to his seniority, but he did not dare to say it. If he said it, I am afraid that King White would be to death. 50 billion. After Jian Wushuang's skeleton, he quoted again. It's just that the price has never been shown, and the people of Heavenly Court probably don't believe that he has so many sacred stones. In the next moment, someone walked outside the door. Without waiting for the other party to speak, Jian Wushuang threw that piece of bone directly. Is it enough? Only a fourth-order emperor came. After seeing the skeleton, he couldn't believe it. His expression was shocked, and he was surprised. This, I need to ask the elder for instructions. Jian Wushuang nodded, looking like an outsider. The White King was angry and cursed, obviously because of the eyelessness of the fourth-order emperor, and he secretly wrote down in his heart, after regaining his strength, he must go to the heaven to find a place. Chapter 5368. This fourth-order emperor put away the colored bones and hurriedly entered the deepest part of the auction venue. In a secret room, there were 7 fifth-order emperors, each of whom was a master of appreciating treasures. As soon as the colored bones appeared, they took a breath. Beyond the 6 levels, another old man shook his head and said in a low voice, Not for the time being. Its owner is much stronger than Tier 6, but it has not exceeded the scope of Tier 6. Seniors, if there is no problem, then I will reply to the other party. The fourth-order emperor who came was a little anxious. After all, the outside bidding would be the same for a while. The old man of Jianbao handed the bone over again. It's really okay, but this bone is too new. It doesn't look like it's fallen from the ancients, but it looks like it was just taken out of the body. If King Bai heard this, he would definitely be complacent. Since ancient times, I am afraid that no strong man has fallen, and he can collect his own flesh and save it carefully. The flesh and body has only fallen for 1,000 years. It is, of course, very new and well protected. It looks like it was just taken out of the body. It's weird, in the last era, it seems that only the forest of 10,000 treasury has had the ultimate battle. Can it be said? Several master appraisers leaked out the look of fear. Is it possible that besides the heavenly court, anyone can enter the forest of 10,000 treasures? Among them, there are also people who have entered the forest of 10,000 folds. Just 1,000 years ago, after the Great War in the forest of 10,000 years ago, the place was sealed off by the temple. However, the ancestors of the Nayland family have a treasure of space they can shuttle at will, take them into the forest of thousands of hidden treasures, and take away many treasures. Like the spirits of plants and trees, there are a large number of them. There is also a spirit of vegetation, which has reached its maturity stage. The spirit of vegetation that was auctioned this time was picked from its surroundings. They still don't know at this time that the mature vegetation spirit has become a real vegetation spirit, condensing spiritual consciousness and hiding on the roots of the vegetation spirit they auctioned. Now it has been obtained by Hui Qing. If they knew how powerful it was, they would probably leave and catch Hui Qing and take the treasure back. I don't know now. There will be no chance in the future. The great calamity of the heaven will come soon. A terrifying strong man is coming, and that strong man's combat power is faintly ranked first in the Temple of Qishan. Of course, except for the real spirit, even the ultimate emperor is not his opponent when there is no Hinayana realm in the cosmic secret method. The fourth order emperor hurriedly took the colored bones and went back to the room where Jian Wushuang was and said respectfully, "The treasure is okay. I wonder if you want to mortgage it or sell it on consignment." Auction finally sold today. No problem. Jian Wushuang breathed a sigh of relief after the other party left. He was afraid that the other party could not say enough. After confirming the value, his quotation went up. It's just 30 billion sacred stones, and now they are not high. It is estimated that it is very high, and the price has to be increased. In the room not far away, several powerful men from the Xianyuan family all had excitement in their eyes. Xianyuan de Pan, as the second-rank elder of the Kimin, had long inquired about the blood crystals of the beast god and prepared hundreds of billions of sacred stones just for now. His quotation has always been in the top 10 and will be added as long as it falls. "Father, with this treasure, the fourth brother will probably not be long before." It was the boss, Xianyuan Anqing. His strength and potential are average, but he has the ability to lead the family. In these years, Xianyuan de Pan has led the family to fight. In the capital, Xianyuan Anqing has always been in the family, teaching the younger generations and playing a very important role for the future Xianyuan family. The eldest of the Xianyuan families and character generation, that is, his fourth younger brother, has now reached the fourth order limit state under his guidance, and he is almost able to break through. Once a breakthrough occurs, the Xianyuan family will have 2 fifth-order emperors, and the family will naturally be great again. Xianyuan de Pan was fighting abroad, and his heart strength also gained confidence. After all, the family still has a fifth-order emperor, at least not afraid of death. Even if it falls, there are still people in the family holding on. Therefore, the blood crystal of the beast must be taken down. And once the blood crystal of the beast is helped, the breakthrough will not be a problem. The fourth old Xianyuan Anhai has great potential, and his combat power is even more invincible at the same level. The divine body is more than 29,000 times, and the origin of the space is very solid. If he breaks through the fifth order emperor, his strength can surpass Xianyuan de Pan in the future. After all, it is the dual cultivation of the body and the origin. As long as Anhai breaks through, it is worth it to spend as many sacred stones. Xianyuan de Pan's eyes were calm, and the 100 billion sacred stones would almost certainly win a beast god's blood crystal. Report 60 billion. Prices are still climbing. Few of the fifth-order emperors who came this time were those who practiced the origin of wind, but it did not prevent them from bidding. Once they were photographed, they would sell to those who practiced the origin of wind, thunder, electricity, and rain. a profitable business. Jian Wushuang had already added 50 billion, but it was still at the end. For the value of that bone, Heaven gave a base price of 20 billion and a quota of 50 billion. Adding his principal, he was worth at most 72 billion. According to the current trend, 50 billion in stability. Just press it all. Jian Wushuang shook his head, no longer thinking about saving money. Instead of adding it slowly, it's better to go all in and let some despair and fewer competitors. 72 billion. Jian Wushuang's position instantly stood second. The first is 100 billion. The sixth order emperor reported hundreds of billions from the very beginning, and he has been standing in the first position. No one can shake. Even if the blood crystal of the beast is given to the most suitable person, it can be sold for 100 billion. This price is already high, and if it exceeds it, it means a loss. After Jian Wushuang's bid, the ranking of the bid was indeed missing some people, but some other powerful players were also increasing their prices wildly, all with 70 billion. Soon the top 10 were all over 70 billion, and the bottom 10 were constantly changing. Soon the 50 billion disappeared completely, and all were over 60 billion. The ranking is also gradually stabilizing, and it is clear that many fifth-order emperors have also reached a situation where they are exhausted. Some people have also received internal news and are still waiting for the final treasure behind them. Can't be hanged on a tree. After a while, it calmed down completely. Jian Wushuang is ranked 17th. The next three are all 70 billion sacred stones. A, B, C, Ding. Congratulations, the 20 fellow Taoists above have obtained the blood crystals of the wind beast god. Nalansi waved his hand, and the 20 floating blood crystals of the beast flew to the 20 heavenly guards, who were sent to the VIP room. The powerhouses in the hall all looked enthusiastically, and there were also some hidden fifth-order emperors. But this time they were all photographed by the people above. Compared with it, what makes people more curious is who is so lucky to get 20 blood crystals. Chapter 5369. Adding these blood crystals together, more than 1 trillion sacred stones, more than 10 billion cubic meters, can gradually become a small continent. If it is a sixth-order emperor, I am afraid that they will not sell it. They have their own channels and can sell to the strong people they know. I am afraid the price will be higher. The emperor who can choose to be put in the auction for auction is probably a fifth-order emperor. As for the fourth-order emperor, even if he is lucky, he has no hope of obtaining so many blood crystals. The treasures of beast gods generally appear in some powerful relics, where even the sixth-order emperor may fall. It is also very common for fifth-order emperors to take great luck and obtain treasures. There was once a fifth-order emperor with great luck, and he explored a sixth-order emperor's residence and obtained an amazing treasure. From an ordinary fifth-order emperor to the fifth-order peak existence, he created a superfamily and recruited several fifth-order emperors. It is conceivable how many treasures he has obtained. More than 1 trillion yuan. This transaction price is probably the pinnacle of this auction. Even the 10 treasures of the finale, I am afraid it is difficult to exceed this price. After all, the sixth-order emperor, not many came. The fifth-order emperor who came out of trillions, I am afraid it is also the leader of a few big forces. For example, the emperor of Dacia, he can still mobilize trillions of sacred stones. After all, he has such a huge territory in Dacia. Inside the room, Jian Wushuang grasped the scarlet spar with one hand, and an ancient roar suddenly sounded inside his body. It feels so wonderful. The whole thing resonated with him. Just for an instant, the depths of his heart moved slightly, and the power of all things rose. The 7th layer of Jidao began to loosen. The power of all things exploding now is scattered. Once it breaks through the 7th layer, it will be active and can be endless. Broken. On the pillar of origin, Jian Wushuang shouted angrily, and the power of all things in his body exploded. His whole body rose up, and the White King who had helped Jian Wushuang to understand the unique knowledge of the demon hurriedly backed down beside him. And at the same time, there was a look of envy in his eyes. His origin, even if refining is successful, the most correct is comparable to the ultimate. But now Jian Wushuang's origin has surpassed the ultimate way. The ultimate sword Dao in the side was already at the 7th level, but it was still trembling when it encountered the 6th level extreme Dao. Seeing all this, the White King has mixed feelings in his heart. He not only envied Jian Wushuang's strength, but also Jian Wushuang's identity. Although it is a bit sad now, he can restore his identity as a successor at any time in the future and will still be vigorously cultivated by the Temple of Qixin. But what about him? After regaining the peak, the strength reaches the peak of absolute peak. Will Keki Temple accept him? If there is no to help him hide, I am afraid that he would be caught as soon as he dared to show his head. Either he would be killed directly, or he would be thrown into the 2nd prison to suffer. He had heard Jian Wushuang say that Shan Jun and other characters were thrown into the 2nd prison and suffered crimes. Even if he recovers to his peak, he may not be as strong as Shan Jun. I am afraid that he will not live for a few days after entering. After all, Shan Jun is in danger of life. For him, Jian Wushuang was just a thigh that hadn't grown up yet. According to Jian Wushuang's current background, after he Dao, he will probably be able to catch up with his strength soon, and it will definitely be the top combat power of Qixin Temple in the future. It is better to be a dog for Jian Wushuang than to sell his life to the gods. At least after getting along these days, he could also see that Jian Wushuang was kind enough to repay him. Give Jian Wushuang some help now, and he will be sheltered in the future. This deal is very cost-effective. Click! The pillars of the Ji Dao origin began to shatter, which not only made King Bai frightened, but Jian Wushuang felt the meaning of death. The pillar of origin is broken. What kind of operation is this? For a while, he was a little afraid to break through. But how overbearing is the power of Ji Dao and Jian Wushuang, who could not tolerate the operation of his own consciousness. Began to appear countless cracks in the pillar of origin, which would collapse at any time. Jian Wushuang stood above, shaking a little. He seemed to understand it too. No wonder the power of all things had no source. It had always been in the center of this pillar. Now that the pillar of the source has collapsed, he may be able to completely master the power of all things. After understanding this, Jian Wushuang began to increase his efforts. The blood crystal of the beast was firmly held in his hand, and almost all the blood on it was swallowed clean, without a trace of waste. Boom! The pillar of origin trembles for a while. The crack has expanded to the depth of several battles, and an unprecedented power of all things has exploded. All the spirits burst out, and the breakthrough was only an instant. King Bai, who had been hiding behind the ultimate source in the distance, poked his head out, his eyes shrunk a little, and secretly said, Jian Wushuang is crazy and the source is about to explode. How about that? It was too late to remind. After all, it was the origin of Ji Dao. He hadn't heard of it at all. It was still in Jian Wushuang's body that he discovered that there are such powerful origins in the universe, which is simply unthinkable. He was very vague about the ultimate, not to mention seeing Ji Dao. When he first discovered it, he still felt nothing, but when he saw Jian Wushuang's combat power, he was completely shocked. The Nineth rank Dian Immortal. Killing the Third Order Emperor is like killing a pig. It is simply outrageous. Now that you break through again, you can fight Tier 4. This hasn't reached the limit yet. Once it's on the verge of harmony, I'm afraid that it can be done at that time when cutting Fourth Order. Some of the Dao monarchs who are against the sky will directly become the Third Order Emperors after being in harmony. The ultimate way, or Wan Dao Lu, and some powerful special beings will go straight to the Fourth Order Emperor when they reach their limit and rejoin the Dao. Existence like Jian Wushuang. I am afraid that after he joins the Dao, he will be close to the Fifth Order Emperor. Even if he does not reach the Fifth Order Emperor, it is probably the Fourth Order peak. Broken! With a loud bang, the pillar of the source was completely shattered, and the source space immediately began to expand with the surging aura. The space that used to be 1,000,000 miles has now completely spread, directly breaking through the range of tens of billions of kilometers. Countless huge original fragments float in the original space. Now there is only one pillar left. The ultimate way still stands in the center of the original space. The White King looked at everything idiotically. His eyes leaked huge shock, and his voice trembled and said, "This is this space." In the past millions of miles, Jian Wushuang's spatial origin has also reached an introductory state and has not improved much. After all, he is not an emperor. But now this scene reminds King Bai of the origin of space. Such a magnificent space was evolved from the extreme way, and it was already comparable to the origin of the fifth-order emperor's space. Moreover, the fragments that the poles of the extreme roads turned into, each contained extremely terrifying power. Jian Wushuang took a breath and slowly floated. Standing on the source pillar of the ultimate way, I glanced around. From the bottom of my heart, I also have a clear understanding of the road ahead. These fragments cannot be kept. Chapter 5370. He hated that the explosion just wasn't thorough enough. If all the fragments were turned into the power of all things and condensed the sea of all things, I am afraid that he would directly be the 9th level of Jidao and complete the great perfection. Now the breakthrough road of the realm is complete with the 9th revolution. But Jidao and Kendo are both on the 7th level, and they have not yet reached consummation. If you are in harmony at this time, you can also succeed, and the chances are still very high. But the combat power after Hadao may not be much stronger. After all, Jidao and Kendo were merged into the origin of the space before they reached consummation, and the foundation was much worse. Powerful outsiders, lack of resources, some second-rank original powerhouses chose Hadao on the 7th floor, which is also a helpless move. Who doesn't want a complete breakthrough? But the resources needed are too huge. Now, these people enter the Temple of Qixin to make up for their background. Otherwise, the real spirit will not look down on them. Are you so scared? Jian Wushuang looked down at King Bai, who was hiding behind the original pillar of the ultimate way, leaking a smile. Insert an app. Perfectly reproduce the old version of the book-chasing artifact, an interchangeable app Mimi reading. Now he was really happy. Jidao finally broke through, and the swallowing power in his heart completely eradicated the troubles. The evil spirits haunting him also began to slowly disappear. The face nowadays is not hot, but it is very easygoing, gentler than before he took control of the Jidao. King White rose to his feet, and he was relieved after seeing Jian Wushuang all right. The White King, who was a little puzzled, just wanted to say something, but then thought of the vow he had made before, so he could not ask more, so he swallowed it back. Jian Wushuang shook his head and said lightly, "In fact, there is nothing. The power of all things is contained in the space. I have known this for a long time, but I didn't expect that it would turn into a space after the 7th floor. In this space now, there are still many fragments that he needs to slowly absorb. Only when all these fragments are swallowed and transformed into a strong power of all things, his extreme path can be considered perfect." King White nodded in surprise. After a thorough breakthrough, he will no longer have any restrictions. The next step is to constantly improve the source and prepare for the things of harmony. Hadao is not very far away from him now. Unlike before, there is not even a direction, only a path of cultivation. Breakthrough in strength, go to Mo Luo. First grab the accessories of the Beast Warrior, and then help the White King condense the origin. The most important thing now is these two things. The lack of resources made him yearning for the Tomb Mountain. He has to get back there quickly. Consciousness returns. The deity took a breath, and when he opened his eyes again, he leaked a gleam of light. The next auction has nothing to do with him. The White King's root is the bone, and 80 billion was photographed. After deducting 50 billion, there is still 30 billion. The 30 billion sacred stone can't be photographed at all at present, especially for single products. The base price is up to 50 billion. The last 11th treasure, with a reserve price of 1 billion, is 9 tribulations latia, 1,000 in full, each of which is the size of a fist. It has something to do with thunder, but it can help cultivate the sword of heaven's punishment, and finally 30 billion will steadily photograph it. This time the auction was a complete success. I was planning to leave first, but after seeing the treasures for the 10th auction, I decided to take a look at it. Because the treasure in the 10th auction is a mysterious map. This is a map of the Tomb of the Gods. On the map, there is a route to the Tomb Mountain. As soon as this thing came out, countless strong people were shocked, and the reserve price was quoted as a stone. Questions followed. Nalansi, is this map fidelity? It was the 6th Order Emperor who was speaking, and the Emperor directly condensed a huge head and appeared in the hall. Nalansi smiled and said calmly, "My heavenly credibility is a guarantee, and my father has ascertained the truth." Her father? Hearing this, the 6th Order Emperor was a little frightened, and immediately retreated his huge head. Nalansi's father, that is an incredible existence, comparable to the strength of King White and the pinnacle existence in the earth. He has gone to find out the truth. Naturally, others dare not say much. However, there is also one point. Nalansi's father, Nalan Left Hand, is extremely powerful. He can find the Tomb Mountain, which also has his strength factors. Others may have just entered the Tomb of the Gods, either encountering special beings or encountering the Guardians, and directly beheaded them. The risk factor is too high. In addition, many inheritors have appeared in recent years. All of them descended from the Tomb Mountain, strong and weak. Most of them are invincible in the same tier. Among them are the 5th Order Emperors, who can still fight against the 6th Order Emperors. Dao Jun is even more against the sky to behead the 3rd Order Emperor. Of course, these are all rumors, and very few people really meet the inheritors. Seeing that no one dared to bid, Nalansi said again, "If you are still worried, I can ask the inheritor of the map to come out and clarify your confusion." Inheritor? Hearing this sentence, countless people leaked curious eyes. In the room of Emperor Dasha, Xia Mang Meteor turned his head to look at the immeasurable Buddha and said, "Brother, immeasurable trouble!" Immeasurable Buddha's eyebrows are primitive, slowly got up. His appearance has also changed in the process of getting up, and even his breath has undergone earth-shaking changes. "I will do what I promised you, and don't forget the promise." After Immeasurable Buddha changed his appearance, he left a sentence and walked out of the room. The changing appearance of the Immeasurable Buddha was very ordinary. When he was on the booth, many people still had doubts. Nalansi had already had a countermeasure and said, "If you don't believe it, the 5th Order Emperor can try it at will." Fighting higher levels, few people in the realm can do it, especially the 4th Tier Emperor. The Yuetir Wars, the 5th Tier Emperor. The mysterious emperor who had previously challenged Jian Wushuang immediately stood up and shouted, "I have long wanted to see if the so-called inheritor is as powerful as the rumor has it, and I will try it for you today." Nalansi waved a hand and appeared a small space, but the two entered into it. But it was a huge cave world, enough for them to display their skills. At the same time, millions of powerhouses focused their eyes on taking out the cave world. Jian Wushuang was also very curious about how strong the Immeasurable Buddha, who was once the pinnacle of Tier 3, is now. In only 1,000 years, he broke through to Tier 4. Even if the source of the outside world is complete and powerful, it is not easy to defeat Tier 5 monarchs. Moreover, the strength of that mysterious emperor was not weak in Tier 5, at least at the top level. It hasn't been a few years since Immeasurable Buddha broke through the 4th Order. How strong can it be? The two of the cave world are not nonsense. Although the mysterious 5th Order Emperor spoke frivolously, he did not have any intention of underestimating the enemy. Just started, it is a palm that contains the origin of space. The power of this palm shocked the world, the condensed golden palm, directed at Immeasurable Buddha, standing in the void. the immeasurable Buddha flying in his robe, his eyebrows condensed. Just a glance, and a huge force rose up. Chapter 5371. Infinite. Put your hands together, and your eyes are full of anger. Just a glance. The huge palm that was ushering in actually started to lose its support. The mysterious emperor looked surprised, and then strengthened his divine power again, rushing with all his strength. It's just an instant, that's tens of thousands of palms. The immeasurable Buddha might disappear in the next moment. When he reappears, the immeasurable Buddha's figure is all over the whole cave world. Countless immeasurable Buddhas slowly raised a finger and lightly tapped it out as a burst of light. Through all those giant palms, even the body of the mysterious emperor was penetrated. This finger is very ordinary, nothing amazing. It's just the power of the fifth order peak. But he is the method of a fourth order emperor. If this can't prove anything, then the means of incarnate space is definitely the method of the fifth order peak, and many fifth order emperors can't use it. The mysterious emperor's body was penetrated, the divine body was destroyed, and the origin was shaken, obviously suppressed. It was just a move that caused his divine body to be injured. If it were to fight to the death, I am afraid he would not be able to resist a few moves. It is already a fact that the opponent is at the peak of combat strength. Even injured, a sixth order emperor looked at a high level, and at a glance he could see that the mysterious emperor's divine body was damaged and the origin was suppressed and trembled. I want to announce that Mimi Reading Gap is really good. It is worth installing. After all, there are many books, all books and fast updates. The mysterious emperor was a little unwilling in his heart, even if it was the same as the rumors. It wouldn't be so exaggerated if he fought more and more. Could it be said that those inheritors specially selected some peak emperors to challenge? His guess is true, and the inheritors are really challenging those peak emperors, and it is the powerhouses who are a whole level higher than themselves to challenge. The mysterious emperor's eyes were horrified, and he hurriedly said, "Inheritor, it's really extraordinary. I think that's it." Humph. Since immeasurable Buddha entered the temple of Chishin, especially when he walked away from Mayan Mountain, he has undergone earth-shaking changes from the past. He was crushed to death by Tong Tian before, but now he broke out again. Although he didn't catch up with Tong Tian, he still had hope. He didn't do things like before. Countless figures gathered, surrounding the mysterious emperor in the center, and then suddenly shot. The cohesion of the huge Buddha statue, the power contained in it, makes the mysterious emperor fear. The mysterious emperor didn't expect that these inheritors would report it if they were so obsessed. Didn't he just say a few questioning words? No need to kill. Rumble. It'll give you a palm, let you see what to call. Immeasurable Buddha shot out with a palm. The Buddha's light filled the sky, powerful and powerful. This sentence made Jian Wushuang think of that sentence. I know heaven better than you. The change of immeasurable Buddha made Hui Qing's expression change a little. The former Buddha, the supreme light, has now become what it is now. I really don't know whether the appearance of this temple of fortune is good or bad. He somewhat missed the time he had been with several masters, and after going through the Great Famine. The idea of going to Desiyu to save sentient beings is still there, but the people in those days have changed and changed. With a palm down, the mysterious emperor's divine body collapsed, leaving only the precarious origin to support it, and almost fell. If it weren't for the sixth order emperor, immeasurable Buddha would have killed this mysterious emperor. Without waiting for Nalansi to speak, he just got rid of Dongtian. Now, are there any objections? After speaking, immeasurable Buddha glanced at the crowd, then raised his head to look at the fifth order ones above. Inheritor, the status is very high, related to the temple. If the sixth order emperor wants to make a move, it will definitely cause a murder. Once in the heavens, there was a hijacking of heirs. In the end, the newly promoted force, the Palace of the Elders, took action and killed all the emperors related to this matter to the town, and the heavenly demon gate was uprooted. The sacred place of Kendo Shangqing Palace was disbanded. the ancestor of Shangqing was taken to the gate of the Yuanlao Palace, and all the emperors under the door were sent to the extreme north for mining. This incident can still be vividly remembered. Who would dare to touch this brow? Although this is the realm and the temple has a general influence, don't forget that the matter of the forest of 10,000 Tibetans hasn't been long. Seeing that no one answered, immeasurable Buddha flicked his sleeves, and he didn't even see that Nalansi left alone. His arrogance, if it weren't because of the mission given by the Tomb Mountain, how could he have settled down in Dacia as a national teacher? That map is just a bargaining chip for today. He helped de Xia get the unsuccessful place in this auction. De Xia sent troops to fight Emo Luo. It's all business. Don't underestimate the value this auction will bring to Dacia. Halfway through the auction, Xia Mang meteor attracted several fifth-order emperors and took out more than 1 trillion divine stones. These fifth-order emperors will play a key role when Dacia and Emo Luo start a war. If Daxia's momentum is like a broken bamboo, they will join in and beat down the dog together. If Dacia and Emo Luo are in a stalemate, they will be responsible for defending the 4 major cities on the border for 10,000 years. This transaction is too easy for those fifth-order emperors. There's not much danger, just 10,000 years, and it has earned 50 billion sacred stones in vain. Xia Mang Meteor's method is similar to Jian Wushuang, but the former is much richer than Jian Wushuang. What are trillions of sacred stones? The campaign of millions of monks was not a huge expense at that time. Weaken those families. Regardless of victory or defeat, the Dacia royal family will not lose. If he wins, he has the credit, and he can't lose even a few big cities on the border. More than 25th-tier emperors have the fighting power, and it is easy to suppress 10,000 years. 10,000 years later, he has other means. The emperors are extraordinary people. After Wuliang Buddha returned to the room, he recovered his appearance. Xia Mang meteorite quickly got up. Brother Wuliang's strength has improved again. An inheritor is really extraordinary. This sentence is not a compliment, it is a fact. When he first saw the immeasurable Buddha, he was still able to fight against the immeasurable Buddha, but now I am afraid he can't. Xia Mang meteorite's combat power was average, not much stronger than that mysterious emperor. With the proof of the inheritor, this map also has credibility. It's just that few people need it. However, Heavenly Court, who had thought of this for a long time, had secretly notified a lot of sixth-order emperors, but they had hidden their strength this time, and outsiders couldn't find it at all. In the VIP room above, there were at least 10 Tier 6 bosses, and they were all exported together at this time, and the price began to soar. Their price increase is no longer at the tens of billions level, but in units of hundreds of billions. The price quickly rose by trillions. Xia Mang Meteor looked at all this, and he was a little puzzled in his heart. If this map is a treasure, why didn't the ancestor buy it privately in the first place? His status is unusual, and he knows a lot about the Tomb of the Gods. Those who can mix in the Tomb of the Gods are the sixth-order emperors. They're the most abundant resources, but the time and space are disordered. The sixth-order emperors will get lost and easy to get out. Difficult. The most important thing is that the special life inside is too powerful. The sixth-order emperor who entered either died in the hands of the special life or was sealed by those spirit guards. Chapter 5372. When encountering a special life, you can resist and escape, but when you encounter those spirit guards, you can't run away, only to be sealed or killed. Not an opponent at all. But the treasures in the Tomb of the Gods are too tempting. When the passage was just opened, many fourth-order emperors had entered, and after they came out, they all raised a level. Some people even entered Tier 4 and came out to be Tier 6 monarchs. This temptation is too great. I heard that the fourth-order emperor at that time went to the Tomb Mountain and practiced on that mountain for hundreds of millions of years, and returned to the sixth-order peak. This also allowed the legend of Tomb God Mountain to circulate for a long time. Now that the foundation of the Xia Mang clan has been established, the ancestors can also go out and explore without guarding Dacia. In the Imperial Palace, with the help of the war which Senior protects, No one can threaten the imperial city of Dacia. This is confidence. The formation of the entire Dacia imperial city is infinitely powerful and extremely powerful. 10 sixth-order emperors were unable to break open. In the realm, there are 10 sixth-order emperors in the power. I am afraid that there is not yet. Among the heavenly courts, there are only 7 emperors of the 6th rank. There are only 3 members of the Nayland family. In the entire Tianan, the Nayland family is the first family, and it is also the most powerful party in the heavenly court. That's why Nalansi had such courage to come to Dacia to hold the auction alone, not only because of his strength, but also his amazing background. This is doomed to no one rushing to make trouble. Xiaomang Meteorite didn't understand it, so he didn't think too much about it. He also thought about the day when the Xiaomang clan could be like the Nayland clan and might shock the entire Tianan. The map auction was fierce, and several sixth-order emperors refused to give in. Let's forget it this time. According to Heavenly Court's temperament, this map is definitely not the only one. It will be auctioned next time. There are already sixth-order emperors who have begun to regress. Indeed, as they thought, the jade slip that preserved this map is not an isolated copy. It can be copied infinitely. When this map flows out, the price of the first copy will be ridiculously expensive, and the later the map will be cheaper. Although many people withdrew, the map was auctioned at a sky-high price of 630 billion yuan, which was the most expensive treasure in this auction. I don't know why Heavenly Court put it in the top 10. Could it be that there will be more expensive than this in the future? The strong man who bought the map was also a little curious, and asked in private through a voice message. After learning about the treasures to be auctioned later, the corners of his eyes trembled. Exploration places in the forest of Manzhou. 9. Compared with the Tomb of the Gods, the forest of 10,000 treasures is nothing. But the danger in the Tomb of 10,000 treasures today is not as big as the Tomb of the Gods. There will be some difficult treasures that Heavenly Court can't take down alone, so a few people will be sent in to make a profit. The prices of these 9 places are all around 2 trillion sacred stones, which together are more expensive than that map. But it's worth it to be able to buy a map. Although the first one is expensive, the first one who enters is also very sure that he will get more treasures. The following places were sold at auction, and the Dacia imperial family bought 1 place, and the rest were bought by the 6th-order emperor. The royal family of Dacia bought this place, obviously for Dacia ancestors. Immeasurable Buddha stood aside, not interested in it at all. In his opinion, the place where the inheritors can enter and exit at will, but these aboriginal emperors have to spend a lot of money to get in. This is a great sense of superiority. He had never felt it in the era when the world of Tongtian Buddhism was overwhelming. The auction is drawing to a close, yet another big show is on. Rumble. Outside Dacia Imperial City, a burly giant man wearing a cyan dragon-shaped armor was stopped by the Imperial City's great formation. At the moment when he sensed the threat, Xiaomang's meteorite rose into the sky and flew towards the north gate. Just after the auction ended, millions of strong people gathered in the city. At this time, they were also very curious about who did not give Xiaomang's face so much that he would forcibly break in. Everyone went out of the auction house, and Nalansi also felt the breath. It was very simple and nothing special, so she didn't take it to heart. She put away the auction house in heaven, leaving a clearing. The people with the heavenly court walked towards the north gate. Maybe they could watch a 6th-order emperor battle for free. At the same time, the Great Xia Zongmiao and the Great Xia Palace burst into a powerful atmosphere. The one in the ancestral temple was the ancestor of the Xiaomang clan, and the one in the palace was the old eunuch. According to seniority, that old is taller than Dacia's ancestor. Because Dacia was in the ordinary time, the old was the who protected the royal line in the palace. Now, Daxia's ancestors have been dead for a long time. I don't know how long. Dacia's ancestor was just a prince, and the old saw that he had spiritual roots, so he let him embark on practice. Now that time has passed. Daxia's ancestors are already greener than blue. The two looked at each other, nodded, and went to the North City just for an instant. The wall was full of people. There is a sixth-order emperor sitting on the town, and the army guarding the city is just doing it. There are only tens of thousands of people guarding the safety of the imperial city. The leader is only a fifth-order emperor. At this level of fighting, the fifth-order emperor can't even put his mouth in it. Come, let alone intervene. Today, dozens of sixth-order emperors have gathered in the entire city wall, and these scenes are unprecedented. Although 10 of them are all watching the theater, Daxia's momentum can be said to have reached the extreme. Brother Xiameng. Nalansi smiled slightly, watching the old man in dragon robe who had arrived at the show. As for the old eunuch, she didn't know it, but she had heard of it. She didn't even know the name, so she could only nod to the other party. The ancestor of Daxia, whose surname is Xia, is also the only surviving member of the Xia family in the ordinary Daxia imperial family. After Daxia opened up and became a realm of cultivation, he used his name to create the Xiameng clan. It's a bit hasty today. Next time, we must entertain Daoist Nail and friends. Don't worry about me. First look at the people who come. I need help who can contact the Bloodblade Palace. Nalansi has not forgotten to recommend his own forces until now. The ancestor Xiameng smiled, thanked him, and left the imperial city. The current Emperor Daxia is only a fifth-order emperor. He doesn't dare to leave the city. If he is destroyed by the sixth-order emperor who is not good, who is going to make sense? Even if the ancestor Xiameng could avenge him, it would be of no use. The old also followed the ancestor Xiameng out of the imperial city. Outside the city, the giant man in the cyan armor stood proudly in the void with nothing to see. Except Wu Liang and Hui Qing, no one in the city knew him. It is Ryuichi. Boundless knew him because all the emperors were in the bloodthirsty continent at the beginning, and they had a bit of quarrel at the beginning. Chapter 5373. Hui Qing is because on Wuliang Mountain he has heard Long Yi's preaching, and the relationship between Hui Qing and Jinling. The two are quite familiar. Jian Wushuang, who is also the inheritor, didn't know the Lord Long Yi. It was King Bai reminded that he knew the identity of the other party. Hall Master Qinglong Long Yi. Jian Wushuang muttered to himself, and then thought of Palace Master Zhu Yi, Palace Master Bai Yi. Xuanwu Palace Master. Jian Wushuang's eyes changed drastically. Xian Yi. How is this possible? After Xian Yi disappeared, he went all the way into the Dayside domain and tried to find the clues of Mr. Xian Yi. As a result, the clues left on the tortoise shell were sealed, and then he was destroyed in the wilderness. He was completely cut off. Clues. Now that he thought of the name again, his expression changed drastically. Unexpectedly, Teacher Xuanyi was actually a palace master in Qishan Temple. Of course this is just speculation, and he can't guarantee that it is the same name. I thought about it when I first knew the Lord Zhu Yi and the Lord Bai Yi, but I was not sure in case the Lord Qinglong was named Qing Yi and Wu Yi the protagonist of the Xuanwu Temple. How is this person's strength? Is the true body or the law body coming from? Jian Wushuang was a little curious. Back then, the law body of the palace Lord Bai Yi could fight King Bai and almost won. If it were the real body, I am afraid that King White would have finished playing it a long time ago. King Bai held his breath at this time, and his answer became cautious. It is the real body, and his strength I have heard from the gods, the first of the 4 halls. I am afraid that I can't go through the top 3 moves in his hands. So strong. Jian Wushuang was a little surprised, or that King White is too weak. At the beginning, the envoy Guangmu Tianzuan was the 108 envoys of Qishan. In the long river of time and space in ancient times, he was ranked in the top hundreds of sixth-order emperors, and he was not an opponent of King White. One can imagine how powerful the peak of King White is. Even if he can't do 3 moves in the hands of the Lord Long Yi, how strong is that Long Yi? He had heard that the most heaven-defying emperor was the Emperor Juyun, the figure standing at the end of time and space, and perhaps the one who could be compared with Long Yi. The wind is surging outside the city. The ancestor Xiaomeng hadn't spoken yet, and the Lord Longyi on the opposite side couldn't help boasting the great formation of the imperial city. This big formation is a bit interesting. I am a little embarrassed to destroy it. The words were very arrogant. The ancestor Xiaomeng, who was standing opposite, didn't laugh, but the old sneered, his voice seldom weird. The ancestor Xiaomeng's eyes were steady, his aura was faint, and he calmly said, "This fellow Taoist, I don't know what's going on in Daxia. If you need help, just say it." It's quite easy to talk. In fact, it has nothing to do with you. Just to find a group of people and take back the treasures they shouldn't have. Long Yi said casually, but Xia Meng's expression changed. He thought that Long Yi was talking about the map. If he took the map back, wouldn't the other party's identity be related to the Tomb Mountain? Thinking of this, I dare not care about it. He had long known that the map was a hot potato, so he didn't dare to buy it. Now, someone came to the door, but he dared to let him in. If he did it in the imperial city, their Daxia country would be over. "Your Excellency, can you give the old man a face? I don't care if I leave the city." Long Yi shook his head. "No, there are too many people out of the city. It is too troublesome to catch one by one." This. Xiaomeng didn't know what was wrong. He was still very sure of the big formation, but didn't want to offend the other party. In the realm, although he is not afraid of the people of the temple, the opponent may be the person of the Tomb Mountain, and he does not dare to offend easily. Most of the people who are not afraid of the temple are the Sixth Order emperors alone, and of course they are not afraid. But he, the young and old, dare not fight hard. There are wolves before and tigers behind. He didn't know what to do for a while. This makes it hard for me to do. Xiaomeng finally shook his head, obviously not wanting to let the other person in. Long Yi was confident, his eyes became sharp, and his voice was low, and said, "Since it's difficult, then don't do it! Boom!" In the next moment, do it directly. Xiaomeng wanted to stop, but found that he couldn't even move his body, and the old also leaked a surprised expression. As soon as the blue dragon came out, the roar was deafening, and a huge blue dragon broke the imperial city formation in an instant. The expressions of the Sixth Order emperors who watched the show suddenly changed, and even Nalansi was shocked. She still knew Daxia's formations quite well. It was not easy for his father to come and break open. How could the person in front of me be so fast? One move broke the big formation, but didn't do anything to Xiaomeng and the old eunuch. All of this was too weird. The Sixth Order emperor who was watching the theater immediately scattered to flee. "It's too strong. This is either a hidden old monster or a person from the temple. Now there's no chance if you don't run away and wait." Long Yi broke the formation and entered the imperial city as soon as he took a step. He snapped his fingers calmly as he watched the running emperors. Set. Hum. The space was shaking, and the practitioners of the entire Daxia imperial city were fixed on the spot. Hui Qing and Wuliang Buddha both knew Long Yi, so they didn't escape. At this time, they slowly flew over Hui Qing. Wuliang have seen the Lord of Long Yi. The two bowed to meet. The formation was broken, and the desperate Xiaomeng meteorite did not escape. At this time, seeing Hui Qing and Boundless Buddha both know each other, he breathed a sigh of relief. How shrewd he is! How can he not see the current situation clearly? The Lord Long Yi didn't do anything to the ancestor, obviously not coming for their great summer. Long Yi leaked a smile and said loudly, "Nephew Hui Qing, see you." Then he glanced at Boundless and just nodded. Hui Qing was a little embarrassed. On the Tomb Mountain, Zhanling had a Dharma body preaching there. Because he was optimistic about him from the primordial star, he treated him more or less differently. The four great hall masters, even the spirit guards, can see that among today's inheritors, except for the ultimate emperor, the true spirit is most optimistic about Hui Qing. Inheritor, that is the rule set by the gods back then. It is possible to inherit the Temple of Qixin. If they inherited the Temple of Qixin, they naturally had to follow the new owner. Now Hui Qing has a high probability of inheriting the Temple of Qixin. It's not that Huiking's potential is much higher than that of the ultimate emperor, but that the ultimate emperor is not suitable for inheriting the temple of the gods, and more suitable for inheriting the position of the god. So they can say that Huiqing is very high. Hall Master, I don't know if I'm coming to Daxiao this time. Huiqing looked at Long Yi suspiciously. Long Yi pointed to it, and then said, "A little thing, kill some people, catch some people." These very harsh words appeared very casual in Long Yi's mouth. He has been sitting in the bloodthirsty continent for many years, and seeing these aboriginal emperors, he has never regarded these aboriginal emperors as human beings. This is also the reason why there are so few strong people on the bloodthirsty continent. He killed all those who resisted, leaving some obedient ones. Chapter 5374. This also let everyone breathe a sigh of relief. It means that I didn't participate in the auction this time, and I didn't lose much. When Jian Wushuang saw the divine stone in front of him, he found that there was still a mustard seed on it. After carefully putting it away, I opened it and held my breath for an instant. Beast God Blood Crystal, and it was the blood crystal of the golden beast god, a full 20. The 20 blood crystals that were formerly the beast of wind have now become the beast of gold. Just when he was puzzled, the mysterious emperor who had previously fought with the immeasurable Buddha asked unwillingly, "Senior, I still lack some blood crystals, you see. Are you questioning me?" Long angrily surrounded him. In addition to him, there are several fifth-order emperors who also found something missing, but did not dare to do it. The few are treasures that are useful to the ultimate way. Long Yi changed the law and gave them to Jian Wushuang and Huiqing. Puff! The mysterious emperor's body exploded on the spot, and the source of the divine body was all turned into fly ash. Who has any comments? Long Yi glanced at the crowd. No one responded. There are only a few of them. The rest have got the original sacred stones and treasures. Naturally, they have no opinion. Moreover, I am very impressed with this horrible existence. Such a large amount of treasures are not moved at all. Instead, they're all sent up them. Wow! All the confiscated treasures were received by Long Yi in the mustard seeds. He had no interest in these treasures at all. For him, what map quotas were for him was not to go if he wanted to, or to leave if he wanted to. Hall Master Long Yi, this map. Wu Liang took out a token and handed it to Long Yi. Taking a look at the task content on the token, he handed the map and token to the immeasurable Buddha. Huiqing, leave first. I will see you on the Tomb Mountain in the future, and you can also take the task to find me in the bloodthirsty continent. Long Yi is very enthusiastic about Huiqing, but Wu Liang looks down on him, even the ultimate way. No, the status of nature is very low. Immeasurable Buddha stood aside, smiling on the surface, but swearing in his heart that he would step on all those who underestimated him in the future. And the look in Huiqing's eyes changed. Originally, Huiqing was just a little novice monk under his school, but it was because, according to his thoughts, he went to the Desiyu to save sentient beings. As a result, halfway through the resurgence of Lu Crow Daogong, Huiqing suddenly became the ultimate Dayan immortal without knowing what was going on. He didn't open it in front of Tongtian Buddha, and now there is no need to open it. Such a little novice is actually in a higher position than him now, and his self-esteem that he has finally accumulated is now beginning to waver. He was the first to break through among the emperors of the same rank, and his strength was also the strongest one, even stronger than those fourth-order monarchs who came in at the beginning. After all, there are not many people who can quickly break through the fifth-order emperor. He thought that he was fast enough, and it was time to get the approval of the Temple of Qixin. But he didn't expect that the other party would not care about him at all. These people still care more about the ultimate practitioners. I can't do the ultimate way. Everyone can become an emperor. Each of them is a sixth-order emperor. Immeasurable Buddha snorted coldly. After Long Yi left, the strong in the imperial city regained their freedom. Jian Wushuang also let out a sigh of relief. When Long Yi went back this time, he would definitely tell the true spirit of his life. In fact, this is fine. He doesn't need to explain it later. He is not regarded as breaking the oath. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Losing his bondage, Xiameng Meteorite glanced at him and said nothing, but Xianyuan Anshui hurriedly walked over. Yuer, mother. After this change, the powerhouses in the imperial city either went or stayed, and soon the matter spread throughout Tiannan. The more shocking thing afterwards was the division of heaven. The originally powerful and powerful heavenly court. Now there are not many strong people. Coupled with the split, it has already withdrawn from the stage of peak power. The Nayland family is even extinct in Tiannan. No one survived. The side branches were wiped out and clean. After this change, the date when Daxia sent troops to attack the Moluo was also postponed for several years. Great Xia New Era. Clan Feast. After what happened last time, Daxia is now a lot low-key. Perhaps it was the scene where such a powerful Nayland family was wiped out in an instant, and he had a new understanding of strength. After the big banquet, he was left behind by Xiameng Meteorite, and the father and son urged his niece to talk about Dawn in the imperial study room. Looking at Xiameng Guanyu's back, Xiameng Meteorite thought from the bottom of his heart that he had never asked too much about this son, but he still had some understanding of his character. But after a long talk, he discovered that this son is a great talent. The position of prince is just a fiction. The establishment of a prince can arouse the competitive character of other princes. Like the second prince, he has great potential, and now he is at the top of Tier 4, which is what he wants to see. If there is a suitable candidate, he certainly hopes that his son will inherit the throne. It's just that this time is still very long. Either he breaks through to become a 6th Order Emperor, or Daxia expands successfully. He can also retreat and go to the outside world to pursue his own way. The premise is that he must have a suitable heir, whether it is his son or a descendant within the clan. Now it seems that Xiameng Guanyu is also a very suitable candidate, but his current strength is too weak, so he has to become an emperor sooner. After Jian Wushuang left, Yu read www.okanshu.com. He ordered the people of the ancestral temple to send a batch of resources to the palace of Xiameng Guanyu. In addition to the treasures from Xianyuan Anshui, Jian Wushuang picked up many treasures for nothing. The treasure of the divine body breakthrough has long been obtained, and his divine body has now reached 12,000 times. Now the emperor has sent many more. Many of them are treasures related to his cultivating heavenly demons. Now his magic power has reached the level of 6 arms. Extraordinary flesh, promise of God, let him cultivate such a divine body and learn to do more with half the effort. Now that the incarnation of the demon is cast, the combat power of the divine body can be comparable to that of the 3rd Order Emperor, full of 15,000 times the divine body. 6 arms increase the divine body by 3,000 times. In addition to some of the treasures he sent, he still has hundreds of billions of sacred stones to use. There is also the blood crystal of the golden beast god. Jian Wushuang sat cross-legged in the secret room of the palace, with flowers on his face. He has not dared to use the blood crystal of the golden beast god. This is much stronger than the origin of the 5 elements. He had collected all the 5 elements. Now it seems that it is too wasteful to use these garbage to refine the beast warriors. Refined with the blood crystals of the golden beast god. That is perfect. Old Ghost Bai, help me ask the people of the Keeman near Daxia if there are any strong people who are good at refining the source of the treasure. I can pay a huge price, but people must be reliable. Jian Wushuang's eyes shone through a ray of light. Refining treasures is not an old man with horns. Among the native emperors of the 4 secret realms, there are still many masters of casting gods. There is no need to wait any longer. Now is when he needs strong strength. With the blood crystals of the golden beast god, he himself only needs some assistance to refine the origin of the beast god. After these years of sacrifices, he is actually right. I learned a lot about the refining of the source. Chapter 5375. Chapter 5375. The quota for the Forest of Eternal Secrets, encountering special life forms allowed for resistance and escape, but when facing the guardians of the burial ground, there was no escaping. The only options were either to be sealed or suppressed. They were simply not opponents. However, the treasures within the god's tomb were too tempting. When the passage was first opened, many Tier 4 emperors entered, and upon leaving, each had ascended a level. There were even those who entered with Tier 4 strength and emerged as Tier 6 emperors. The temptation was overwhelming. It was said that a Tier 4 emperor at that time went to the grave god mountain, cultivated there for billions of years, and returned as a peak Tier 6 emperor. This story contributed to the long-lasting legend of Grave God Mountain. Now that the Xia-Meng clan's foundation was established, the ancestral figure could venture out without the need to guard the Great Xia. Within the imperial palace, with the protection of senior figures through major battles, there was no one who could threaten the Great Xia imperial city. This was their confidence. The entire array in the Great Xia imperial city was boundlessly powerful and incredibly strong. Even 10 Tier 6 emperors couldn't break it. In the mortal realm, an influence possessing 10 Tier 6 emperors was probably non-existent. In the heavenly court, there were only 7 well-known Tier 6 emperors. The Nayland family alone had 3, making them the foremost family in the entire Tianan and the most influential in the heavenly court. That's why Nayland CI had the audacity to host an auction in the Great Xia alone. It wasn't just because of her formidable strength, but also her astonishing background. This meant that no one would come to disrupt the event. Xia-Meng Yunxing couldn't figure it out and decided not to dwell on it. He had also pondered whether, one day, the Xia-Meng clan could dominate the entire Tianan like the Nayland family. The auction for the map was intense, with several Tier 6 emperors refusing to back down. Let it go this time. Knowing the heavenly court style, this map is definitely not unique. It will be auctioned again next time. Some Tier 6 emperors had already started to step back. Indeed, as they thought, the jade slip containing the map was not a single copy. It could be endlessly duplicated. When the map was leaked, the initial price for the first copy was exorbitant, and as the auction progressed, the prices for subsequent maps became cheaper. Although some people withdrew, the final map was auctioned for an astronomical price of 3 trillion, making it the most expensive item in this auction. Xia-Meng Yunxing wondered why the heavenly court placed it in the top 10. Could there be something even more expensive later? The powerful individual who bought the map was also curious. He privately inquired, and upon learning about the upcoming auction items, his eyes twitched. Exploration slots for the Forest of Eternal Secrets. A total of 9 slots. Compared to the God's Tomb, the Forest of Eternal Secrets might not be much, but it was not as dangerous as the God's Tomb. Almost anyone who entered could make a fortune. Although the heavenly court had already entered, there were still some tough treasures that they couldn't handle alone, so they decided to send a few more people in to profit. The price for these 9 slots ranged around 2 trillion godstones each, totaling even more than the map. However, obtaining the map made everything worthwhile. Although the first one was expensive, being the first to enter greatly increased the chances of obtaining more treasures. The remaining slots were quickly sold, with the Great Xia imperial family buying 1 slot and the rest taken by the Tier 6 emperors. The Great Xia imperial family's purchase of a slot was obviously for the preparation of the Great Xia ancestor. Wuliang Buddha stood aside, showing no interest in any of this. In his eyes, the places where inheritors could freely come and go required a hefty price for these native emperors to enter, creating a tremendous sense of superiority. In the era dominated by the Tongtian Buddhist realm, he had never experienced such a feeling. As the auction neared its end, another grand spectacle unfolded. Boom! 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 Outside the Great Xia imperial city, a burly giant adorned in a blue dragon-shaped armor was stopped by the imperial city's grand array. The moment he sensed the threat, Xia Meng Yuxing soared into the sky, heading towards the northern gate. Just after the conclusion of the auction, millions of powerful individuals had gathered in the city. At this moment, they were all curious about who dared to disrespect the Xia Meng family's face and forcefully break through the formation. Everyone left the auction house, including Nalan Ci. Although she sensed that aura, it seemed ordinary to her, so she didn't pay much attention. Folding up the Heavenly Court's auction, she left an empty space and led the Heavenly Court's personnel towards the northern gate. Perhaps they could witness a free showdown between Tier 6 emperors. At the Grand Xia Ancestral Temple and the Great Xia Imperial Palace, powerful auras erupted simultaneously. The one in the Ancestral Temple was the patriarch of the Xia Meng family, while the one in the Imperial Palace was the Old Eunuch. In terms of seniority, the Old Eunuch was even higher than the Xia Meng family's patriarch. During the mundane era of Great Xia, the Old Eunuch had served as the eunuch protecting the royal lineage in the Imperial Palace. In the present day, the ancestors of the Great Xia have long since passed away, the exact duration of their demise lost to time. The founding ancestor of Great Xia, once a mere imperial prince, was recognized by an old eunuch for his spiritual roots, setting him on the path of cultivation. As time unfolded, the founding ancestor of Great Xia surpassed his own achievements, his prowess now exceeding the previous generation. The two figures exchanged a glance, nodded, and then disappeared into the northern city in an instant. But the city walls were already crowded with people. A Tier 6 emperor presided over, and the military station to guard the city, though seemingly formidable, was merely for show. Only tens of thousands safeguarded the safety of the imperial city, with a Tier 5 emperor leading the charge. In such a confrontation of this level, the Tier 5 emperor couldn't even find an opportunity to intervene, let alone participate. Now the entire city wall was gathered with dozens of Tier 6 emperors, a scene unprecedented in its magnitude. Although 10 of them were mere spectators, the imposing presence on the side of Great Xia had reached its peak. Brother Xia Meng, Nalan Ci smiled faintly, observing the arrival of the elderly man in dragon robes who came to witness the spectacle. As for the old eunuch, she didn't recognize him, only having heard of him, not even knowing his name. She could only nod in acknowledgement. The ancestral patriarch of Great Xia was the sole surviving member of the Xia clan in the mundane Great Xia royal family. After Great Xia was established as a cultivation realm, he used his own name to create the Xia Meng clan. Today is a bit rushed. I must properly entertain Taoist Nalan next time. Xia Meng patriarch said with a slight smile, "Don't bother with me. Just take a look at the newcomer. If you need help, you can contact the Bloodblade Hall." Nalan Ci didn't forget to recommend her own faction. The Xia Meng patriarch smiled faintly, thanked her, and then left the Imperial. The current emperor of Great Xia is only a Tier 5 emperor, and he dares not leave the city. What if the incoming Tier 6 emperor is hostile and annihilates him? Who would he turn to for justice? Even if Xia Meng patriarch could avenge him, what use would it be? The old eunuch also followed Xia Meng patriarch out of the imperial city. Outside the city, the giant man in green battle armor stood proudly in the void, indifferent to everything. Inside the city, except for Wulian and Hu Qing, no one recognized him. That man, he was Long Yi. Wulian knew him because all the emperors were in the bloodthirst continent at the time, and they had some discord back then. Chapter 5376. The complete source is mixed with the power of all things. Once refined, it is a complete genre of Wandao. This way is comparable to the ultimate way. Such a huge and complex source. He has been sacrificed in blood over the years, and he has almost refined it. The origin of the beast god, at least there is some residue in the eyes of the beast god. He can use that trace of the origin of the beast to make a prototype first. Then it is to integrate these beasts and soldiers into one. This is not difficult, but it is necessary to find the top emperor who refines the most precious treasure. You can find the old man with horns before, now, that was willing to help him completely restore the beast, but he was not at ease. If it's just a simple unity, he can find a master who refines the most precious treasure through the Keeman and visit it in person. He still has hundreds of billions of sacred stones on his body, which is a good meeting ceremony. If it didn't work, I took out some blood crystals of the beast god. The blood crystal of the golden beast god. The sixth order emperors will frantically. This time the Lancy didn't take it out, and even the rules of the heavenly court could be changed. Obviously, he was very eager for the blood crystal of the beast god. Gold represents space. What the emperor walks is the origin of space. Every Taoist has his own Tao. What makes him different from others is that he has gone the sword Tao and the ultimate Tao. But now that Ji Tao has gone through it, he can see it clearly, but it is actually for the foundation of space. There are thought powers in the universe, and these thought powers have produced the foundation of the universe. Then a black hole of devouring power was brewed in the universe, which is the strongest matter in the universe, and the way of destruction was discovered from the black hole. Swallow and destroy, the power of everything. This is actually the power of all things in the universe, and now he has mastered the power of all things, and his mastery of space has been greatly improved. As long as he succeeds in joining the Tao, he will be at least a fourth-order emperor after breaking through, and it is even possible to directly break through to become a fifth-order emperor. The sixth-order emperor, even if he keeps comprehending it, can reach it. You can imagine how strong his foundation is. This is the horror of the extreme Tao. When the Tao monarch, he had already laid a solid foundation for the emperor. Swordsmanship is brilliant once the Sea of Origin is formed. One of the simplest swords hangs in the space. One Tao condenses space and derives the strongest sword in the world. Jian Wushuang was a little emotional. When he entered the temple of Qixin, he was so strong. Now, in a blink of an eye, with his current combat power, he is already at the peak of the primitive universe, can fight with the fourth-order emperor. Of course, the emperors of the primordial universe have complete Tao, and their strength is much stronger than the native emperors of the four secret realms, which is difficult to deal with. The advantages of the four secret realms are the ancient heritage and the scary treasures. So many powerful men have been born. Back then, in Desiu, dozens of emperors suddenly appeared because of an outer hall of Qixin Temple. It contains the power of swallowing. That is the source of destruction, and with it, a tenfold emperor can be born. In the space domain of Desiu, at most 2 or 3 emperors were born at the same time. Otherwise, after the destruction of ancient times, it would not be possible that the glory of the past has not been restored for so many years. Counting it down now, in addition to Zhanliang, he can be regarded as a long face for Desiu. The day when the troops were dispatched was very close, and the master that the White King was looking for had not been found, and he did not panic too much. Instead, he has been practicing the magic of the heavens in retreat, as well as comprehending the battle formation of Luhu. After the breakthrough of the divine body, he directly increased to 15,000 times, all the way. There are still many sacred stones in hand, but I am not too anxious. If all is smashed, 30,000 times can be achieved. Although he is still a Taoist now, his physical body is too strong. Even 30,000 times the divine body can withstand it. After all, the stronger the divine body, the higher the probability of harmony in the future. But according to King Bei's explanation, 30,000 times is a threshold. He needs to constantly improve the promised divine body, and if he wants to pursue further in the future, he must have a solid foundation. The divine body is bred by space and naturally requires spatial cooperation. When building a divine body, not all treasures can be used. The best way is to use the 5 element treasures to forge the divine body. This day, Da Xiao ushered in a new era. Xia Meng Guanyu went to the imperial palace early, and first pleased her mother Zunyuanan with water, and then sent some treasures. The price was expensive, more than 1 million. Then went to the palace of Dry Qing dynasty and saw his father. These are all rules. In the morning, in the depths of the palace, a mighty group of people sat on the teleportation array. These people are all members of the Xiaomeng clan. The only foreign surname is the Old Eunuch. The power of the teleportation array is very small, and the location of the teleportation is not far away, and even Jian Wushuang feels that he has not left the imperial city. Space is distorted and changed. Arrived. Many people leaked serious expressions, especially the Xiaomeng clan emperor, who was a little higher. Among these people, in addition to the emperor and the prince, there are also many immortals from the outside world, which are the fresh blood of the Xiaomeng clan. When they came for the first time, they all leaked shocked expressions. Brother, is this the ancestral temple? Why does it feel so gloomy? A girl from the Xiaomeng clan couldn't help but ask. She just broke through to become an earth fairy, used to be just mundane, and was not qualified to enter the ancestral temple. This is the first time to come. This girl of the Xiaomeng clan is not low in status, and she is very close to Xiaomeng Guanyu in the middle. According to seniority, the other party has to call his uncle. She is the granddaughter of Xiaomeng Meteorite, who is also the daughter of Xiaomeng Guanyu's cousin. Because of Xiaomeng's death, several of his sons were strong among the emperors, and to the next generation, several emperors also appeared. One of the second sons even reached the pinnacle of Tier 4. This Xiaomeng girl is his daughter, who was born only 10,000 years before breaking through to become a fairy. This speed made Jian Wushuang speechless. The grandson Xiaomeng Yingxiong, who is also Xiaomeng's falling battle, frowned and said in a serious voice, "Sister, this is the ancestral temple. Don't be disrespectful." The person who spoke was very strong, at least much stronger than Xiaomeng Guanyu's face, and was already a third-order emperor. He is the eldest grandson of Xiaomeng. A group of hundreds of people quickly arrived at the ancestral temple, said to be an ancestral temple, more like an ancestral hall. Falling from the top, visited many spiritual places. 3 walls. The one who visited in the middle was the spiritual position, but there was an empty main position at the top, and it was obvious that the people there had not fallen. A lot of spiritual positions appeared further down, all of whom were strong in the Xiaomeng clan. Jian Wushuang quickly saw the first spiritual position in the second row. Xia Mongshanking Zhongren, the fifth-order emperor, son of Xiaomeng. That is the eldest son of the ancestor. In the second row, there are only 3 positions, but it is full of spiritual positions. Obviously, all 3 sons of the ancestor Xiaomeng have fallen. The line of Xiaomeng Meteorite is a descendant of King Zhongren. One by one, burn incense and bow before. In the top few rows, there are some Taoists. Chapter 5377. However, in the latter part of the world, everyone is an emperor, and the ancestor Xiaomeng set the rules so that the emperor can enter the clan's spiritual position. Dixian can be included in the family tree of the ancestral temple. This is also the reason why the Xiaomeng clan has continued to the present, and there are still countless strong people. If you don't become an emperor, you will have no face to go to see the ancestors after you die. At least after death, the younger generation can still give them incense in the ancestral temple. After the group of them paid their respects, just apart from the ancestral temple, hundreds of people followed the family elders. In the clan of the imperial city, there are 100,000 people, more than 10,000 of Yanxian. This has to be worshipped till evening. Outside the ancestral temple, there is a small river. On the other side of the river, there is a quaint village where the ancestors lived. In the village, there are many small roads which are very chaotic. After walking through the village to a small courtyard halfway up the mountain, everyone stopped. The eldest son of the 74th generation, Xiaomeng Meteorite, pays respects to the ancestors. Xiaomeng Meteorite took the lead and bowed down. Only the old was still standing there, watching all this quietly. The surrounding environment made Jian Wushuang curious. Daxia's ancestor, the chaotic ancient country that was opened up, was also a prince in ordinary times. So how could he live here? After kneeling and worshipping, Jian Wushuang realized the strangeness when he turned his head. Looking at the ancestral temple from this position, the field of vision is very broad. There is a small hill above the ancestral temple, and a small fenced courtyard leaning on the mountainside. I am afraid that this place is of great significance to the ancestor Xiameng. If it wasn't when you got it, it's some emotional experience from childhood. The folk customs here are obviously commonplace, which is different from the domestic environment in Daxia. It is estimated that the ancestor Xiameng went to other countries when he was wandering in Tiannan, said it was a goodbye but did not meet. Xiameng meteorite turned around and led everyone to leave. At this moment, the old said a few words to Xiameng meteorite. No one could hear it, but he saw his lips slightly open. After listening to the old eunuch's words, Xiameng meteorite first leaked doubts, and then was a little shocked. Finally turned his head to look at Xiameng Guanyu. His eyes were very gentle. Yuer, the ancestor, said that he wanted to see you and he spoke highly of you. You have to be sure that it is our ancestor of Xiameng. Xiameng meteor valued this meeting very much and gave a lot of account. Jian Wushuang was stunned for a moment and suddenly thought of something, but since he said he was a junior, how could he refuse, and hurriedly said through the voice, Father, don't worry, I know what to do. Watching these people leave, Jian Wushuang leaked a desperate look. Exposed. When Xiameng meteorite was transmitting the sound, King Bai told Jian Wushuang that the Sixth Order Emperor had already transmitted the sound to King Bai and asked them to go into the house for a comment. Don't be afraid. I have already told Xiameng of your identity. He dare not do anything. King Bai didn't panic at all. If you really want to do it, if Jian Wushuang is finished, he will be finished too. He has passed this matter to the gods. The super-grade elder who sits in Tiannan will come here in person. It's not very far from here, and Daxia's location can be considered the center of Tiannan. Almost an hour can be there, and the teleportation array established by Kmen spreads over half of the boundary, just to make it easy to escape. This is the first time to save people. Because of the absence of this rule, when he encounters a desperate crisis, he is not capable enough and no one will come to help. But this time is different. King White is the lifeblood of the gods, and the future plans are all based on when King White recovers to the peak. But it can't fall now. Moreover, Jian Wushuang's life was quite valuable, and he couldn't give up easily. An ancestor of Great Xia, the top 6 emperor, is not a strong one. If it is the patriarch of the Nalan family, it is hard to say. After all, he is also an absolute powerhouse, and the other party may not sell this face. It is also unrealistic to mobilize more combat power. If the people in the White Tiger Palace are doubling down, the loss will be great. Jian Wu had a cold sweat on both hands, and he could only bite the bullet and walk in. Try to calm his breath, and then his appearance also changed. In front of such a powerful person, it is disrespectful to continue to conceal the true face. After the appearance changed, the aura was also rising. The mighty power of all things surged up. The power surpassed the Third Order Emperor and already had the power of the Fourth Order Emperor. Let the other person understand how strong you are. Such a heaven-defying Taoist is not something he can kill at will. The last time Long Yi was so polite to Hui Qing in front of so many people. Many strong men went to visit Hui Qing in person these days. The royal family is also trying hard to draw in, and the status of the prince is also rising. Wu Liang's identity was also exposed, but Long had a mediocre attitude towards him, and Wu Liang had an arrogant personality. Someone would visit him and never meet. Hui Qing treats them equally. Junior, Jian Wushuang, I have seen Senior Xiameng. Jian Wushuang was extremely respectful. He didn't even mention the Tomb Mountain, because he was afraid that the other party would not be happy to hear it. To speak of the mountain of the tomb is to crush people with force. If there is an immortal who kills his younger generation and is still playing sideways in front of him, no matter how old he is, he still needs to educate him. A long and narrow cold sound rang. Zhen Jian Wushuang backed back again and again. My chest is dull, as mouthful of hot blood just reached the mouth, and he swallowed it back. clenched both fists with both hands, resisting the intrusion of the subsequent breath. His face suddenly turned pale, without a trace of blood. "Come in." Hearing this sentence, Jian Wushuang dared to move slowly and wanted to transmit a voice to King Bai, but was interrupted. On the original fragment in his body, King Bai quickly waved his hand and interrupted Jian Wushuang. Now that he could find the White King in his body, this world should not be underestimated. The sound transmission at such a close distance is likely to be discovered by Xiameng. However, the White King's message to the gods was extremely secretive. Even the most powerful would not be able to find it. After walking through the small courtyard of the Golden Fence, Xiameng, dressed in a simple dress, walked out of the thatched cottage tremblingly like an old farmer. Jian Wushuang didn't dare to look straight and bowed again. Xiameng walked very slowly, and his voice was hoarse and low. "You know the layout here." Jian Wushuang slowly straightened up and shook his head silently. Although he searched for some memories of Xiameng Guanyu, he didn't know Daxia thoroughly. After all, he was just a prince. If the emperor searched for his soul, he might know more. "This is my home when I opened up the great summer." Xiameng's voice became calm, and there was a little reminiscence in his eyes. His home at that time was really not the magnificence of the ordinary dynasty. Jian Wushuang was a little helpless. He annoyed those strong men the most and recalled in front of him. Then, in the recollection, I told him some of what he did to him in a vague way. Not happy at all, Xiameng walked to the stone table, sat down alone, and gave himself a book of tea. His eyes changed and turned to Jian Wushuang and said angrily, "Home, it's the only obsession after Taoism. You kill my younger generation, children and grandchildren. If they sneak into Daxia, their sins are to be blamed." Chapter 5378. As soon as this word came out, Jian Wushuang quickly backed away. The killing intent was too strong. He instinctively retreated. But the crisis had already arrived at the last moment. A column of blood spurted out, blood like a fountain. Thump! Jian Wushuang leaned back and fell heavily to the ground. Mingwei could be too small to hold it, but with just that look, he was directly injured seriously. But this is exactly what he wants. If Xiameng doesn't beat or scold him, I'm afraid he will really be dragged out and slaughtered. The face of the strong is the most important. How could it be possible to have a good talk about killing someone else's junior? This is just a small punishment for your crime, Xiameng said, taking a sip of tea. Killing Jian Wushuang was a lot of trouble for him, but he couldn't easily let it go. Disguised and went inside the Daxia royal family. At the very least, he had to figure out what Jian Wushuang was going to do. However, he didn't tell anyone about Jian Wushuang's identity, only he knew it. But the powerhouses under his command were not all the Emperor Daxia. Nowadays, some people have been checking what Xiameng Guanyu has done in recent years in Daxia Imperial City. The air gradually condenses. A figure in black clothes and a mask appeared behind Xiameng, then took out a piece of jade slip and disappeared into the air again. Grasping the jade slip, Xiameng didn't care about Jian Wushuang, who fell to the ground, and said to himself, "You should have been recruiting private troops, expanding your armaments, and using the name of the Xiameng family on the major silver horns. You have pledged a lot of sacred stones, and your approach is not like an inheritor at all. Although the inheritors are mysterious, there are already several in the realm of Daxia, and the relationship with the royal family is very good. Therefore, Jian Wushuang's identity is not so scary to him. Although he saw that person shot that day, he could also see the attitude towards Hui Qing and the immeasurable attitude later on. Inheritors also have distinctions between high and low. Just now, he and someone went to visit Hui Qing, and he will let Hui Qing come to recognize people. If Jian Wushuang's status is very high, then let Hui Qing take it away, which is regarded as a face for Hui Qing. If the status is average and Hui Qing is not familiar with it, it won't be that simple. Jian Wushuang's strength and potential are astonishing. Keeping it is also a scourge. After a long delay, Jian Wushuang, finally got up. Just now, he didn't hurt him seriously. The reason why he got up so late was because people arrived and he didn't need to pretend to be. Haha, don't pretend, it's a showdown. Jian Wushuang touched the blood donation at the corner of his mouth. Xia Meng leaked a puzzled expression. Great Summer Imperial City. In Dongqing, somewhere inconspicuously secluded in a small courtyard, Hui Qing had just sent away a few emperors who came to discuss the Taoism. With a deep smile on her face. Good. Black Monk. Just about to turn around. A person appeared behind him, the shadow powerhouse of the ancestor Xia Meng. His Royal Highness Hui Qing, in bothering you. The shadow revealed its true appearance, but the whole body did not reveal a trace of breath or face. Hui Qing was a little surprised, but didn't panic. Although the opponent is Tier 5, he can be treated calmly. This senior, I don't know what to do with me. Shadow took out a portrait with Jian Wushuang's appearance on top, and then whispered, I wonder if your Royal Highness knows this inheritor named Jian Wushuang. After seeing this painting, Hui Qing's face was shocked. Jian Wushuang. Once, when he was in the world of Tongtian Buddhism, his relatives were several masters, and Daoguo was the great Siyu of Duhua. Now that the master fell, Daoguo was crushed by the immeasurable Buddha himself. Fortunately, he restored the ultimate way, Zenji. The black robe represents his avenue. The head of the monk represents the past, the future and the past. He lives now. Combine the two. All this is because of Jian Wushuang's appearance. It is also because of Jian Wushuang's philosophy. Thousands of years ago, he had never believed the news of Jian Wushuang's fall. Now that he heard the news of Jian Wushuang again, no one was happier than him. I know. Jian Wushuang once took him to kill the army of corpses, and even when he was about to fall, let him do it in one step. In today's Qixin Temple, if you say that you have the best relationship with the people in the world of Tongtian Buddhism, Jian Wushuang is probably the only one left. The life-saving grace has never been forgotten. Young girl Jiang Shang stood aside, and she was a little moved when she saw Master Hui Qing's face. He heard the master talk about Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang is also a teacher and a friend for Hui Qing. Without Jian Wushuang, he had fallen a long time ago, and without Jian Wushuang, he wouldn't be able to gain Dao. Maybe he would continue to reincarnate. The two entered the Temple of Qixin together and fought side by side. Life and death friendship. This senior, where did you get this painting? Jian Wushuang in the painting is exactly what it looks like in Xia Meng's courtyard. Hui Qing was a little moved and asked quickly. The shadow powerhouse, seeing Hui Qing's excitement, had an answer. If Hui Qing's performance is mediocre, I'm afraid he won't mention it again, but if Hui Qing is like this, he will have to bring Hui Qing there. The shadow powerhouse clasped his fists and said, His Royal Highness, come with me. He is within the Imperial City. Great. The two figures flashed and left the courtyard directly, leaving only Jiang Shang. When it reappeared, the space change had already reached another space in the Imperial City of Great Xia. The ancestral temple of the Xiameng clan is not in the same space as the Imperial City. It belongs to a movable Dongtian mansion. Swish! After the shadow powerhouse arrived in the cave, his eyes suddenly changed, and he calmed down just as he was about to speak. Although Hui Qing is strong, she can't capture the every move of the Fifth Order Emperor. What about people? Hui Qing scanned the surroundings and found that the scenery in that portrait was the same as here. Obviously, it just came out. But now, there is no shadow of Jian Wushuang, only the ancestor Xia Meng sitting there drinking tea. People were killed by me. Let you come just to tell you. The ancestor Xia Meng changed his normal. His eyes were very cold. His aura was much more hostile than before. Killed? Hui Qing's complexion changed, and then he was furious. This was the first time he became angry and said in anger, Do you dare to kill the inheritor? Humph, why don't I dare? He is just a Taoist monarch, killing my offspring. Sneaking into the imperial city, stealing treasures. He is damned. The last 3 words of the ancestor Xia Meng gritted his teeth. But Hui Qing's breath suddenly soared, and it was almost impossible to start. This made Xia Meng a little surprised. He immediately stood up and said angrily, "Don't talk speculatively, see off the guests! By the way, take his body away. Leaving him to the corpse is also for your face." After leaving the sentence, the ancestor Xia Meng left the thatched cottage. However, Jian Wushuang's body appeared out of thin air on the ground, without a trace of vitality. The divine body collapsed, and the source was exhausted. This is very similar to being in the great wilderness back then. Hui Qing's eyes were red, her hands slowly folded, and she said silently, "Good." Chapter 5379. At this moment his Tao stepped out again, and the center of his eyebrows exuded a purple halo. The shadow powerhouse next to him, his complexion changed because Hui Qing's breath had surpassed him at a certain moment. After a long time, Hui Qing calmed down and finally put away Jian Wushuang's corpse, and turned his head and glanced at the wooden house. Xia Meng had hatred, and he also had hatred. Jian Wushuang's account is cleared, but his account is not cleared after he joined the road. He will come to avenge him within 10,000 years. After the shadow took Hui Qing away, Xia Meng walked out again, followed by Jian Wushuang behind him. There is hatred in this person's eyes, and he broke the boundary in one step. The potential is amazing. Xia Meng commented lightly. Jian Wushuang stepped forward, and King Bai also leaked a phantom. If it wasn't for Senior's rescue this time, I'm afraid this Xia Meng won't let me go easily. Wow. Xia Meng changed his body and restored his original appearance. If I don't come to save you, Xia Meng will let you go, but this time is a rare opportunity, and one in ancient country in vain. The person who changed turned out to be a woman, with a beautiful country and beautiful beauty. In the crimson eyes, endless killings are revealed. Bloody. Jian Wushuang couldn't help but look at it. I won't stay here anymore. I've already found out the location, and someone will take over. Little guy, you helped me so much this time. I really can't repay you, or come with me. Senior Zhu Qing has said that, and I haven't repaid your great kindness. How can I cause trouble to Senior again? Jian Wushuang thanked him with his hands. This seemingly glamorous woman is the real demon of Tianan. Chaos was created by her. In the chaos, she is the absolute king, the queen of the scorpion race. An ordinary emperor could be poisoned to death at a glance. He still wouldn't go to such a character. However, in appearance, he was really tempted, glamorous and noble, not to be offended, and he was fascinating with a smile. Jian Wushuang felt that this person must have a leg with the gods. Turning his head and glanced at King, white again, the other party smiled strongly. Zhu Qing, don't molest this little guy. We have things that are explained by the gods. If we have the opportunity to go to your gods in the future, we will definitely visit in person. King Bai said nothing, helping Jian Wushuang solve it. Up around. He knew that Jian Wushuang went to Emo Luo for the sake of the beasts and gods. Zhu Qing glanced at King Bai and complained, I'm afraid that when you go, your strength will be restored to its peak. So don't bully the little girl at that time. After speaking, he leaked a smile. Then his body turned into a scarlet mist and disappeared between the heaven and the earth. After everyone left, Jian Wushuang let out a sigh of relief. He hadn't fallen in the hearts of other people before, but now he has fallen completely. Just now Hui Qing took his corpse away. It was a clone, but no one else could tell that it was real or fake. I am afraid that the entire Qixin temple, the true spirit, can also find the strangeness. He didn't quite believe that characters like Jinling would care about this. If he really cared, he would not have been looted by King White. Temple of Qi, the origin of the sea. A touch of blood appeared. The Zhu Qing that Jian Wushuang had just met unexpectedly appeared here. It's just that her appearance has changed a little. Master, true spirit. The speaker has changed into the lord of the Vermilion Bird Palace. Zhu Yi. The true spirit did not change at all and said casually, "Sit down. Aren't your clones in the realm? Why come to me suddenly?" Jinling was a little puzzled. Thousands of years ago, because of Jian Wushuang's affairs, he adjusted the 4 secret realms. He is the controller of the Temple of Forbidding God, and the power of life and death is in his own hands. Otherwise, the inheritors will not be so comfortable these years. Although there are real fights, they are also arranged on the Two Mountain. As long as the inheritor reveals his identity, generally no one dares to provoke it. This is also the brilliance of Wu Zhuo at the beginning. Countless people who killed heard the inheritor, and they held cold sweats. In addition to the shock on the surface, the most important thing is to pull out a lot of rebellious thieves in the dark. Just like Zhu Qing, who was originally the master of Chaos Territory, was secretly killed by the true spirit and then took charge of Zhu Yi's law body one by one, and took control of the Keeman of Tianan. When the jumped his feet, it wasn't that he didn't clean up the other party, it was not necessary at all. But if the inheritor is moved, the true spirit will not be so easy to talk, and it will directly root out the power of the gods from the top. The leaders of various regions have quietly changed people, although the bottom layer remains unchanged. As long as it is about the inheritor, it will be sealed. If it remains the same as before, the inheritors will now be extinct. Real spirit knew that Zhu Yi was fine and would not come, so he asked, "What happened to the land boundary?" "It's not." Zhu Yi shook his head. The news that Jian Wushuang was still alive, she didn't know if it was a major event. However, she could see the jade board on Jian Wushuang's hands clearly, and the true spirit could give Jian Wushuang this thing. It must have other intentions, so she didn't dare to hide it, and the Sea of Origin came right now. In addition to this, there is also the matter of Jian Wushuang joining Keeman. She already knew that Jian Wushuang was being threatened by others, and she should understand this point. "My lord, you should remember Jian Wushuang from 1,000 years ago. He is still alive and has joined the Keeman." Zhu Wei said. Jiang Jian Wushuang's things all said again, including King White. Zhan Ling's expression was beyond her expectation, without any surprise. "I knew he was still alive. Last time Long Yi went to the realm and told me." Long Yi didn't actually know Jian Wushuang, but Yuban, who knew Qixin, came back and talked to Jinling by the way. At that time, the true spirit had already known. As for Jian Wushuang, who entered the Kuei Gate, he didn't know. Although his hands and eyes are open to the sky, he has not yet reached that kind of omniscience. An air transporter like Jian Wushuang, it is impossible to look at the past and the future recklessly. Zhan Ling said lightly. As expected, his fate is bound to be trapped, and everything depends on his good fortune. But if he wants to return to the Tomb Mountain, he has to look at his own ability. "Yes," Zhu Yi replied and retired respectfully. The meaning of true spirit is very obvious. Jian Wushuang is uncontrollable. It fends and perishes on its own. If you have the ability to come back, you will raise it. If you don't have the ability, you will fall. Going back to the Tomb Mountain is not a trivial matter. At least there must be the fighting power of a fifth-order emperor, and the fifth order will be cannon fodder. The sixth-order emperor is not sure about that, unless he is an absolute powerhouse. Today's Jian Wushuang, the strength is indeed not bad with an ordinary fourth-order emperor's combat power. If you want to reach the fifth-order emperor's combat power, at least it will take a long time after the success of the combination. It's not easy to be in harmony, especially the ultimate one. Chapter 5380, Land Boundary Daxia. Not long after Zhu Qing left, a sixth-order emperor appeared here, disguised as the ancestor Xiameng, and merged with his memories, sitting here again. The person here is not an outsider, but Yang Samu, who has a great relationship with Jian Wushuang. The current Yang Samu has broken through to become a sixth-order emperor. The combat power is extremely terrifying. Zhu Yi slaughtered a sixth-order emperor from the chaotic realm, made the Yang Samu disguised as his opponent, and sent it here. In the small courtyard of the fence, the sheep Mickey, who turned into Xiaomeng's ancestor, leaked a smile. "Little guy, your life is not easy now." In his opinion, Jian Wushuang's growth rate has not declined, but the environment has changed a lot. When Jian Wushuang disappeared, Yang Sanmu felt guilty for a while. Now that he can see him as intact as before, and his strength is growing very fast, of course I am happy. Not only young Mickey is happy, Jian Wushuang was also very happy. Inside the palace, the Emperor Xiaomeng Meteorite sent a lot of treasures for cultivating heavenly magic arts. Heavenly demon art. The first 4 hands need very few treasures, but the 6-armed heavenly demon needs a lot of treasures. At the beginning, the 6 arms of the Taoist 6 suns were able to conjure 6 rounds of the sun and the moon, with infinite power, and naturally there would be no less treasures to spend. Now that Emperor Daxia has sent a treasure that can be cultivated to the 8-armed demon body, Jian Wushuang is of course happy. He had met the giant of the demon Tao who had transformed into an 8-armed heavenly demon. Although he could only insist on attending the meeting, his strength had increased by more than 10 times. Although his heavenly demon art is still cultivated to 8 arms, it is almost the same. Haha, the good news keeps going. You are not trying to refine the beast weapon. The man found it for you, and the other party directly agreed. After receiving the news, King Bai told Jian Wushuang directly. Jian Wushuang leaked his joy and quickly asked, "If the other party has any requirements, as long as it is not too excessive, you can help me merge now." The other party didn't have any requirements. He was very happy to be able to refine the beast and magic weapon. This is one of the 9 most brilliant treasures in the ancient times. King Bai said with excitement, "One is happy for Jian Wushuang, and second, there are still people. Remember the splendor of the beasts. At that time, the 9 great beasts and the magical soldiers, the endless years of time and space. The prestige left is so strong that many people tremble when they hear these 3 words. Jian Wushuang wasn't so excited yet, but he was a little worried and merged with the beasts and gods for free. It doesn't cost much, it's the source. How about the other party's details? It is normal for Jian Wushuang to be a little worried. He is not at ease with that god, let alone the elders of the Keeman. What if he runs away with his beasts? Candle dragon wings, candle dragon eyes, candle dragon armor. These scattered accessories are worthless, but if they are put together, they also have the power of eternal treasure. The defense of the candle dragon armor alone is comparable to the eternal treasure. If you add the original source, the value exceeds the ordinary eternal treasure, and the current beast soldiers are considered discarded parts. However, once merged into one and refining a new source of beast gods, it would be different. At that time, it will be a crippled beast warrior or half a beast warrior. The remaining candle dragon heart, candle dragon claws, candle dragon arms, and the most important candle, dragon body. It is not easy to get all of these, but there are at least a few of the 4 secret realms now. He can know it, and others can discover it. Just like the Lord of the Sky, he has discovered the existence of the beasts, and I am afraid that he has been looking for other accessories. King Bai's face changed, his voice was a little serious, and he said, "This person comes from the chaotic realm. He is Zuking's confidant. There should be no problem. Zhu Qing and I were in the same age. She has lived with the gods for longer than me. There should be nothing under my confidant. Problem? Can you guarantee it?" Jian Wushuang didn't say the sentence. He was a little entangled. First, he asked King Bai to contact the other party. If he was asking for a price, he might not doubt it, but he didn't ask for anything in return. It was simply itchy hands. The 6th Order Emperor is not a fool. After being silent for a while, Jian Wushuang entangled. "Let's go to the meeting in person first, and then talk." He dare not bet. The beast god weapon is a great treasure that is related to the skyrocketing strength in the future, and he will not change the eternal treasure for him. King Bai also knew that Jian Wushuang's worries were right, so he nodded and began to contact the 6th Order Emperor who pretended to be Xiaomeng's ancestor. If he could, Jian Wushuang didn't want to procrastinate either. The breath of war is getting stronger and stronger. The war between Daxia and Emo Luo will soon break out. However, before that, there was something not big or small in the imperial city. The inheritor, Hui Qing, left Daxia very angry and headed to the border of Daxia. Originally, he was going to start with the army, but something bad happened with the royal family, so he left directly with his apprentice. It's just that the young girl named Jiang Shang was just a mundane 100 years ago, and now she has attained the Tao. If it weren't for Hui Qing's brilliance, would have been surprising. In just 100 years, you will be able to become an immortal. No one knows why. The first year of the new era, autumn. On this day, the autumn rain was lingering, and the air contained coldness. It was coming much earlier than before. It is rumored that troops would be sent to Maluo in the 12th lunar month of winter. Although Xia Meng Guanyu's identity is very high, it is not known whether it is true or not. Since the prince lost the distinguished guest of Hui Qing, his status has plummeted, and the curtain fell a bit for a while. During this period of time, the second prince followed Daxia's first commander, Xia Meng's falling war, to practice the battle formation, and was in charge of one party's power. Hui Qing left, Wu Liang didn't. Jian Wushuang is not very surprised. The other party has been fiddled with the war. I am afraid it is the task. Otherwise, it is impossible to stay in Daxia. There is no opportunity for tempering here. If you want to go, you will also go to places like chaotic domains. There will be growth. Stepping on the rain, Jian Wushuang re-entered the palace. This time the old personally led him into the cave sky of the great Xia Zhongmiao. It's just that they didn't follow in, but waited for him outside the teleportation array. After re-entering the cave sky, Jian Wushuang lost the previous disguise and flew outside the fenced courtyard at will. The sixth order emperor, who pretended to be Xia Meng's ancestor, was already waiting for him on the stone table outside. What's different from the outside world is that the seasons here remain unchanged, the same as before. Junior Jian Wushuang, I have seen seniors. Jian Wushuang was quite respectful. Although he was backed by the super great elder Baijun, he didn't dare to be too rude. The old man with horns sitting at the stone table, with light in his eyes, said lightly, "No need to be polite, just sit down." Jian Wushuang was also very sensible. Walked to the stone table, did not sit down, but stood a foot away. Chapter 5381. The White King in his body changed and turned into a solid body after all, and appeared on the seat. The King of Dogs. The White King leaked a smile. If it was before, yelling a dog aside was to give Zhu Qing face, but now it is to beg others. Naturally, it is called honorific. Senior White, you don't need to say more if there are too many. If you don't rest assured, just leave. The old man with horns had not yet fully integrated into this new identity. Only a trace of displeasure could be leaked now. He was also very speechless. He didn't expect things to be like this, and he kindly treated it as a donkey liver and lungs. King Bai is such a character, and the negotiations are naturally true. After hearing these words, his tone tactfully said, "Your Excellency, don't want to be angry. We came here with sincerity. How can we not get paid if we are here to find someone for help?" As soon as the voice fell, Jian Wushuang respectfully took out a small box. There is only one mustard seed inside. Please. The White King made a gesture of invitation, and his face was enough. The old man with horns picked up the mustard seed, felt a little, and almost laughed. 100 billion sacred stones. Originally, he had no idea about the stone. Now that he got the memory of Daxia's ancestor, he also understood it. 100 billion is a good fortune for the fifth order emperor. But for the sixth order emperor, it's just some rubbish. You can't even buy an eternal treasure in your hand. Jian Wushuang also saw the opponent's disdain, and hurriedly said, "Senior, don't worry, this is just a meeting ceremony. Just mention what you need. If you can do it, you will definitely go through the fire." The old man with horns disguised as the Dog King and then the ancestor of Daxia felt a little dizzy on his head. No nonsense at the moment. The mustard seed was directly given to Jian Wushuang, and then a piece of hay, Yao Divine Stone, was taken out. Stop talking nonsense. Just take the cosmic oath so you can rest assured. Jian Wushuang and King Bai were both stunned. So direct, so happy. By the way, with this oath, I just stand with Senior White. You are not qualified yet. The old horn man has always resented the White King. King White doesn't matter. Soon the vow fell. Happy to everyone. The old man Yang Jiao tried to help Yuan Yuan, but was rejected by Jian Wushuang and didn't force it. Jian Wushuang has been groping for a long time about refining the origin. There is also some certainty about this. Mainly contains the blood crystals of the golden beast god. Gold represents space, and the candle dragon is the beast of space. The two are still related. There are many golden beast gods, not necessarily the blood crystals of the candle dragon, but the origin of them is the same. He is sure of this. The key is that his power of all things corresponds exactly to all things in the entire space. He has bigger plans. Since the origin of his extreme Tao corresponds to all things in space, can he directly use the direct origin to transform it into the origin of space, and use his thought power to illusion the origin of a new beast god? All of this can only be tested after the fusion of the beasts and gods. You guys wait here. I use the flow of time. It's almost an hour. Jian Wushuang quickly thanks. I am afraid that it is impossible to merge the beasts and gods every 10,000 years. But the other party uses an hour. I am afraid that it has used a flow rate of 100,000 times. It's almost 10,000 years. This time is extremely long, and the mood is at the 5th level, and it is still impossible to calm down. After Jian couldn't keep up with his improvement. He lacked the pursuit of heart power. It's been a long time since the 5th floor, and there was no change in his mind when he almost fell. It seems that he has come to an end on this road. Mind power, thought power, swallowing. All things are linked to each other. Looking back on the years of mastering Jidao, his strength has improved by leaps and bounds, and he was a bit forgetful for a while. In the past, the mood could be suppressed, but now it is a little airy. Jian Wushuang turned around and looked at the ancestral temple with a little awe in his eyes. It is time to have a sense of awe, otherwise he will fall in an accident in the future. Squeak! The door of the thatched house was opened, and the sheep came out from inside, with a light red ball in his hand. She glanced at the queen Bai, who was sitting next to the stone table, and said, "Try it!" After speaking, he threw it to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang held it with one hand, and the powerful aura in it made him stunned. Because King White was not in his body, there was a picture in the first breath, just now. That is Qiu Huangqing. Jian Wushuang understood at this moment. The look in the 3 eyes of the sheep changed, and finally respectfully saw him, without saying a word. Well, let's try it first. The old man with horns waved his hand. Jian Wushuang also had a strong touch. He directly threw the ball into the air, and his whole body rose in suspension, and his breath began to rise gradually. Bump! The sphere shattered and turned into a pair of wings, with a scarlet eye above the wings, and the wings were wrapped in the candle dragon inner armor. He turned into a streamer, directly integrated with the beasts and soldiers. At this moment, he was like Shura. Without the origin, the realm of beast gods has not yet been upgraded. Today's beasts only strengthened some of the power of reconciliation, but still raised this treasure to a new level. In the past, the role of the candle dragon is comparable to the imitation of the eternal treasure, and the inner armor is comparable to the eternal treasure. The eye of the candle dragon is a bit special. If it is in the outside world, it can reach 10,000 times the divine body. It is still a good treasure, at least enough for the 3rd Order Emperor. But in the place where the ancient heritage of the 4 great secret realms gathers together, the effect of the Eye of the Beast is very small. It can only be improved within 10,000 times. It's a bit redundant for Dao Jun. This also makes its value drop a lot. Now that they are fused together, The origin of the candle dragon in the eye of the candle dragon is even thinner, and it is in urgent need of support. Only when the origin of the candle dragon is restored, the beast god realm will be promoted. By then, his combat power, I am afraid it will be close to the 4th tier peak. The divine body route is difficult for him. Hundreds of billions of sacred stones. If they're not, maybe 30,000 times the sacred body can already do it. Most 5th order emperors are at this level. The 6th order emperor will reach about 40,000. The 6th order emperor, who really took the line of the body, was at most 50,000 times. The ancestor of the heavenly demon gate, with a 12-armed heavenly demon body. 50,000 times the divine body would be enough for the 6th order. It is not easy to reach the horror level of King White if it really needs to break through 50,000 times the divine body. It requires a universe-level secret method and countless suitable treasures. The 5-element treasures forge the divine body just for the foundation. After all, practitioners are not born with special lives. An acquired special life like Jian Wushuang is not even a special life. Since his vision widened, Jian Wushuang felt that the 10,000 Tao scriptures given by Xian Yi at the beginning was a terrifying inheritance. Chapter 5382. The body is not afraid of walking crookedly, and he can turn back later. But if the way goes wrong, he will regret it for life. Call. After putting away his breath, Jian Wushuang landed on the ground again, thanking him again. Senior's technique is really clever. The external power of the beast god soldier has been restored a lot, and its power surpasses the ordinary eternal treasure. The few people exchanged greetings again, and Jian Wushuang left with King Bai. Many are suspicious. Can't let King White see the strangeness, although both of them have great kindness to him. But the Tao is different. One is the god, and the other is the true spirit. The two forces cannot be equal. The gods have been suppressed for countless years, and the Qixin temple is a demon in his eyes. And the true spirit just suppressed those ancient wild beasts according to the original idea of the gods, and it would be a disaster to let them go. This is understandable. Can't sort it out at all. Jian Wushuang was caught in the middle, but he was suspicious of the right and the left, but he really didn't care about it. Now that he is the identity of the Keeman, I am afraid that the true spirit already knows. Since the old horn man can still help him, it means that the problem is not big. In his heart, he was also afraid that the real spirit would send down his anger and would kill him. But the last time Long went back, there was no problem, which means that no one cares whether he is in that power or whether he will be threatened. Everything goes with the flow. This is actually pretty good. If you really have the identity of the inheritor as your background, it is not easy to temper yourself. Just like Hui Qing, there are noble guests everywhere. Even in the realm, there is not much awe in the temple or the Two Mountain. But I don't dare to offend unilaterally. Heavenly Court is an example. Infiltrating the forest of 10,000 hiddens, Nalan's house was destroyed. The entire land is assembled, but it is not afraid of the power of the temple in the land. But a strong man from the temple will destroy the Nalan family, and who dares to give the Nalan family a head? Isn't that looking for death? What the temple lacks is not the top combat power, but the power that controls the realm. That is to say, understanding this truth, the forces of the earth dared to jump like this. After Jian Wushuang returned to the palace with the beast god soldier, he began to prepare for the origin of the beast god. In the quiet, secret room, Jian Wushuang sat cross-legged on the jade bed. The sea of origin within the body has not completely condensed yet. A single pillar of ultimate origin stands at the center, and Jian Wushuang stands above it. The beast soldiers were suspended in front of them, and the source above them was scattered outside. Lightly touching the trace of the origin of the beast made the entire sea of origin tremble, with countless lines appearing. Although Jian Wushuang could not understand it, he could roughly understand it. After all, his spatial origin has come a long way. Everything's space. Jian Wushuang frowned. It is too difficult and troublesome to extract the origin of everything from one's origin. Afterwards, the deity from the outside world separated into a clone and began to go to the major businesses in the imperial city to purchase all kinds of treasures of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, which were extremely mixed. It took tens of billions of sacred stones, used the power of all things to sense the origin of these treasures, and then used the power of swallowing to swallow and condense. It's a pity that this process is too difficult. The treasure of tens of billions of sacred stones wastes 90% of it before reluctantly casting a trace of its origin. The origin of this thread is very close to the origin of the beast god. A blood crystal of the golden beast god appeared in his hand. These blood crystals were extremely precious, and he originally planned to keep it for himself to fuse. Now, in order to quickly improve strength, it can only be injected into the beast gods. The powerful source of gold was swallowed by a huge swallowing force. The origin of gold is originally space, plus the trace of origin condensed by the power of all things. The two add up and merge slowly. Boom! The sea of origin trembled again. Failed! Jian Wushuang frowned, but was not discouraged. His power of all things is that although the origin of the 5 elements is not easy to extract, it can be purchased. Immediately continue to buy a lot of treasures, extract and fuse. After failing for the 7th time, he succeeded in uniting with the origin of the beast god. The difficulty of this is too great. If it weren't for these who have been refining the source for King White, he would not have succeeded so easily. With a buzzing sound, the original source of the beasts became stronger, and it took a period of time to adapt. The constant buzzing sound. Jian Wushuang's heart palpitations. Too strong. The origin was successfully refined, and the trace of origin in the eye of the candle dragon finally began to penetrate the entire beast weapon. In fact, it covers the other 2 pieces. After the inner armor had its origin, it became more powerful, especially the candle dragon wings. After having its origin, it was nothing like before. The current candle dragon wings just spread their wings, can burst out a breath of ancient times. That's Chiyu. King Bai was a little surprised at the side. He didn't expect Jian Wushuang's source to be so powerful. Even a unique chi feather that was originally used when the beast god weapon was complete can be displayed. Jian Wushuang put away his wings, looked at King Bai and asked curiously, Chiyu, what is that? I haven't seen it either, but when I was in the long river of time and space, a master of the universe I once followed mentioned that the candle dragon, one of the 9 beasts, has a trick called Chiyu full force. Under the explosion, the sharp feathers can shatter the incomparably powerful lord of the universe, and the 6th order emperor is as crisp as thin paper. The White King said with excitement. Back then, he was a 5th order emperor, and he was inconspicuous following an ordinary master of the universe. The 9 masters who master the beast weapons, each of them are extraordinary, and they are all in time and space. The Lord of the universe, who is weak, has to bow his head when he meets. King White has never seen it before, just heard of it. Now I have seen it with my own eyes. Although it has not reached the level of description, in his opinion, it is already very remarkable. If Jian Wushuang can really gather the complete beast genius candle dragon, in the future, I am afraid that the entire time and space will be gone. Opponent, he had heard that the long river of time and space where the Qixin temple is now, even the Lord of the universe, is rare, or even not at all. This kind of weak time and space, he can go out vertically and horizontally. Jian Wushuang opened his wings again, his body spun and burst out instantly. A trace of white air exploded around him, and, as expected, countless feathers burst out, the roots of which were extremely sharp, enough to strangle the 3rd order emperor. It's really strong enough. Now that he has just got through the source, he will need his own power of all things in the future. As for the blood crystal of the beast god, it was too wasteful to merge into it. These blood crystals can be of great use when he joins the path or becomes an emperor. Unconsciously, these 2 months passed. The clone in the palace has been taking care of the private army. Luo Hui did not dare to be sloppy in the battle. This time he attacked Emo Luo, but he was for that one, the candle dragon arm on Emo Luo's great prince. The opponent's fourth order peak combat power, coupled with the prominent status, I am afraid that even the fifth order emperor will have it around him. It was very difficult to be beheaded, and he had to prepare well. Chapter 5383 Luohu Battle Formation, with his mastery of space, can burst out of the fourth order peak. Even comparable to the fifth order emperor's combat power, this is a big reliance. His Majesty, your Majesty has an order. All those who are on the expedition, come to the palace as soon as possible. Some sharp voices sounded, and then they left directly. Jian Wushuang removed the clone, and the deity walked directly out of the house. The leader of the guard stood by. These people are absolutely loyal to Xia Meng Guanyu, but they don't want to go to the battlefield. Get your car and go to the palace. Yes. For a time, the entire imperial city was precarious. Emo Luo suddenly attacked the fourth city. General Gatong was seriously injured and retreated, and the fourth city was declared destroyed. The second city guard, patrolling out of the city, killed 30,000 people, and none of them survived. Just 3 days, 100,000 troops fell across the border. The fourth new city was broken, and General Gatong, one of the 3 great generals in the empire, was seriously injured and needed to return to the imperial city for training. There is no general available ahead. The strength of the partial general is not weak, but he lacks a lot in the ability to command and conquer. When they came to the palace of the Qing dynasty, the big men finally didn't procrastinate, and they actually came faster than they came. In the main hall, the Emperor Xia Meng Meteorite sits in town. The first place is Xia Meng's Fall, the first god of war in Daxia. Tier 5 limit, comparable to Tier 6 combat power. Since the people are all here, follow me to the North City military camp, and leave the camp immediately. The voice echoed majestic. Everyone got up respectfully, and the battle armor was also draped on their bodies at this moment. Yes. Rumble. The sky was dark clouds. This time, there are tens of thousands of fighters on the expedition, each of the fourth order emperors. The big family of the imperial city alone dispatched 3,000 fourth order emperors to form an army of 3,000 battalions. The other 5,000 are the direct lineages of the power of the Daxia clan king. The remaining 2,000 were Daxia's real elite, led by Xia Meng's Fall. You have to rely on these people to fight. The so-called 5 army camps of the feudal lords formed 3,000 battalions with those big families. They were all mobs, and they would die if they went to the battlefield. Out of the imperial city, standing in the air, the barracks outside are full of mountains and plains, and you can see endlessly. Xia Meng Meteorite waved his hand, and a huge city fell from the sky, long and wide for hundreds of thousands of miles, with no end in sight. The power contained in the upper part is even more shocking to countless people. This is the top eternal treasure, Zhenyanqing. Many fifth-order emperors recognize this big city. Xiamen Meteor looked at the army at the barracks below and said with a majestic voice, Emo Luo has repeatedly violated the border. Today I announce that I will go out to fight Emo Luo. As soon as the voice fell, the heavens and the earth condensed and merged into the entire town of Yunqing. Commander, Xia Meng Meteorite, take the seal. After Xia Meng Meteorite said, he handed the seal of Zhenyanqing to Xia Meng Meteorite. He is the lord of a country, and there is no need to go out in person. 2 brothers, one is responsible for the battle, the other is responsible for the stability of the world. Each perform its own duties. On the surface, one up and down, but privately, it is commensurate with the same generation. Sure to live up to your Majesty's expectations. Xia Meng Meteor Battle took the lead in responding. Regardless of the generals above or the army below, they all shouted together, and their voices trembled the world. The aura of one mind had already appeared, and Xiameng meteorite nodded. Under the encouragement of the two, in turn, the atmosphere was really condensed. Then came the army into the city. 8 city gates opened, and hundreds of millions of troops were brought in. In fact, it is faster to fly directly in, but the rules are the rules, and flying into the city rashly has a bad meaning. The army entered the city in an orderly manner, and Xiameng meteorite quietly exited. There was a trace of warfare in Xiameng's eyes, and he waved his hand and led everyone into Jinyun City. This super city is tailor-made for the battle. Except for the glorious hall in the center, the other 4 sides are flat, and the military camp has now been stationed. Xiameng's meteorite war is divided personally. This time, the commander-in-chief of the entire army was Xiameng. Everyone obeyed. Disobeying the military order was a great crime for destroying the 9 clans, and no one dared to offend. Even a few princes did not dare. The former arrogant second prince, now standing behind Xiameng Yizhan, is also extremely restrained. Even the emperor dare not shout, like everyone else, collectively called the commander. The crown prince Xiameng is the supervising army this time, and his position is the same as Xiameng's fall, but his rights are different. Commander, supervising army. In addition to these 2, there are 2 generals left and right, 2 of the 3 big commanders in Daxia, who are in charge of the 2,000 battalion lineage army. For the rest, there is no distinction between front and back. The 5th Order Emperor, a total of 60 people. 60 generals were sealed, and in addition to their private armies, there were some families that did not have 5th Order Emperors commanded, and they were also assigned to those 5th Order Emperors. Jian Wushuang was grouped together because of his relationship with the Xianyuan family. Xianyuan Dapan's strength is extraordinary. His subordinates are 5 4th Order Emperors, and then some of his subordinates are divided into 10 4th Order Emperors and millions of 3rd Order Emperors. Although the face is so divided, but the 5th Army Camp and the 3,000 Camp faintly have their own hilltops. For example, the 3,000 camp in the capital where Xianyuan Dapan was located had already regarded Xianyuan Dapan as a general. Xiameng's meteorite were naturally saw clearly. Ukanshu, Kam Sankining is in charge of the East City, and it is enough to guard 1 wall. The 5 army camps collected from the world are far apart. The mountain is up, but they don't have the strength and background of Xianyuan Dapan. They can only take charge of the 2 southwestern city walls. The remaining northern city wall was guarded by the left and right armies. The detention center does not need many strong men. 2 5th Order Emperors can watch it with 1 person. The main problem is going out of the city to fight. Now Beiqing has been set up as the first exit. Just tell them that there are no people on the north wall, so you can live from here. They also knew that this time they came to weaken the power of families everywhere, and they came to be beaten. However, they really want to win. If they win the battle, they will be the first to divide the chassis. Okay, that's it for now. Everyone is in place now. Let's start. Everyone took their orders in unison and withdrew one after another. Jian Wushuang followed Xianyuan Dapan to leave the hall and came to the military camp he was assigned to. Here, millions of monks gathered. Order to go down. All emperors come to my camp to discuss matters. Xianyuan Dapan's expression was cold and severe. When he turned his head to look at Jian Wushuang, he leaked a smile. Yuer, this battle is a great opportunity for you to make great achievements. If you collect this token, you will get the achievements without killing an enemy. Jian Wushuang took the token and said respectfully, Grandpa, I'll go back first. There are still a few days before I reach the border. I have to prepare well. Go. Xianyuan Dapan waved his hand with a smile in his eyes. Although this grandson's surname is Xiameng, his personality is very similar to him. In addition to protecting the family power this time, he also had to help this grandson gain some military exploits. Chapter 53-84. He had heard that when he was in the ancestral temple, the ancestor Xiameng had summoned Xiameng Guanyu. It was originally a battle between the prince and the second prince, but now the 9 princes have also emerged. It also has a lot of advantages. Daxia's throne, if you want to get it, at least you have to be strong. At least you must have the strength of a 5th order emperor, and then your own power. If you can win over Daxia's power ministers, you will be half the battle. The rest still needs the decision of Daxia ancestor. They didn't know that Daxia's ancestors had already changed. Now it is the sheep with 3 eyes in disguise. Jian Wushuang really wants to be interesting to the throne. As long as he breaks through the emperor, he will be able to ascend the throne. Why do you need to be the crown prince for hundreds of millions of years? Zhen Yanqing from the outside world is not very big, and the speed is extremely fast. It only takes a few days to get from the imperial city to the northern border. When Xia Meng Mediozan took the army into action, Mo Luo was not unmoved. The army that had been prepared a long time ago has already begun to be revealed. Great Xia Border, Mudslide Swamp, Miasma Charming Eyes. The day before Zhen Yanqing arrived here, the army of the Maluo nation swept in again. One by one, the towering gods and demons stepped on the swamp and rushed into the battlefield. The 3rd city on Daxia's side was also precarious, and the several 5th order emperors who sat in the city couldn't defend it at all. Now I can only abandon the city and bring people out to kill, but the overwhelming gods and demons from the outside world made them tremble. You can't kill it. Each of these gods and demons is a 3rd order emperor's combat power, and they're formed by hundreds of thousands of Dao monarchs. There are countless towering gods and demons. One can imagine how many powerful men have been dispatched by the Mo Luo kingdom this time. Quickly, trap them to death, and the rest enter the city. Let me kill all of them. The emperor of the Maluo kingdom arrogantly shattered the body of a great Xia emperor with a single claw, and put it directly into the mouth. Chu, the city lord of the 3rd city, the 5th order emperor of the Daxia nobility, Rui Xiang, was desperate. All his men have fallen, and now he is alone. You trivialities, let me die. The 5th order emperor of the Rui Xiang clan turned into a round of sun, dazzling and rushing into the army of gods and demons desperately. Everything you go is destroyed. In the end, the sun began to dim gradually, until it finally went out completely. The 3rd city is broken. The army of the Mo Luo kingdom swept the battlefield at will, completely shattering the foundation of the formation in the city, and began to retreat in an orderly manner. Mo Luo kingdom, the largest city on the frontier. In the great hall of the Chinese army, a bonfire is rising. Great Elder, the 3rd city is broken. A 5th order emperor whispered. The thin old man sitting in the highest position tremblingly picked up a cup of tea, took a sip, and said with a hoarse voice, "Let the forward take the people to the Shura plain, covered by the Chinese army, and the tribal leaders in the rear will take over from this evening." 1st city. Yes. There are dozens of 5th order emperors sitting in the hall, and no one makes a sound. They obeyed the words of the great elder of the Maluo kingdom and never dared to defy. The reason why the Maluo kingdom is so strong today is because of the great elder, Prison Endi. According to legend, once he was just a slave and was given the surname Prisoner by the master's family. His master is the current Mo Luo royal family, but the strongest among the royal family are the 5th order emperors. Prison Endi is the 6th rank of the pinnacle. He once severely damaged the existence of the Dog King in the chaotic realm, and his strength is monstrous, but he was willing to assist the Luo family of the Maluo royal family. In the main hall, in addition to these 5th order emperors, there is also a 4th order peak emperor. The demon flames on his body are overwhelming, and the aura is powerful. It is the absolute heir of Mo Luo, the eldest prince Rosa, also the person who holds the arm of the candle dragon. The rest of the people did not speak, and there was some anger in his eyes. Great Elder, my demon country army is now like a rainbow, withdrawing so far and letting those tribal powerhouses on top. Wouldn't it be the imposing force of my demon country? The others shook their heads secretly. The elder drooped his eyelids, looked at Rosa, and slowly said, "His Royal Highness, the battle formation is not in momentum, and the luck is also by the side, just like the strongest luck on your Highness. The old man can also be overthrown." Huh. Rasha is not stupid, just dissatisfied. With a cold snort, he retired and left the hall. How can he not know what the great elder is doing? Isn't it just to retain strength and lure the enemy to go deeper? Xia's people are not fools. They really thought they would rush in and kill him. The most important thing is that this great elder is too arbitrary. In the entire Maluo kingdom, no one except the grandmother dared to refute his orders. He would rather not have his current status, but also want the Luo kingdom that the Luo family has completely mastered. But can he reverse it? Turning his head and glanced at the main hall, he finally left with hatred and headed to the Azura plain with his own talents. After the prince left, the elder in the hall was a bit lonely. The other fifth-order emperors did not dare to speak much. They know the character of this great elder. This token is handed over to the leader of the Tianchi tribe, and the jade slip will be opened in 3 days. Follow the instructions on the jade slip at that time. The great elder sighed, his voice with a little majesty. The fifth-order emperor next to him quickly took the token, and his figure gradually receded. The movement on Luo's side was very small, as if it had been prepared long ago. The elite army quietly retreated. Only some wild tribes and slaves were left. But these people are too many, hundreds of millions. The Maluo kingdom expanded its power, plundered countless slaves, and the rebelling tribes were strangled and then split into slaves. There is only a small part of what you really see as a human being. On the second day after the army of the Maluo nation retreated, Zhen Yanqing arrived. The miasma on the mudslide swamp turned blood red. Countless strong people are moved. The reduction of the feudal clan may be only part of the reason, but the bigger reason is the ambition of the Luo kingdom. Zhen Yanqing began to expand, turning into 100 billion li in size, like a war behemoth. The mist around the eruption of the power shock dissipated, leaking the bones in the mud. Shocking! Ooh! The trumpet sounded and the North City gate opened wide. Now the 4 major cities on the border have been broken into 2 cities. There are very few remnants of these 2 cities. Farewell to the handsome. General Gu Tong's complexion was pale, and now his strength had dropped to the lowest level. There were several fifth-order emperors beside him, as well as more than 1,000 people behind him. Xia Mang Mateo Zhan personally boarded the North Tower, glanced around, his eyes twinkling. "Make you suffer." His voice trembled a little. He had been leading soldiers in battle since he was a child, and he loved soldiers like son. When I saw this tragic situation, I felt more heartbroken than anyone else. "Settle down well." Xia Mang Yizhan waved his hand and motioned everyone to go down. Xian Yuan de Pan and other generals stood by without saying a word. After Gu Tong retired, Xia Mang Meteor looked at a shadow powerhouse and furiously said, "What are you doing to eat?" The march of the Maluo nation did not even hear any wind. "Marshal, even the emperor of Luo didn't know when Luo sent troops. It was the great elder who personally dispatched it." The shadow powerhouse was a little unwilling, and he was also helpless. Chapter 5385. As the top scout of the emperor, if the news is not accurate, he is a serious crime. But the other party is a sixth-order emperor. Xia Mang had a ruthless look in his battle eyes and continued to ask, "Tell me, how is the situation now?" "Report to the marshal that this time the army of the Maluo nation attacked the 3rd city, also suffered a great loss. After knowing that our army was pulled out, we retreated to the Shura plain. Nowadays, there are some strong tribes on the front line, not to mention." Shadow the Strong report truthfully. Xia Mang suddenly moved in his heart and paused for a while. The elite retreated back to the plains of Shura, leaving only some strong tribes to resist. Is this to lure the enemy deeper? But this method is too low level. late at night, upstairs in the North City, is like daylight. When the first day arrives, first analyze the situation and build a teleportation formation with the second and largest city for emergencies. It was not until the 7th day that there was movement in the city. On this day, Jian Wushuang was leading a patrol in the East City. Usually he is surrounded by the guards of the emperors, and all the recruits are in the barracks. After shaking around randomly, Jian Wushuang was just about to go down the city wall, when he found that the sky in the distance was gradually hung with a touch of color, and then countless meteors slammed down, turning into countless streamers and huge pits. Enemy attack! The horn blows the next moment. Jian Wushuang was very calm. That direction was the northern city wall, not far away. Any movement would definitely be discovered by Xiaomeng meteor. Don't look at no one out of the city yet. But all the surroundings are probably under the control of Xiaomeng meteor battle. Otherwise, his commander-in-chief would also stop doing it. Go back to the Central Army Hall. Jian Wushuang immediately led people down the city wall. When I first arrived at the Great Hall of the Chinese Army, many people had already gathered here. Several generals in the hall were talking about leaving the city with their throats. Marshal, there are not many troops that Emo Luo stays here. Now is a great opportunity. Can't the change just outside the city be explained? This is obviously the other party strategy. If you rush out of the city, you will definitely be ambushed. Xianyuan de Pan and other honoraries didn't have any opinion on this. It's best if you don't leave the city, so there's nothing to say. Just stay neutral and watch the theater. Xiaomeng, who was sitting in the main seat, grasped the token in his hand, thoughtfully. He just received information. The movement outside was related to the leader of the Apocalypse tribe. Things were not that simple. The quarrel above was fierce, but Jian Wushuang could see it clearly. Although the strength is not very good, but it is thorough. Emo Luo is internally related to Kmen, and the rapid development over the years is not entirely due to the great elders, and Kuimin's support is among them. Now the Xia ancestors have been replaced. Although there is no internal cleaning and replacement, if the high levels of both sides are related to Kmen, this battle may end in depression. Fortunately, the old man with horns disguised himself as a man from the Kmen and sneaked into Daxia. He once mentioned that the reason to follow the army this time is for the arm of the Candle Dragon. Daxia definitely supports the war. The Maluo kingdom came directly into a ruthless one, pulling out 2 big cities in a row. The current trend cannot only be resolved by eating the tribal army. If Emo Luo felt that Daxia would retreat after eating the army of the frontline tribes, then it would be simple. The above discussed for a long time, and finally chose to go out of town today. Go and check the movement outside the city. The first scout was the elite of Daxia's direct line. There are tens of thousands of people, and there are 100 emperors, led by a 4th order emperor. Of course, these people are not enough. The direct line is impulsive, and the rest will have to take action from the 3,000 Battalion and the 5th Battalion. 5 army camps drew 400,000 troops. Xianyuan de Pan, as the strongest of the 3,000 camps, said in a low voice, "The 3,000 camps can give out 200,000. 3 4th order emperors, plus an army of 600,000. There are hundreds of emperors. This time, who would personally lead the troops?" Xiaomeng glanced down. Without the command of a 5th order emperor, these people are just a mess, not as good as those tribes. The final general is willing to take his command and go to investigate and become an abnormal move. The general who was speaking was the restored General Gatong. The others were a little moved, and only one time out of the city to investigate, they dispatched one of the 3 great generals of the empire. Is it a bit overkill? Xiaomeng Meteor had no time to dissuade him, so he nodded and agreed. Then everyone retreated. Jian Wushuang followed Xianyuan de Pan back to the East City barracks. "Grandpa, this time I'm willing to take someone out of the city." Jian Wushuang immediately bowed to beg. Xianyuan de Pan was a little surprised. He persuaded him a bit and saw that Xiaomeng Guanyu had made up his mind, but he was not blocking it. Admiral Xing Daorong obeyed his orders. This time he went out of the city to investigate the changes. Soon the army was assembled and left the town of Yunqing from the North City. The first 10,000 scouts had gone out, and now the 600,000 army lined up, slowly marching closer to the place where the abnormality occurred. General Gutong personally command. Xiameng Guanyu has a special status and follows Gutong in the army. His private army of 10,000 people is inconspicuous if they form a battle formation. Besides Gutong, he is the second strongest in this trip. Report. General has found out that there is a gray-white stone ball the size of hundreds of feet in those deep pits. Gutong's expression did not change, and he casually said, "Look again." The army slowly approached. 1 billion miles away from the change, a group of strong men from the Tianqi tribe hides in the void. There are countless strange beasts lurking in the swamp. 3 chiefs. Will these alien beasts really rush over? The powerhouse in the void asked with some uncertainty. The 3 chiefs were quite sure and said with a gloomy smile, Thanks. Don't underestimate those magic stones. It is the favorite thing of these void crawlers." Jia. In the swamp, the triangular-shaped void crawler made an anxious sound, which was extremely terrifying. These reptiles do not have any breath and can only be found by the naked eye. At a glance, there is no bounds, each of which is a Taoist level, and there are some emperor-level crawlers among them. Someone has started the magic stone. The strong man of the apocalypse tribe hiding in the void shouted in surprise, "Look, void crack!" Tyr. Those void reptiles hidden in the mud can tear the space by shaking their bodies, and their bodies are even more full of void air. In fact, that is the breath of the origin of the void. On the other side, the army surrounded hundreds of deep pits and began to send people to inspect them. Jian Wushuang also stood on the edge of the pit, looking at the stones in the pit, and asked curiously, "Old Bai Gui, do you know these things?" "I don't know. I have never seen it." King Bai shook his head. He has lived from ancient times to the present, and he has seen all kinds of scenes, but he really doesn't know this kind of stone. Without even knowing King Bai, Jian Wushuang had a bad feeling in his heart. The inheritance of the land is most like the ancient times, especially those tribes. Each has a long inheritance. Chapter 50, 386. Click. A third-order emperor explored the deep pit, touched the round stone, but the next moment it began to crack. Everyone's eyes tightened slightly. The next moment the ball split, and it turned out to be hollow. The inside is colorless and tasteless. After seeing that there was nothing wrong, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Gutong has not said a word so far without any performance. The spheres in the other deep pits also split one after another. Hundreds of spheres split. Only 18 spheres contained an ancient scepter. The rest were hollow like the first one. "This is the formation. Throw it away." Jian Wushuang roared, but it was over. The scepter burst out streams of light, instantly covering the surrounding area of billions of miles. For help. Gutong was the first to crush the token and looked back at Zhenyanqing. At this time, the huge city behind him was long gone. That's it. Many emperors and powerful people have come to understand and are in the game. The space is blocked. Even if the news can spread, I am afraid that the strong in Zhenyanqing will not be able to find them. Tick. Jian Wushuang is okay, calm enough. Kneeling down, looking at the turbid water in a puddle under my feet, it was still calm just now, but now it has begun to ripple. This made him quickly get up and look forward. Although his mind power could not detect any changes, his physical body was extremely powerful, and his visual observation was much stronger than that of the emperor. At a glance, he saw scenes hundreds of thousands of miles away. Countless creeping reptiles are rushing madly towards this side. Arrangement. Jian Wushuang saw that the situation was not good, so he drew back and retreated behind everyone. The enlisted emperor had already conditioned his reflection on the word Fanzhen, and immediately gathered around Jian Wushuang and Luo. A huge battle formation gathered together. What? A simple voice came from the mouth of a towering and demon. Luahu. Xia Mangguanyu's frying hair caused a commotion. If others dared to do this, they would have crossed out and chopped it a long time ago. But Xia Mangguanyu is the prince, and the place is now blocked. If Xia Mangguanyu falls, Gu Tong will not escape the old. The next moment, Gu Tong was stunned, mud surging in the swamp in the distance, and something had arrived in front of him, ready to meet the enemy. Now they can't manage that much. Regardless of whether Zhen Yanqing has received the news or not, they will have to stand up to the previous level before talking. 600,000 troops lined up, and many large formations began to gather. Ancient desolate beasts, modern gods and demons, and powerful emperors rose up one after another. Soon the 600,000 army gathered into hundreds of ancient powerhouses. Each is the fighting power of the Fourth Order Emperor. General Gatong stood in front of him, and he recovered his strength. Now he is the top Fifth Order Emperor and the strongest person on the scene. Kill! The killing sound filled the sky, and the void reptiles surging in the mud also broke through the ground, waving their claws and rushing towards them. Jian Wushuang turned into Luahu battle formation at the very end. Now is not the time for him to do it. Let the emperor in front block him first. If it is consumed too much, it won't be very good if it is not easy to escape at that time. The two sides fought against each other. Hundreds of gods and demons or wild beasts condensed in a large array, easily tearing the fear of ugliness to pieces. And after seeing the scene, Jian Wushuang's eyes leaked a trace of fear. This was the same as in Qiu Huangqing, resisting millions of devouring demon lords. But these reptiles were stronger and more violent than those devouring demon lords. If there are several Fifth Order Emperors, he will not be afraid. But the more average these reptiles are, the more terrifying their numbers are. And many of them are at the Emperor level, and everyone can slaughter wantonly, but they are also consumed with divine power. When they are almost consumed, those tribal powerhouses will rush over again. Jian Wushuang took a sharp breath, his eyes deep. War. If you don't help at this time, it will be difficult for him to protect himself when these people are finished. Originally, I came this time for the beasts and gods, but I didn't expect to come for a few days without seeing anything. The first time I went out of the city, I encountered such a tricky ambush. Hope that Zhen Yanqing can come up with countermeasures. Otherwise, you have to explain it here. Luo Hu's battle formation is very suitable for Xia Mangguanyu's demons' unique skills. It takes a step of 1,000,000 miles, and the towering figure is huge, and it is a deep pit to hit the mud with a fist. Call. What? Every time I shot, it was like hitting the mud, weak and weak. This is simply overkill, and it's a bit of a sledgehammer. It's not going to work like this. It's better to let those Dao monarchs separate. Jian Wushuang soon discovered that something was wrong. Gatong, the 3 major generals of the empire, had discovered it a long time ago. But if he breaks the formation now, he will lose a lot. If the formation has just collapsed, the enemy will appear. Jian Wushuang felt weaker and weaker in Yuzhan, and immediately dissipated the formation. You take people to the edge. I will stay here alone. Xia Mangguanyu turned his head and said to several emperors. The guard leader was a little worried. After seeing Jian Wushuang's decisive color, he turned his head and led people to the edge. Jian Wushuang had forgotten his identity for a while. He seemed to be just a Taoist monarch. The next moment, the incarnation of the demon descended, the 8-armed demon body. The enhanced beast god domain suddenly rose, and the divine body instantly soared to 20,000 times. The 8 arms exudes a dazzling light, which crosses the battlefield. Gu Tong glanced at Xia Mangguanyu's side, knowing that if he didn't withdraw the big formation, it would consume too much, and they would really be finished. Everyone weakened the formation. The emperor shot alone, and the Taoist gathered a large formation to stand by in the rear. Gu Tong was also a decisive generation and passed the order directly. The endless reptiles of the void are like the ocean. Jian Wushuang waved his 8 arms and shattered countless reptiles. When the reptiles shattered, they looked colorless and tasteless, but there was a trace of void power invading this space. The void that the Emperor had to spend a lot of effort to break can now be destroyed at will. This is... Jian Wushuang was dumbfounded and took a breath. The White King inside his body even exclaimed, "They are destroying the void!" Destroying the void, this is to drag them to death together. This trick is ruthless. No wonder they are just these people. The Apocalypse tribe can easily defeat them by sending out a few casually. But why hasn't the Apocalypse tribe been seen? Obviously, to watch them fend for themselves. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang couldn't help turning his head to look at the barrier behind him. Sure enough, countless troops will come in person in the next moment. It was Xianyuan de Pan who personally came with an army, the number of which exceeded 10 million. This barrier is one way it is easy for the outside world to crack, but it is very difficult to get out. "Grandpa, we were fooled!" Xia Mang Guanyu shouted, and then rushed over. Xianyuan de Pan also discovered the changes in the void. After so many powerful men entered this space, many voids had begun to burst and leaked out the dark cracks, and the space inside was countercurrent and dangerous. Chapter 5387. If you are lucky, you may be able to come out from other places. If you are lucky, you will be cut off directly when you encounter a space crack. And there is a strong swallowing power in it, obviously with the power of a cosmic black hole. Terrible. Terror. Leave here first. Xianyuan de Pan's expression changed. Many Dao monarchs have already been swallowed into the void, and everyone will have to sink in if they don't leave. Gu Tong turned his head and flew over. After seeing Xianyuan de Pan, he said anxiously, "Brother Xianyuan, there must be someone to stabilize the space here. If we are delayed, there will be people in Jinyun City." "Okay, then there will be General Laogu. I will lead people to kill to the source so you can guard the space here." Xianyuan de Pan finished speaking, and the divine power wrapped Xiameng Guanyu and brought tens of thousands of troops against the current. The eyes of Gu Tong, who remained in the same place, changed without saying much, and the space was instantly calmed by a decisive battle. The void reptile is very weak and can't stop the army at all. Xianyuan de Pan also ordered to go down, not to kill these reptiles. The army obscured the sky and went retrograde all the way. The Apocalypse clan powerhouse far away at the source of the void also found a huge aura approaching, and his eyes flickered. "Let's go." They have seen it through. And as the great elder ordered, "Stick to the border." The 3 chiefs turned to leave after speaking. Many people are unwilling in their hearts. Why are they left behind? Even with this backhand, thousands of troops will attack. They can still defend, but behind. Town Yinqing. Inside the Chinese army hall, Xia Meng's brows became a knot. It's been an hour since Xianyuan de Pan took the people, and there was no movement at all. What should I do? No matter how strong the Apocalypse tribe is, it is impossible to swallow tens of millions of troops directly. There must be some conspiracy in this. Ordered to go down, the 5 army camps dispatched, bypassing the barrier and heading straight to Mo Luo's lair. Zhuo Junzhong Liang followed the order and led Zhuo Jun into the barrier again. 2-pronged approach. One is not willing to give up the people in the enchantment, and the other is to go to the lair of the border of Maluo to explore their reality. As one of the 3 generals, General Zhongliang on the left has some changes. He felt that this time the expedition was not right. The argument given by the Empire was to cut the vassal, but after the battlefield, the ambition of the Maluo kingdom would have to fight even if it did not cut the vassal. Now the main force of the Mora kingdom retreats to the Azura plain, almost retreating to the base camp. Only the tribal powerhouses of the Apocalypse tribe were left, and they were confused. If you continue to care less, let alone win this time, it would be good if the entire army is wiped out. The commander also has a big problem. At this time, the risk of sending troops hastily was already huge. But on the battlefield, only one person can listen. Even if he raises an objection, Nothing can be reversed at this critical moment. The army was mobilized again, and the army in Zhenyanqing was less than half of them next time. More than half of the Fifth Order emperors were transferred. Xiameng took out a piece of jade slip, looked at the ancient writing above, puzzled, but could only do it according to the above. The old nest on the border of Malyou. After the great elder retreated, the strongest person here was the great leader of the Apocalypse tribe, the Fifth Order Peak of Strength, and 10 Fifth Order emperors under his staff. Elite combat power is no more than 10 million. This kind of person, if head-to-head, wouldn't necessarily be able to stop the 3,000 camps in the Xianyuan Dapan belt. Big Chief Xianyuan Dapan has already rushed out of the quagmire with tens of thousands of troops, and the 5th Army camp in Zhenyanqing will not arrive soon. The interrogating scout respectfully delivered the inquiring news. Chief Apocalypse sat firmly on the high platform, his eyes stern. In fact, there was the great elder instructing behind all this, but now he has not seen what the great elder wants to reach. Continually attracting Daxia's main force into the mire. Now they're halfway in, and they are all in front of them immediately, but nothing happens. If this goes on, they really have to work hard. Both sides are very passive now. I don't know what to do next. Xianyuan Dapan had already reached the source of the void. It was a black hole the size of thousands of battles, and the endless devouring power was breathtaking. Jian Wushuang was even more drooling. Black hole? Devour. If this black hole is moved to the Sea of Origin, he will be able to raise the origin of space to the realm of Mahayana if he is not in harmony with the Tao. The origin of space is divided into several levels. The first is to condense the space. This Jian Wushuang has done it long ago. The formation of space is regarded as the realm of stars. Afterwards, the space condensed countless stars, regarded as the Hinayana, and reached the realm of lunar. Now, Jian Wushuang is the realm of Taiying. The sun and the moon appear, and the space is stable. The next level is the Mahayana realm. Black hole. He has the power to swallow and knows a lot about black holes. But if he wants to step into this realm, he needs to spend a lot of energy. After the black hole state, it is the virtual universe. That is cosmic space. Once the virtual universe condenses, it is considered the pinnacle of space. That is the ultimate realm. The stars, the moon, the black hole, the universe. For realms. Generally, after breaking through the Emperor, you can master the origin of space and reach the realm of stars. In the outside world, you need a second-order emperor, and needs a third-order emperor on the earth. As for the Taiying, it was controlled by the fourth-order emperor. There are many fifth-order emperors in the realm that can be controlled. Black holes can only be controlled by fifth-order and sixth-order emperors. As for the universe, it needs the highest emperor of the sixth rank to control it. Jian Wushuang is just a Taoist, can reach the Taiying realm, and many fifth-order emperors of the realm have reached this level. Even some fourth-order peak emperors from the outside world are at this level. If he swallows that black hole again and directly achieves the realm of black holes, he will step into the realm of Mahayana in one step. In the future, the harmony will be more smooth. The innumerable fragments in the Sea of Origin are like stars, two huge fragments condensing the lunar shadow, and now there is a black hole. If it grows on its own, these fragments will eventually condense and digest, forming a black hole. But that is too slow. Jian Wushuang leaked a smile, but he didn't expect this time to be straight, and there would be such a great opportunity. Turning his head to look at Xianyuan Dapan, he bowed and asked for orders. "Grandpa, this is the source of the void. Those reptiles ran out from here, and I would like to guard it here." Xianyuan Dapan glanced at the black hole and nodded. Although he is the fifth-order pinnacle, he has not yet mastered the black hole realm, and he doesn't know much about it. Xia Mangguanyu is willing to guard here. In his opinion, it is because of the front. The strength is immeasurable. Going forward, I am afraid that there are many dangers, so it is better to stay here. Okay, Yue, pick some people and sit here. Jian Wushuang lowered his eyebrows and glanced, selecting an addition to dozens of third-order emperors and some fourth-order emperors he brought with him, as well as the tens of thousands of people who gathered Luhis battle formation. These people were relieved after being selected, and further ahead is the old nest of Maluo Nation on the border, which is 100 times more dangerous than this place. Chapter 5388. It is a great thing for them to stay here. Looking at the army's back, Jian Wushuang leaked a smile and turned to look at the people who followed him here. Ever since he swallowed that time source, the evil aura in his source faded away, and he was completely suppressed by him. Looking at these lambs now, the evil breath gradually rises. The emperor, who was seeing a little hairy, leaked a surprised look and looked at Xia Meng Guanyu to please. His Royal Highness, why don't you rest here for a while? I'll just wait for the guard. No, it's you who should rest. Wow. Xia Meng Guanyu's appearance began to change and instantly regained its original appearance, and the powerful thought power swept thousands of miles around him. Hey, I haven't used this trick for a long time. Jian Wushuang grinned and said, one thought. Heaven and earth rise. Breath, reincarnation. The space within tens of thousands of miles was swallowed and collapsed instantly, and these tens of thousands of miles were his world. A dazzling sun rises in the east, and a lunar star in the west gradually rises with the force of extreme cold. And Jian Wushuang himself was like a black hole. He is not Xia Meng Guanyu. The first riots were those Tier 4 monarchs recruited by Jian Wushuang. They were most afraid of death, and they had never willingly turned to Jian Wushuang, just for the sake of the gods. It's a pity that Lu Hu fought in battle. After practicing for so long, he didn't use it once. Now he must kill the chicken to get his eggs. Swallowing these people, in fact, can improve much. Mainly these people are too in the way. What he wants to swallow is the black hole. The White King hiding in Jian Wushuang's body also saw his heartbeat speeding up. These people are the first-class materials for blood sacrifices. No matter who you are, you dare to come up with Prince Daxia, and you dare to wait for me to take a shot. Everyone will take him first. There are dozens of emperors present, including several fourth-order emperors. If it were before, Jian Wushuang would really not be able to win so many people. But now, mind force condenses the universe and swallows condensed black holes. The power of all things is the power of the universe. Little emperor, even daring to defy the universe's original intention, is simply looking for death. Universe! Jian Wushuang yelled violently, and the void within tens of thousands of miles burst and collapsed instantly. These fourth-order emperors couldn't resist. After all, their strength was generally only the fourth-order ordinary level. Yin Yan Universe is Jian Wushuang's largest chassis, and dealing with these half-dangling emperors is really not difficult. As the universe formed, these oppressive emperors were unable to move, and those Taoists and some weak emperors fell directly. Even those fourth-order emperors can resist. Jian Wushuang turned into an 8-armed heavenly demon, grabbing a Tier 4 monarch with one hand and directly crushing the opponent's head. The evil aura rose up and began to eat away at the origin of these people. King Bai was already used to watching the scene, but when he saw Jian Wushuang's skillful techniques, he couldn't help but feel cold, especially seeing Jian Wushuang swallowed by himself. He didn't even plan to make a blood sacrifice at all. I wanted to remind that after seeing Jian Wushuang's scarlet eyes, he swallowed it back. Only 3 breaths swallowed everyone present. The evil atmosphere surrounds, like thunder flashing around. The force of the divine power was thrown out, and there was an explosion that crushed the sky, and the battlefield was cleaned up. The sky is even more condensed, except for the drizzle. In the past, there would still be some scattered origins of the emperor, but now, let alone the fragments of the origin, he didn't even have the emperor's remnant thoughts. It was all swallowed by him. Call! After taking a breath, the universe stopped abruptly. These people can only be regarded as a cup of tea before meals. The real feast is the black hole. Looking at the huge black hole, the swallowing force in it is many times stronger than him. If he only had the power to swallow it, I'm afraid he didn't swallow the opponent and instead swallowed it himself. For a while, Jian Wushuang didn't know how to make a move. Crackling, the swallowing power inside contained endless destruction. That power surpassed the Fifth Order Emperor, and it was simply not something Jian Wushuang could contend. Mind power. Jian Wushuang's heart moved, and the huge thought power entered the black hole with the swallowing power, and was destroyed by the destructive power just after it entered. The power of thought was gathered again, and the power of swallowing was wrapped above it, just like the power in the black hole, in an attempt to pass the blunder. This time it did enter a deeper level, and even Jian Wushuang felt that he had entered another universe. But before he could continue to explore, the thought was destroyed again. The power of thought and the power of swallowing are not good. Jian Wushuang only has the power of all things left. It encompasses everything, just like everything swallowed by a black hole. The meat buns hit the dogs and never returned. Jian Wushuang was completely caught in a dilemma. This black hole is like a table of beautiful and delicious food, but he can't get it. King White had been staring at the black hole, and he had no clue about it. But he saw that the black hole became more familiar as he looked at it and finally exclaimed, "This is..." For a moment, he thought of the abyss where the gods inhabit, which is very similar to this black hole. Although there is no power to swallow in that abyss, when he is above, he feels that the power in it does not belong to this world. At that time, he didn't dare to ask more. If there wasn't that abyss, he would have dried up and died. Jian Wushuang said unexpectedly, "Why, you also know about black holes." Although King White is taking the line of the divine body, his origin is not weak. He should have reached the realm of the black hole. After all, he is an absolute powerhouse, and he has reached the absolute summit by relying on his divine body. So no matter how bad the origin is, he should have the realm of black holes. Just like those strong people who follow the original route, the divine body is 30,000 times weaker. Even some powerhouses with double cultivation have 50,000 times their divine bodies, and their origins can reach the realm of the universe. This is the strong one. The origin of the ultimate emperor is going faster, like Jian Wushuang. I am afraid that when the emperor of the Fifth Order, he is expected to reach the realm of the universe. The only ultimate emperor in the primitive universe is even more exaggerated. At the fifth level, the origin realm reached the universe realm, and then it condensed the primitive form of the universe and created its own cosmic secret method. Now that he has stepped into the sixth rank, I am afraid that he has gone out of the temple of discord. The Sixth Order Ultimate Emperor, the origin, has reached that point again. I am afraid that there is no opponent in the Qixin Temple. Jian Wushuang's speed wasn't slow either. Compared with the ultimate Taoist on the Tomb God Mountain, it has surpassed them by a lot. He can now kill the Fourth Order Emperor at will. If he swallows this black hole, he will be able to reach the realm of the black hole when he is Daojun. But now I am stuck here, a little helpless for a while. King Bai Kenjanya didn't want to say more. Jian Wushuang knew that it must be related to that god. You help me ask that god, does this black hole have anything to do with him? Jian Wushuang still didn't give up. He was not willing to give up on the benefits that were in front of him. Chapter 5389. Beasts and gods are foreign objects, and only their own strength is strong. They are the real ability. In the future, he will not only have to master treasures that are stronger than the beasts, but also get the most powerful treasures than the beasts. After waiting for a while, King White shook his head. Master Xinling didn't reply, so I shouldn't be willing to tell me to wait. Jian Wushuang knew that if he didn't show some sincerity, they wouldn't pay attention to him at all. But the sincerity that the other party wanted, just like King Bai, was doing his life to the other party. This will not work. There was really no way, so he went into this black hole to take a look. Of course it was a clone who went in. He didn't dare to let the deity go in. If he fell, he would be stupid. A little light condensed at the fingertips, and a figure similar to Jian Wushuang appeared. I have seen the deity. I have seen a clone. The two seem to be talking, but they are talking to themselves. Wow. Jian Wushuang turned his head and found that the aura behind him was messy. Obviously, someone had come. He recovered to Xia Meng Guanyu's appearance, and the clone jumped directly into the black hole. Just turning his head to see who was coming, he found that the swallowing power in the rear skyrocketed. He was almost swallowed in, and he quickly stepped back hundreds of millions of miles before stopping. The clone followed that swallowing force into the deepest part of the black hole. In the mud, the army came in an instant, and after seeing Xia Meng Guanyu alone, the leader was stunned. His Royal Highness, why are you alone? Not counted as the first group of people. Xianyuan Dapan brought tens of millions of troops, and several fifth-order emperors came together. Gu Tong said. Xianyuan Dapan marched forward with people. Jian Wushuang stepped forward and slightly clasped his fists in salute and said, General, there's a black hole here just now, and I led someone to stay here. As a result, the black hole suddenly rioted, and the rest of them all fell in order to protect me. Talking about Xia Meng Guanyu's eyes turned red, a little choked. Upon hearing this, the leader didn't ask too much, just a few words of comfort. The black hole disappeared. Xia Meng Guanyu didn't need to stay here, just followed the army forward again. Only after these people left, the whole mud began to flow backwards, and the space was completely shattered. There used to be Gatong guarding the space, but now there is no one to look after it, and the space here has also fallen to death. The space collapsed and became a Jedi. The Fifth Order Emperor will fall if lost in it. In less than an hour, the two armies will be together. The left army from the other Zhongliang belt has also arrived, and now the 50 million army has been assembled to the nest of the border of the Maluo kingdom. The old nest set up by the Mora kingdom on the border is a huge war fortress, and it is also an eternal treasure. As today, the leader of Chida is anxiously anxious. This is not right with what the great elder said earlier. Isn't it that these people can't get out of the swamp? Elder Maluo, who was hiding in the depths of the void, also frowned. The black hole disappeared, only taking away one person. It seems that you have to rely on yourself. Don't forget, he is a Sixth Order Emperor. This time Xia set off. The strongest is the Fifth Order Emperor. Can he still be afraid? As a demon, how can you be afraid? Ding! A withered arm protruded from the sloppy sleeves. A finger was gently raised, and the sharp fingertips glowed with aurora. This aurora then burst into light like the sun. Go! At this moment, in Jian Wushuang's body, King Bai roared, Go, they're super strong! Absolutely. Jian Wushuang was a little dazed. Isn't the strongest person in Mo Luo Kingdom the 6th-tier pinnacle? Xia's ancestors have the top combat power of Tier 6, and are not afraid of the opponent at all. Why suddenly there is a strong shot. The next moment, the dazzling sun came. Everyone held their breath. The Fifth Order Emperors all have eternal treasures, and instantly hid in the most treasured palace. Jian Wushuang followed Xianyuan Dapan all the time, and was the first to hit in. But the rest of the outside world is miserable. With just a ray of light, half of Daxia's army fell. Of the hundreds of Fourth Order Emperors, only a few have survived, and the Fifth Order Emperors have all fallen. After all, not everyone has the eternal treasure. Go! Whether it was Xianyuan Dapan, Zhongliang, or Gu Tong, they fled for their lives. When encountering a Sixth Order Emperor, no matter how strong they are, they have to flee. Can't let them go. Apocalypse, you lead people to chase them, and the main force of my Maluo kingdom will also be dispatched, but I can't make any more moves. The great elder left a sentence and went into the void invisibly, and the breath disappeared instantly, as if he had never existed in this world. In the sky in the distance, an old in a red python robe faintly appeared. He glanced at it and didn't make a move, but slowly retreated to Jinyun City. Absolutely? How could it be possible? The strength of the old is only the 6th Order ordinary. If you add the treasure in the body, it will be the 6th Order top, the same as the ancestor of Daxia. How can there be no 6th Order Emperor hiding in the Daxiao expedition this time? But I didn't expect that there would be a strong person. Originally, there were only 3 superpowers in the entire Tianen, one of whom was the patriarch of the Nailan family had fallen. And there is the master, Zhuqing, in the chaotic realm. The last one is the ruler of the great Jin kingdom, is the strongest immortal dynasty in Tianen. Now that there are only 2 peers alive, how can a mysterious peer appear? Could it be said that it is the master of chaos? It is also possible. Daxia joined forces with several superpowers to curb the expansion of chaos territory, which might anger the master of chaos territory. But the other party's status, you don't need to start like this. If the one who made the shot was the great elder of the Maluo kingdom, I am afraid that this battle would really be over. Jian Wushuang, who ran away frantically again, sighed a little. Why was he at large that time, and others were chasing after him? Fortunately, this time he was not an important target. In the main hall, Xianyuan Depan manipulates the Eternal Treasure Palace, and several lucky Fourth-Order Emperors are among them. Fortunately, this time the Xianyuan family came to Xianyuan Depan, otherwise a few sons would have to die today. Jian Wushuang sat on the stone seat like pins and needles. The bottom of my heart began to question King Bai. The other party is really the best? He was a little uncertain. If it was really the best, I am afraid it will be difficult to escape today. They don't have any help. If it is a 6th-order emperor, I am afraid that Daxia still has defenses, and a 6th-order emperor will come and sit down. But if it is an absolute powerhouse, Daxia will have no chance again. Zhan Yunqing had to flee. Like what he thought, Jinian City and the 2 remaining large cities on the border are all moving, ready to run away together. After the old discovered the mysterious and powerful man, he immediately sent the news to the imperial city. For a time, the imperial city changed. Absolutely strong people come and go, and they are the ultimate powerhouse on the side of the Maluo kingdom. The powerhouse of this level is the super powerhouse who can change the situation in Tianen, so the entire Daxia will have to be buried. Chapter 5390. King Bai was also a little surprised and said, truthfully, when the opponent didn't do anything, I thought it was an ordinary 6th-order peak emperor. But his strength, when he just started to condense his momentum, has surpassed the peak and reached the peak. The strength is extremely strong, and the Wizuos. There is a comparison with the law bodies. Although there is still a gap with me, his strength is already at its peak in the realm. Jian Wushuang gave a blank look. By this time, he still didn't forget to brag about his strength. Now, he is almost finished. Correct. He suddenly remembered that the old man with horns who was now sitting in Daxia, but sneaked in. Daxia shouldn't be finished so easily. It is impossible for the temple to watch the birth of such an absolute power regardless. He couldn't inform over the temple, but the people from Zhao Kimin were still able to help. Okay, don't talk about those useless. Hurry up and contact the people from Kamen to see what the other person's background is, and if you can save face. King Bai was about to contact him, and found that there had been no movement behind him. His voice sank slightly, and he said, It's over. This world has been blocked again, and the news can't be passed on. But there is still good news. The supremely strong man. No more shots. The world was blocked again, and Jian Wushuang was about to despair, but he was really relieved to hear that the absolute powerhouse did not catch up. There is no strong person chasing him. Even if the space is blocked, he can escape by flying slowly. Don't be too careless. There may be several 5th-order emperors chasing after each other separately, and Xia may be annihilated this time. King Bai shook his head after sensing the breath in the rear. The powerhouses of the Apocalypse tribe are approaching, and there are still a lot of them. It was the powerhouse of the Apocalypse tribe who was chasing after him, and that big leader can now be said to be trembling in his mind. The blow just now surpassed his knowledge of the 6th-order emperor. It was too powerful. The leader, the head of the Daxia Xianyuan family, the 5th-order peak of strength. We may not be able to win the opponent. It is better to let others chase after him. Let's go to that Gaton. He is average. The leader of the Apocalypse tribe snorted coldly, wanting to curse his short-sightedness. The great elder has just started, and his strength is overwhelming. One blow broke half of Daxia's army, and this time Daxia's expedition might not be one. Now is a good opportunity for them to make contributions. It is better to take risks now than to be abandoned at the border to block Daxia's army, like just now. Just chasing it, Daxia's Fifth Order Emperor. I haven't paid attention to it. The big leader raised his eyebrows. His combat power is already at the peak among Tier 5, and I am afraid that Xia Meng is invincible and the rest cannot threaten him. Again, this time, he took 4 Fifth Order Emperors and besieged a Fifth Order Peak Emperor with great certainty. Soon, their group approached the most precious palace controlled by Xianyuan de Pan. Old Xianyuan, if you surrender, I can protect you from death. Haha. The wanton laughter made Xianyuan de Pan's expression cold. Surrender? The whole family is in the imperial city of Great Xia. How can he surrender? There are also 2 outstanding sons in Zhenyanqing. If his father surrendered at this time, let alone the blow to the family, even the 4th child who is breaking through will be blocked. And if he surrenders to protect one person, the whole family will be ruined. If you continue to fight, there is only a chance to survive, but the family can save it. Even if he died, as long as the family is still there, the Xianyuan family can still prosper. And Shui was in the palace, and the 4th child was about to break through. The eldest Xianyuan Anqing had the ability to rule the family, and everything had a way out. He died without regret. Seeing being overtaken, Xianyuan de Pan turned to the main hall and stopped directly. War. Xianyuan de Pan stood up, glanced at Jian Wushuang and several other 4th Order Emperors, and shook his head. There are no reinforcements. The 50 million army has fallen like this. What's the matter? It was not like this before. How could there be a 6th Order Emperor suddenly shot, and so powerful, so much stronger than the 6th Order Emperor he had seen? You are Daxia's prince, so don't insult the Xiameng clan. Xianyuan de Pan directly shook all the other Tier 4 emperors to death, leaving only Xiameng Guanyu alone. Then he took out a small white box and said lightly, I will die in battle, you. Jian Wushuang stepped off the stone seat, walked to the white jade box, and picked it up. Grandpa, don't worry. I, Xiameng Guanyu, will never surrender. After speaking, he opened the jade box and swallowed the pill inside. Looking at Xiameng Guanyu, who had lost his vitality, Xianyuan de Pan leaked his madness and resolutely walked out of the hall. After he left the hall, Jian Wushuang's deity turned into a dust and left the hall with Xianyuan de Pan. Only Jian Wushuang's corpse remained in the dim hall, and none of the remaining corpses were able to leave the entire corpse. The pitch-black hall looked very dark in the light from the exit. Daxia collapsed only day and night. Zhan Yunqing left the border with the remaining army. Those Fifth Order Emperors who were lucky enough to escape the first attack fled madly, and none of them escaped in the end. All of them were buried in the quagmire. Gatong, one of the 3 generals, disappeared in the mud. Okanshu, Kam Zhong, Liang died in battle. Xianyuan de Pan, the 5th-tier pinnacle powerhouse who was regarded as the father of the Son of Heaven, had never retreated, and the great leader of the Apocalypse tribe had chosen to blew himself up. Not even a corpse was left, and Xiameng Guanyu, the 9th prince, followed Pioneer out of the city for the first time, and then died in battle. The soul lamp is completely extinguished. Xiameng Guanyu's identity was useless. Jian Wushuang didn't bother to continue disguising and was directly destroyed. Now he is a small guard in the Eagle Dog, the direct guardian of the Maluo kingdom. The level of the pinnacle prince can be comparable to that of the emperor, specially responsible for protecting the royal family. In the imperial city of Daxia, the whole city is covered with linen and filial piety. The emperor in the depths of the palace contacted neighboring countries, and even told the king of the great Jin kingdom of the mysterious appearance. It sounds like an absolute top. No one dares to provoke it. De Jin was reluctant to intervene. After all, De Xia was too far away from Jin. In the end, Under the operation of the ancestor Xiameng, Daxia took refuge in the domination of chaos. Since then, Daxia has become a dynasty in the chaotic realm. The intrusion of the Maluo kingdom also stopped, and instead continued to expand toward the western waters. When Jian Wushuang heard the news, he smiled from the bottom of his heart. This is probably all planned by the Old Man of the Horns. The master of the chaotic domain can send the Old Man of the Horns to sit in Daxia. I am afraid that the master of the chaotic domain will be replaced soon. Being able to unite with the Maluo kingdom and merge Daxia into the chaotic realm logically. I am afraid that the heavens of the earth may have begun to change long ago. I originally thought that behind all this were the people of the Kimin playing chess, but finally found that it was all the people of the temple and the people of the old palace. He still looked down on the temple, and the structure was smaller. This is the temple of Qixin. How could it be possible for a Kamen to ride on his head? The western front line of Maluo Kingdom. Shihai, Chapter 5391. Originally, following the changes and becoming a guard, wanted to get close to the big prince, but from the beginning to the end he never saw it once. Later, after a little inquiries, he found that the big prince was on the western front. He also changed his identity to Shihai. This is the border of Tianan, and it does not belong to Tianan in the Endless Sea. Now, Jian Wushuang turned into a Taoist who came to cross the sea, sitting on a huge treasure ship and going out to sea with thousands of Taoists and some emperors. Kill the monsters in the sea and extract the source. This practice is very popular here, and there are tens of thousands of miraculous stones in one shipment. This is only the Taoist. The Third Order Emperor can get hundreds of thousands in one go to the sea. Jian Wushuang shook his head. No wonder that many emperors came from other places. That is, all Taoists belong to the local sect. He walked a long way towards the West Sea, except for the border of Maluo Kingdom. There is no country here, but some tribes and sects rule, and it can be considered stable. However, according to the rate of expansion of the Maluo Kingdom, I am afraid that wars will continue to flow in this place soon. Jian Wushuang came to the deck, blowing the sea breeze. His eyes were a little dull. He also has a clone that entered the black hole, and he is still shuttled back and forth. It has been so many years now. The colorful space is constantly changing, and he can feel that the distance from the deity is no longer the distance of a universe. It was too far away. I just planned to go in and take a look, but I didn't expect the black hole to take him so far. The huge energy brought by that black hole made him unable to control his physical body. Obviously, the consciousness has reached the depths, and the physical body is still flying slowly. The two have separated. This black hole is a little different from what he imagined. From the outside, it is not very big. According to his understanding, some mature black holes are as big as a world. The black hole he entered was obviously immature, but the inside was beyond his cognition. Interesting, it's the clone anyway. I want to see where the source is. Jian Wushuang's clone kept advancing, but the deity floated in the endless sea. Shihai, it is a special place in the land boundary. Among the Tibetans, the only place suitable for survival is Tian and Tianbei, already in the center. There are very few practitioners in the West Sea. This is the chassis of the monster beasts in the sea. Generally, some of the monster beasts in the sea are hunted on the periphery, and they rarely enter the West Sea. Jian Wushuang came here this time, not only in order to find the great prince of the Maluo kingdom. He also had to kill the monster beast to refine the source for the White King. He had originally planned to sit between Daxia and Emoluo to reap the fishermen, but now he has transformed into a desolate Daojun. Sure enough, the plan couldn't keep up with the changes. The situation was so good at the beginning. No matter who wins, he will receive the goods. And if he loses, he won't need the accessories of the beasts and wait for opportunities in the future. It's better now. Just slaughter it unilaterally. You can't escape, let alone go to the blood sacrifice. Of course, winning is the best. Not only can you get blood sacrifices, but you can also get accessories for beasts. Helping King Bai to restore his peak, separated from the two, He can also take refuge in the old man with horns, and then the entire dasha will be his, so that the resources of the entire dasha can help him in his cultivation. It is not a problem to pile up the divine body directly to 50,000 times. The heavenly demon art can also be cultivated to the extreme, and then the extreme way and the sword way are improved, allowing him to reach consummation quickly. This is the benefit of having resources. It's not bad now, and I didn't get anything, and it's still a fishy mess. Can only run to the West Sea, relying on slaying the monster beast to capture the source and give the White King blood, sacrifice. The precarious ship moved quickly. If you want to enter the sea, you have to take a boat. If you want to fly alone, you have to have the combat power of a Tier 4 peak emperor. Although this is only the open sea, there are few powerful monsters, but there will still be some 4th order monarch-level monsters haunting them, which is extremely dangerous. Jian Wushuang's current strength is not afraid of those monsters, but in order to hide his identity a little low-key, he still chose to go by boat. He has spent a fortune on the stone. Brother Jianni! On the deck, a lean little Dao Jun saw Jian Wushuang standing alone on the deck and walked over with a smile. Now, Jian Wushuang used the name Jian-Yi, and his strength was only at the level of an ordinary Taoist monarch. Jian Wushuang was a little annoyed when he saw the incoming person, but he had to bear it in order to hide his identity, and smiled and said, "Brother Lihai!" "Brother Jianni, how are you thinking about it? Our Iron Sea Ministry, but a powerful force on Sequoia Island. If you come, I can recommend it internally. Let's go out to sea to hunt monsters. It is safe and happy." Lihai highly recommended it, while Jian Wushuang kept smiling and declined. Ever since he got on the ship, this person has been pestering him to recommend the Iron Sea Ministry. There is a powerful emperor sitting in town, how powerful he is, and he is tired of talking about it. Jian Wushuang kept politely refusing before he got out and entered the cabin room. If you are not afraid of the strong, you are afraid of being entangled in such people. What internal recommendation is just a rhetoric. He still has some understanding of Sequoia Island, is full of little stinky little forces, and there are not many 4th order emperors, all of which are expanding and recruiting. Those who can recommend will give them some treasures. For this treasure, Lihai also spared no effort. In the cabin, several powerful Taoists were drinking and talking about the Sequoia Island. Lihai followed Jian Wushuang into the cabin together. He was thinking about trying again, but when he saw the drinkers, he let go of his thoughts and walked over. Some of these people had just been wooed by him, and there was a strong and burly man who was a leader in the Iron Sea Department because the brother-in-law was an emperor and strong, and he didn't like the treasure that pulled the head. "Lihai, you haven't gotten that guy done yet?" The sturdy man was a little disdainful and cast a glance at Jian Wushuang. Lihai looked like a good old man and said, "No way, it should be the first time I went to sea. I don't know Sequoia Island. I will understand when I go there. I will meet him." The strong man slipped the bottle and walked to the window where Jian Wushuang was. Very domineering, drooping Jian Wushuang's shoulders, the speaker full of drunkenness, but Jian Wushuang pushed them out of the fight. "Humph, I don't know what it is. You have to regret it when you go to Sequoia Island. You will not know how to die when you die." The burly man was a little frustrated, feeling that Jian Wushuang didn't give him face and mocked in front of everyone. Jian Wushuang shook his head, but fortunately he was here soon, and he didn't bother to clash with these people. If you really want to do it, the strongest person on this ship is a 3rd order emperor who can kill at will. Through the huge crystal window, Yao Yao saw that Sequoia Island resembled its name, and the entire island was red. The huge coral is like a hill, standing there. Chapter 5392. Most of the buildings on the island are very similar to red corals, and they should have been rebuilt later. After getting off the boat, the brawny man glanced at Jian Wushuang. He could feel Jian Wushuang's strength just now, or else he wouldn't talk about it. Jian Wushuang didn't take this matter to heart at all, and went straight to the company on Sequoia Island. There are maps around Sequoia Island, and he has to get a map. There are many monarch-level monsters in the nearby waters, and even the monsters of the fourth-order monarchs often appear. If Dao Jun acts alone, he will usually turn around the island. If he wants to enter the inland sea, he must be led by the emperor. The emperor eats meat, and the Taoist follows the soup. After having experience on the boat, he decided to change his appearance. Sometimes it's too weak to act. Walking into a narrow alley, and when he came out again, he was already an emperor exuding the aura of an emperor. There is also a big change in appearance, from long hair to shoulder-length short hair. A white, gold-rimmed robe inlaid with dragon patterns, with a noble monarch aura. When they walked down the street again, many people evaded one after another, and no one dared to come forward to talk and win. Sweeping around, he came to the largest firm in the entire Sequoia Island. This is the Xingqian Pavilion, a hugely powerful business on the seabed of the West Sea. It is said that it is a huge power, but it is actually average. In Tianen, it may not even be a small power. It is estimated that there are not many powers of the fourth-order emperor. Entering the firm, the emperor's breath is undoubtedly exposed. A young woman hurried forward to introduce her. "This senior, do you want to sell or buy treasures?" The young girl was also carefully selected with good looks, excellent temperament, and strength. Otherwise, they will not be able to be in this level of business. You must know that the weakest people on the island are Dao Jun. Jian Wu's double-faced color did not change at all, glanced at the hall, and said lightly, "Call your shopkeeper." He is not interested in any of the things on it, mainly to buy maps of the sea area and some intelligence. These things are not suitable for the bright side. Ask a little girl to introduce him. What can you ask? After a while, an old man in 60s walked out of the apse, and when he looked at Jian Wushuang, he leaked a kind smile. The strength that Jian Wushuang revealed was the third-order emperor, and it was also the third-order emperor of the peak level, which was not common in Sequoia Island. The old man is only 3 levels, at most the top combat power. Seeing Jian Wushuang was naturally polite. "I don't know what treasure the friend wants to buy." The 60th old man stepped forward and made a request. The two went to the apse. Jian Wushuang was not polite and took the seat directly. After taking a sip of tea, he said, "Map and information about the surrounding area." The map is naturally the map of the surrounding sea area, and the intelligence is some big forces and some strong people or monsters strong in the sea area. The 60th old man also knew that the information and maps that Jian Wushuang needed was unusual, so he showed sincerity when he came up and directly took out a map that could be said to be out of circulation in the local area. Jian Wushuang borrowed the jade slip, which was an extremely detailed and wide-ranging map. The area recorded on this map surpasses the higher world and is very vast. It takes hundreds of years for the emperor to cross. There are also many marks that record monsters, and Jian Wushuang is quite satisfied with this. I flipped my hand and took out a mustard seed and placed it on the table, slowly pushing it to the old man, and said lightly, "This is a 500,000 sacred stone." When the old man heard it, his eyes lit up, but he shook his head. Jian Wushuang froze for a moment. 500,000 is not enough? It's not that he can't afford a higher sacred stone, but he doesn't want to make people doubt his identity. It is already a lot to take out 500,000. An ordinary third-order emperor is worth 1,000,000. Not enough. Jian Wushuang asked in surprise. The old man smiled and said, "This is the first time that fellow Taoists have come to my Xingqian Pavilion, even if this map is given to fellow Taoists for free. No, I don't want to owe people cause and effect." Jian Wushuang shook his head, took out another mustard seed, and then said, "There are still 500,000 here. Just extract a copy of the information from the nearby waters and give it to me." Jian Wushuang had no plans to make friends with the other party at all. They are all emperors, and they all have the demeanor of a strong man. Naturally, they don't think of those Taoist monarchs. After Jian Wushuang shied away, the old man didn't say anything. After giving Jian Wushuang a copy of the jade slip that recorded the surrounding information, he only received 1 piece of mustard. Information plus map, 500,000 yuan is enough. Jian Wushuang didn't shirk. Since you don't want it, I'll take it back. Then he thanked him and left the company directly. The 60th old man looked at Jian Wushuang's back, turned his head, and said respectfully upstairs, "Miss, that person seems to be too cold." "No problem. The Third Order Emperor can't help me." The voice came from the building. The tone was cold and tired and lonely. Jian Wushuang didn't stay on the island for long. Symbolically, he left Sequoia Island after buying some treasures. There are many islands like this in the West China Sea, but there are very few islands stationed there. There were still people who remembered Jianni when they came, and no one noticed them when they left. Glancing at the excerpted information, Jian Wushuang was about to go to the Vortex Sea area. There is a map to clarify the direction and location, and intelligence is the key. The formation of the Vortex Sea is no longer known how many epochs. There is a vortex in the depths of the sea. According to legend, it is because a giant beast was suppressed, but a Fifth Order Emperor went deep and found that there was no giant beast at all. It just formed naturally. That's where Jian Wushuang went on this trip. There was no one in the depths of the vortex. After all, it was suitable for him to hunt the sea monster. Moreover, there are many monsters hidden in the depths of the vortex, which can be calculated with 100 million. If he was such a blood sacrifice in Tian'an, even if Kimin cooperated, sooner or later he would have to be slashed by the hateful powerhouse. Although his current strength is good, he is still not sure of walking horizontally in the south of the sky. Coupled with the extreme breakthrough, the evil thoughts of devouring were completely suppressed, and now he is not so murderous, unless someone stops his way. For example, now, Jian Wushuang stopped in the sky, looking at the 7 people blocking the road ahead. "Friends of Taoism, this is going to the eddy current sea area." The leader smiled, looking harmless to humans and animals. 7 Third Order Emperors? Jian Wushuang was a little surprised. According to the information, even if the Vortex Sea area is special, there will be no emperor coming with him. Why was he so unlucky that he met 7 Third Order Emperors all at once? Jian Wushuang's lips moved slightly, originally wanting to test, by Junwang reminded. "These people are weird. They should be from the monster race." The 7 emperors became impatient as they watched Jian Wushuang's delay in speaking. "Your vocal cords are at home." As he said, his arms stretched for 100 feet to shoot Jian Wushuang with a palm. The error-free chapters of The Sword Sovereign of 10,000 Ways will continue to be updated on the novel website. There are no advertisements in the site. Please collect and recommend it. If you like Wandao Sword Sovereign, please collect it. Wandao Sword Sovereign has the fastest update speed. Chapter 5393. Jian Wushuang's eyebrows flickered and a huge eye appeared. When the 7 emperors looked at Jian Wushuang, they only felt that they were facing a huge eye and sure then lost themselves. Wow. Without doing anything at all, these people leaked out the prototype and then fell heavily to the sea level. Click! The bodies of these sea monsters began to shatter and then turned into powder, leaving only 7 strands of origin. Jian Wushuang casually held it and put it in the wristband. It was bought on Sequoia Island to store its origin. After these people fell completely, the water rippled again. The glance just now was the deterrence of the eye of the beast god, killing these sea monsters instantly. But King White didn't say he really didn't realize that these people were sea monsters. They turn into an adult, and it's really hard to distinguish them. It was originally here to hunt them, so naturally there is nothing to say, and when they are big, they will be killed easily. There is also a record in the information he collected that the sea monsters above the Emperor are very intelligent, and they can be transformed into the human race to be viewed by the Emperor. Jian Wushuang almost lied to these sea monsters just now. If it is a weak emperor, I am afraid there will be a big battle here today. The individual strength of the Kraken is stronger than that of the human race, especially in the sea. It's a pity that they met Jian Wushuang. Vortex Sea Area. Jian Wushuang was floating in the air, only a foot high from the calm sea. The surface looks calm and the waves are calm, but deep undercurrents are surging. The power of thought spread over 1,000,000 miles, and after the seawater of this place was integrated into his power of thought, Jian Wushuang slowly sank. The underwater world is colorful and has a unique style, but danger comes with it. A large group of krakens wandered in it. The weakest is the earth fairy level. In the vortex, the one who can survive has to be a fairy. Jian Wushuang was like a sharp sword. Deep into the sea for millions of miles, the pressure of the seawater did not hinder his speed at all. His body has long been free from the wind, not as free as on land or in the sky. Space contains everything in the universe. Jian Wushuang is still flexible on the bottom of the sea, and his spatial origin has now reached the realm of a black hole. If he masters a black hole, he can shuttle and even merge the seawater into his origin at will and control sea area. Just like those emperors in the primitive universe control the world. Of course, those emperors control only the cumulative origin of the world, reaching the realm of the black hole. Even if there is no origin, they can control everything in the world. Start hunting. Jian Wushuang squeezed his fists. The huge power can make the sea agitate. King White also leaked a trace of hideousness. After wasting hundreds of years, Jian Wushuang finally began to sacrifice blood again, and he used the same monster's origin, so there was no need for such trouble to plunder the practitioner. There was not much difference in the original. It only takes 100 years here to gather enough source, and then start the blood sacrifice, refining the source, and it is almost complete. The tomb of God on the mountain. Since the heirs arrived here, the true spirit has also condensed a Dharma body here, and he often preaches for the heirs. On the top of Tomb God Mountain, Zhenling overlooked the whole God tomb, holding a plaything in his hand, and lowered his eyebrows to think. Thanks, I still don't give up. It seems that I didn't hurt you last time. Zhenling said to himself, but his eyes were to see through another world in deep space. There was magma churning. Jian Wushuang would definitely recognize it if he saw it, and the scene there was the same as he saw when he was in the trial tower. He will never forget the scene where he walked the iron chain to look at the bottom of the magma. The surging of ancient wild beasts, the power is endless. There was a giant dragon that had been living there. After feeling the real spirit's gaze, his body trembled and opened his eyes. The two looked at the void across countless spaces. Zhenling glanced, stretched out his claws, and the dragon staggered. Haha, coward. Since I can't kill you, then he'll be angry with you. Zhenling leaked an evil smile, closed his sinister gaze, and began to plan. Nowadays, the realm always makes him feel uneasy. He has long felt that it was the giant who was suppressed in the depths. The last time he took a lesson, he didn't even let him be honest. After Zhenling's small eyes rolled around and his beard was shaking for a few times, he thought of an excellent opportunity. Long E, who hadn't been out of the realm for a long time, just returned to the lair when he heard the cry of the true spirit. He didn't take a sip of the wine, so he could only take another step and leave the bloodthirsty continent. But Zhenling didn't care about it. He felt that it was easy to use Long. A trace of power controlled a certain place in the land boundary, making things move toward the place he planned. No one knows all this. The giant gods in the magma purgatory swam a few times. Their eyes were sneaky, and they said to themselves, "Damn, why is that old man staring at me again? Is it because King White's origin is fast being refined? The true spirit broke his good deeds last time, and now he can only rely on King Bai. It was hard to get a Jian Wushuang at the beginning, and now it is too difficult to get the inheritor. No, King White is a big deal. You can't be discovered. I have to make some noise to get the old man to look away." At the same time, the gods also began to plan a major event in the land boundary. This is what the true spirit wants to see. This matter started because of Jian Wushuang, but it had nothing to do with Jian Wushuang. Land boundary, West Sea on Sequoia Island. The firm of Xingqian Pavilion is very famous in the surrounding area. This is all because the pavilion of Xingqian Pavilion is a legendary female emperor. That emperor was once outstanding, but now has fallen because of the flaws of inheritance. The headquarters of Xingqian Pavilion also reached Sequoia Island from the bottom of the sea, and many emperors and Taoists came to mourn. That emperor had a daughter left. No one knew who her father was, and now she is also a third-order emperor. Looking at the clouds, the saint of Xingqian Pavilion, who is the only daughter of the pavilion master, didn't have too much sadness in her eyes, just a little closed. In fact, her mother had fallen a long time ago. As for why she didn't lose her mourning, it was because of the internal reasons of Xingqian Pavilion. Before the fall of Emperor Gongyin, the fourth-order emperor, the pinnacle emperor, controlled the Star Pavilion and was also the overlord power in the nearby sea area. Now that her mother has fallen, she is a third-order emperor and can't hold the ground at all. Especially the three elders in the Xingqian Pavilion are all Tier 4 emperors, and one of them is a Tier 4 top emperor. Without her mother's shock, these people would not listen to her. If it is learned that Emperor Gongyin has fallen, I am afraid that the entire Star Pavilion has been swallowed by these people now. The reason for choosing to publish now is also a helpless move. Each era pavilion master of the Xingqian Pavilion will personally lead the stars and pray for the many emperors of the Xingqian Pavilion in the depths of the sea. Now it's about to be time. If you don't announce it, you won't be able to get off the stage at that time. Meowie, my sorrow. A greasy-looking, middle-aged, obese man moved up and said, "Don't worry, the old pavilion master is gone, and my father and I will support you," he said, an evil smile. The error-free chapters of The Sword Sovereign of 10,000 Ways will continue to be updated on the novel website. There are no advertisements in the site. Please collect and recommend it. If you like Wandao Sword Sovereign, please collect it. Wandao Sword Sovereign has the fastest update speed. Chapter 5394. His strength is average, just an ordinary second-order emperor. But his father is not ordinary. He is the strongest fourth-order emperor in the Star Pavilion today. Xingqian Pavilion Saintess Palace Miaoya's eyes are reddish. She can only smile and nod when facing the person who hates most before. Regardless of her appearance as a weak woman, since her mother Gongyin fell behind, she began to plan a retreat. Xingqian Pavilion's main business name, countless treasures, can be comparable to the full worth of the fifth-order emperor with weak points, tens of billions of sacred stones. These treasures are a big piece of fat, let alone the strong inside. Even the strong outside wants to get a piece of the pie. How could she sit still? Among the three elders, the only female elder and her mother are in love with sisters and naturally follow her. She secretly recruited 3 Tier 4 top emperors from Tianan and even secretly colluded with people from the Maluo Kingdom. The West Sea has not been peaceful recently, and the powerhouses of the Maluo Kingdom often haunt them. Of course, the powerhouse of the Maluo nation looked down on her fortune, and the only thing in the Star Pavilion that the powerhouse of the Maluo nation could see was the saint. Saintess Palace Miaoya's appearance is peerless, well known throughout Shihai, and her mother is not bad. Even many fifth-order emperors are coveted. Of course, secretly, no one knew that she had a leg with that fifth-order emperor. Anyway, among the fifth-order casual repair old monsters in the West Sea, no one dared to provoke the pavilion master of the Star Pavilion. It's just time that turns around, and now it's not for Gong Miaoyi or Xingqian Pavilion's family that are eyeing Xingqian Pavilion. The funeral was held for 3 days in succession, and many so-called big men came. Among them there were over 100 emperors of Tier 4, which also opened the eyes of many people. Xingqian Pavilion is located in the cave mansion of Sequoia Island. Gong Miaoyi was wearing a black long dress. There was no outsiders at this time, and she didn't need to disguise. She took off the veil, and the foggy face appeared completely. Her face is indeed like her mother's. She is beautiful, and even in Tianan it is a disaster for the country and the people. Big brother Yen, will you help me? Gong Miaoy's eyes were red, looking at the decadent man in front of him. Yen Chongqing, a well-known powerhouse in the western regions, is a fourth-tier top. Of the 3 emperors she recruited in Tianan, now there are only 2. It is estimated that she has seen the battles of the past few days and does not want to be involved in disputes. Yen Chongqing was a little moved and said softly, "Don't worry, with me, that old guy dare not do anything to you." Naturally speaking, it was the Great Elder of the Star Pavilion. The Great Elder was very ambitious. Her mother fell too fast at the beginning, and she fell before she had time to make arrangements, leaving this mess. With your words, I'm relieved. Tears torrentially flowed in Gong Miaoy's eyes, and Yen Chongqing was heartbroken. After swallowing, Yen Chongqing said with a trembling voice, "Miaoy, it's better. Why don't you follow me? Leaving Shihai, let's go to Tianan." Gong Miaoy put on the veil again, and his heart moved. "Can you let go of your sister-in-law?" Yen Chongqing was taken aback, and his eyes moved away from Gong Miaoy's face. She? Thinking of this, he felt a little guilty. But what he liked was Gong Miaoy. Since meeting Gong Miaoy, he has been fascinated. Had it not been for the strong forces behind his wife, he would have divorced his wife a long time ago. Okay, Brother Yen, don't think about it so much. Now the most important thing is the jade slip. The most important thing in my Xingqian pavilion is the jade slip. Gong Miaoy leaked a smile. Now there are 3 fourth-order emperors, plus 1 elder in the stars. The third-order emperor has also recruited a lot in recent years, many of which are also because of her appearance. Bo Deng, how are the candidates? Gong Miaoy's eyes flickered when he saw the incoming person. The elder in 60s who had previously been in the Sequoia Island business walked out slowly and just nodded without speaking. Gong Miaoy let out a sigh, and his voice became a little serious. He said, "Lately we will change. Let's set off today." After leaving the cave, the group flew towards the sea. Her target was the Vortex Sea. There was a cave mansion waiting for her to open it, and that was the biggest reliance her mother left for her. Vortex waters. 100 years have passed since Jian Wushuang's selfless fight. I haven't had a day off for 100 years, and I've been hunting the Kraken every moment. Now that the vortex in the depths of the Vortex Sea area has drastically reduced the number of sea monsters by half, Jian Wushuang has too many methods. With the increase in the beast god realm, the sea monsters he killed can be described by countless words. There are already tens of thousands of bracelets storing the origin of the sea monster. Not enough. Jian Wushuang felt a little tired. On the sacrificial stage, King Bai sat cross-legged with sharp eyes and a low voice. Enough! The origin of that color has been completely condensed. Under the refining of Jian Wushuang's power of all things, it has been completely stabilized. Call! Jian Wushuang let out a sigh of relief and smiled. You have squeezed out half of my origin. If it weren't for my strong origin, I'm afraid it won't be enough to give you my life. His origin is so strong, but it is still very difficult to help King Bai condense into the current origin. Ha! Don't worry. You will have what I have in the future, and you will have what I don't. Seeing that his strength immediately returned to its peak, King White was very excited. The origin was successfully condensed, and finally he didn't need to deposit in Jian Wushuang's origin. Feeling his own origin in the body, King White laughed wildly. This is the complete origin. Although after seeing Jian Wushuang's origin, I feel that my origin is just like that, but this is better than nothing. The origin of the divine body route he took at the beginning was dead, and before the dead, it was also the original source of crippling. Don't even want to reach the top for the rest of your life. Now that hope is rekindled, Jian Wushuang is simply his reborn parent. Although all this has the help of the gods are also a stumbling block for him. Just because of the oath, he couldn't break free. However, as long as his strength can become stronger, he has no regrets. Now that I have a physical body and a divine body, I don't know how the Lord God has prepared for me." Jian Wushuang waved his hand. A middle-aged man's body appeared in front of him, and then a hint of infinity came out of his fingertips. The physical body is average, but it's good enough. After the divine body entered, it instantly increased to a 10,000-fold level. King Bai is not welcome. He is waiting for this day. After the origin has settled in, the whole person has a new mental outlook. That was the once white-haired king, standing proudly in the world. Slightly clenched his fist. An overbearing aura was undoubtedly revealed. This divine body is too weak, 10,000 times the divine body, only enough for you to display the strength of the fourth order peak. If it is too strong, this divine body will collapse. Jian Wushuang reminded him, and then took out what he hadn't before. Use treasures. King Bai nodded and smirked. Haha, it's just enjoyable. I'm still waiting for the physical and divine body prepared by the Lord God, but it's enough to feel my own existence. I have been holding back for countless years, and finally can be debauched. Once again, let's go to Sequoia Island, hee. Chapter 5395. Yes. Jian Wushuang also agreed. When the two met and smiled, they were about to leave this vortex sea area. At this moment, there was a sudden tremor in front of them, and an ancient bronze giant gate appeared, which shocked the two of them. Jian Wushuang was overjoyed, but he didn't expect to be more happy today, and he could accidentally encounter the ruins. Haha, let's go inside first. Don't worry about this moment. King Bai saw Jian Wushuang's thoughts. He didn't like ordinary treasures at all, but Jian Wushuang is still a Taoist now, and he needs a lot of treasures, and he encounters relics. Naturally want to go for a while, and he hasn't made a shot for a long time, and he wants to go in and warm up. It is good. The two immediately rushed to the bronze door. Not far away, Gong Miaoui, who was holding the jade slip, flashed his eyes and said coldly, "Here." The crowd turned their directions and entered the depths of the vortex. Jian Wushuang controlled his mind and gently stroked the bronze giant gate. He wanted to penetrate, but found that he couldn't enter at all. It looks like it should be the Dongfu of a fifth-order emperor, and the layout is unusual. Jian Wushuang murmured, a little disappointed. Originally thought it would be the cave house of the sixth-order emperor. The cave mansion of the fifth-order emperor is not very valuable. The most important thing in the ruins is not the treasure. He does not lack the treasure. The beast soldiers will be enough for him to use it long enough, and the eternal treasure is not available now. Ordinary inheritance is even more worthless. He has a complete genius, and his divine body is not bad genius. Yuan has the power of all things, and it needs the increase of Yuan's unique knowledge. Now he can even create the original source's unique knowledge. The origin of his space is almost reaching the realm of a black hole. The avatar that entered the black hole, although it has been swallowed, is constantly comprehending the black hole, passing on the mystery of the black hole to him all the time. Jian Wushuang really didn't like the cave of the fifth-order emperor, and he was now in front of him, so he would go in and take a look, otherwise he wouldn't bother to go in. King White stepped forward. Just as his mind moved, he felt a breath approaching. On the bottom of the sea, the demon aura is very heavy. It is difficult to find the aura of the strong. Jian Wushuang didn't even sense it. But fortunately, King Bai was very sensitive to breath, and he immediately noticed that someone was coming. Sure enough, the next moment, a group of masked men in black robes arrived in front of them. Unexpectedly, there are still people here. The cold voice came from the headed woman, and it was Gong Miaoui who came. A group of 9 people. The 3 fourth-order emperors are all top powerhouses. The remaining 6 are all tier 3 peaks. However, what Jian Wushuang revealed here was not weak. The Bai sovereign's breath had stabilized, and he was also the top of tier 4. Of course, if he exerts his full combat power, that physical body can withstand the peak of tier 4. And Jian Wushuang also exposed the breath of tier 3 peak. For a time, The two sides were in a stalemate. Two fellow Taoists, this place is open because of me. Without waiting for the other party to finish speaking, King Bai took a step, and it was a deliberate punch. The sea water within thousands of miles inflated a huge vacuum bubble and then burst out. Boom! If you don't agree, just do it. Jian Wushuang didn't expect that King Bai had just restored his origin. That's it. But it's already done, and he can't watch it anymore. Stop! Just when Jian Wushuang was about to do it, Gong Miaoyi hurriedly called them to stop. Gong Miaoyi took out the jade slip and said coldly, "This cave is indeed opened underneath. Without the jade slip, you can't get in at all. This is also unlucky for her. She encountered a tricky opponent just after opening the cave. The battle power that King White had just exploded was a Tier 4 peak, and their group was not necessarily opponents. Miss, that third order emperor, I have seen it." The 60th old man stepped forward and looked at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang also recognized the identity of the other party and waved his hand to signal King Bai to stop first. The 60th old man was stunned when he saw it, and the other emperors also discovered that Jian Wushuang was the dominant player and that King White was more like a guard. Perhaps Jian Wushuang's aura is more like a superior person or a child of a big family. With this guess, they are even more afraid to do it. The 4th Order Peak Emperor is the guard, so Jian Wushuang's background is so hard, at least he is also a direct descendant of a big family. Friends of Taoist, I have not seen you in 100 years, but you still recognize the old man. The old man in 60s said very softly. Gong Miaoyi's heart sank. This cave is very important to her. There were outsiders who followed, but now he has encountered a child who is suspected of being a big family, and he is struggling. Jian Wushuang raised his figure, looked at each other, and said quietly, "My memory is not that bad. Let's talk about the cave below." There is no curiosity in his cave house, but 2 of the 4th Order emperors of these people have the breath of the monks of the Luo kingdom, which makes him very interested. Friends of Taoist, I am the daughter of the master of the Star Pavilion. This time I came here for the opportunity my mother left for me. That is, the cave mansion. Gong Miaoyi stood up, took off the spacious hoodie, and leaked out. With long, fluttering hair, he looked at Jian Wushuang with moving eyes. Jian Wushuang's eyesight was concealed by a veil, but he still saw the true face of the other party. But Mei Sei was immune to him a long time ago. She just took one more look without too much surprise, and nodded slightly and said, "Oh, that's it. That's a coincidence." Gong Miaoyi smiled and thought that Jian Wushuang would have some effect when she heard her self-reporting. What she didn't expect was that Jian Wushuang's next words were unusually harsh. "It just so happens that I am also here to open the cave mansion of the predecessor of the family. Since I met an acquaintance today, then I will be generous once. It is good for us to explore together." Jian Wushuang said very casually, "Even a fool can see that this cave is with he's okay. Just playing with each other." King Bai leaked a ruthless look and sneered. "You said that yours is yours? I also said that your little girl has a leg with me." "Huh. Wanton and arrogant. Gong Miaoyi is powerless here. Now she can't fight, nor can she get rid of these 2 people without a fight, and it is very likely that she will fight with them again after opening the cave." Fortunately, Gong Miaoyi was prepared, took a long breath, and pretended to be calm, but secretly it was a powerhouse from the Demon Kingdom that had already transmitted the sound. "2 seniors, I promise your terms, the treasure of the Star Pavilion. I am willing to devote half of it to His Royal Highness and my freedom for thousands of years from now." When he said this, her voice trembled a little. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes slightly and found the strangeness. The other side of the feeling still has a backhand, but just after hearing her self-reported identity, Xingqian Pavilion is not a big power, not even a 5th Order Emperor. He is not afraid at all. What he cares more about is the powerhouse of the Luo Kingdom, and it seems that he is already discussing with voice transmission. As Jian Wushuang guessed, after hearing the sound transmission, The two powerhouses of the Luo kingdom looked at each other and began to transmit the sound to the young master behind them. His Royal Highness Gong Miaoi agreed. Chapter 5396. The two sides held a stalemate for a while, and Gong Miaoi breathed a sigh of relief after having strong foreign aid. On the turbulent bottom of the sea, the bronze gate looks very primitive. Jian Wushuang and King Bai stood by, waiting for these people to open the door. Gong Miaoi was able to promise them to explore together. Jian Wushuang was not surprised. Looking at the other's expression, he could guess that it might not be long before the powerhouse of the Demon Kingdom will come. I just don't know how big fish can be caught. If it was the Prince Rosa who came, it would be a lot of luck. Just kill two birds with one stone. He didn't care about the treasures behind the bronze door, but if he could get them easily, he wouldn't be too much. In the future, there are many places where treasures are needed, but he has not yet reached the point where he does not need resources. Even after he was in harmony, he would not care about these resources until after the 6th level. This is still his identity as the inheritor, the native monarchs of the 4 great secret realms. Even if they reach the 6th rank, there will be a demand for treasures. For example, a powerful eternal treasure, or a strange treasure in the forest of abundance. Click! Jian Wushuang raised his brows. The bronze door was opened by Gong Miaoi, and a majestic breath spread from it. Among them, power has a 5th order level. Looking out from the door, the primitiveness and corruption inside, this cave mansion has obviously existed for a very long time, and even King Bai felt a familiar feeling that was the breath of their time. There should be no danger in it, but the breath is a bit interesting. King Bai smiled faintly. He was even less interested in these. After the original source was restored, King White spread the voice of the gods and only waited for his physical body and divine body to truly recover to the peak. With his complete and absolute combat power, coupled with his former peak divine body, his combat power will be comparable to the superpowers such as Wuzhua and Bai. The treasures of the 4 great secret realms no longer appeal to him. There is something special in the tomb of the gods he can't exaggerate. Now he is very interested in that little girl named Gong Miaoi. Perhaps the source of loneliness has been restored, making him look refreshed, and there is also a young agitation in his heart. Jian Wushuang stood on the side and didn't rush in, but patted King Bai on the shoulder and said, "Don't be careless, the danger is not inside, it's outside." Some of the overexcited white kings were obviously not as calm as Jian Wushuang, and had yet to discover the relationship between Gong Miaoi and those in the Luo kingdom. The cave is opened. Gong Miaoi, rarely humbled, turned to look at Jian Wushuang and said softly, "Your Excellency, do you want to enter first?" She was here for the first time. Otherwise, she wouldn't even know her location. Let Jian Wushuang advance. She is also very sure, even if she leads the wolf into the room and attracts the strong from the demon kingdom. She doesn't care very much, because her mother left her a piece of sound transmission jade slip, which recorded all the secrets about this place. What is hers, and no one can take it away. Knowing that there was no danger in it, Jian Wushuang was naturally not polite, snorted coldly, and led King Bai directly into the cave. When passing by Gong Miaoi, the greed in King Bai's eyes didn't hide it at all, making everyone very surprised. They were all at the top of Tier 4, so it seemed like they had never seen a woman. The 2 powerhouses of the Luo kingdom are nothing. There are too many quirky powerhouses in the magic way, and it is not surprising to them. However, Yan Chongqing was a little angry, with fire in her eyes, and she almost shot directly, cursing mischievously. There was a trace of fortune in Gong Miaoi's eyes on the side. Fortunately, she left behind and agreed to the conditions of the 4 princes of the Luo kingdom. She didn't want to fall into the hands of those old monsters. Maybe she would be tortured all her life, living in purgatory. After taking a breath, she also walked into the cave with others. After everyone entered, the bronze gate closed again and disappeared into the vortex seabed. It's just that when Gong Miaoi entered the cave, He left a trace of thought power in the outside world. This is a coordinate. The 4 princes of the Maluo kingdom, based on this coordinate, can be easily found. When Jian Wushuang came out, he had to face the powerhouse of the Mo Luo kingdom, who was blocking the door. Shihai, Turtle Island, separated by several sea areas from the sea area of Sequoia Island, there is a huge island here, comparable to a planet. On this island, there is a top power in the West China Sea. In fact, it can't be said to be a force, because the master of this place has no disciples, and the strong ones sitting down are even more pitiful. In addition to the disciples, there are some servants. These people, but sitting on the few giant islands in the West Sea, no one came to offend. The reason for all this is because of the master here. His strength is close to heaven. He is the famous 6th order peak emperor in Shihai. One person is a power no one dares to provoke. This 6th order emperor sat down with 6 disciples, each of whom was a strong emperor. The weakest was the 4th order peak emperor, and the strongest was the 5th order peak. Among them are 2 disciples from one family, the royal family of Maluo Kingdom. His Royal Highness, dispatch the strong in the army, must be allowed by the Great Highness. A 5th order emperor wearing a test armor blocked the way of the 4th prince. The 4th prince, Luo Chuan, has lived on Guiling Island since he was a child to follow the master, and now the 4th tier peak combat power is not much different from his elder brother. Luo Chuan snorted coldly and shouted angrily, "This is Mo Luo's army, not his personal army of Rosa." The base camp where the Maluo Kingdom invaded the West Sea is on Guiling Island. Without Daxia, a potential opponent, Mo Luo Kingdom went all the way west, doubling its territory and doubling the size of its army. Now 1/5 of the elite army of the Maluo Kingdom is in the hands of the eldest Prince Rasha. A part of it is in the hands of the royal family, and the rest is held in the hands of the great elder. There are not many 5th order emperors of the Maluo royal family, and there are too few troops that can be controlled by themselves. Rasha was able to master 1/5 of the elite, but also because he had followed the army since he was young and climbed to this position step by step. Invading Shihai, he was promoted to the commander-in-chief, leading the party no longer need to look at the face of the elder. Now he is in retreat on Guiling Island, ready to attack the 5th order emperor. Once he breaks through, his status will skyrocket again. Although Mo Luo Kingdom did not have a prince, it was obvious to all the famous people that in terms of strength, ability, and rank relationship, they were all eldest Prince Rasha. If it is to break through, it is not a question of setting up a prince, but a plan to get his father down, and he will be in power. The current emperor of the Maluo Kingdom has average strength and average talents. Otherwise, the vast territory he fought and won would not be so barren. However, Rosa has a great burden. She has been fighting since she was a child and has traveled to Dajin to apprentice, and then worshipped at Guiling Island. I spent my whole life studying in the field, and the area was closed, and the governance was well ordered. In the Maluo country, prestige can be ranked in the top 3. Chapter 5397. The elite army under his direct line naturally obeyed the orders of the prince. The 4 princes who came out of a concubine, that is, worshipped at Guiling Island, their status is a bit special. Otherwise, they don't bother to pay attention. The 4th prince was very angry, but he had nowhere to get angry. There were several 5th order emperors in the army. If he dared to make trouble, he would have suffered a lot. But on Gong Miaoya's side, he had already dropped his hips in Haikao and wanted to take someone there. The opponent has a tier 4 peak emperor, which is comparable to his strength. He was too shivered to go alone. He wanted to draw a few tier 4 peak emperors from the army, but he couldn't move. After returning to his Dongfu, he glanced around. Among his men, there are only a few tier 4 top emperors, not a single peak emperor. These people still couldn't mix in Maluo to take refuge in him, and he still had to support these people. Just when he was upset, one of his subordinates offered something. After Luo Chuan listened, he leaked joy and left Guiling Island with a few of his men. The vortex seabed inside the Bronze Gate After Jian Wushuang and others entered the interior, they discovered that this place was not a cave at all, but a primitive hall that couldn't be simpler. The decoration in the hall was ancient and heavy. The guardians of the Dharma had long lost their consciousness, and everyone came in without any reaction at all. After scanning, the curiosity in Jian Wushuang's heart completely disappeared, and then he turned to look at Gong Miaoyi. "You fool me. No wonder let him go in first. There is nothing here. These people come here for other purposes." Gong Miaoyi leaned slightly and said softly, "The sun must not be angry. Since I am exploring together, I will also give half of the treasures I get to the sun." This sounded no problem, but when I thought about it carefully, it was full of loopholes. Only fools believe it. He didn't even see the treasures. No matter how many treasures Gong Miaoyi got, he didn't know. When the time came, he would send him a few items, but he didn't have any reason to go. Can't check other people's mustard seeds. Even if you look at it, you can't know that those treasures were obtained here. Although the goal this time is not here, but for fishing, you have to pretend to be a little bit. With a slight movement, Jian Wushuang retreated behind King Bai. Bai Junwangcha understood the meaning, leaked a sullen smile, walked up and said sinisterly, "Little girl, I will play with you." Following Gong Miaoyi's, 2 Maluo kingdom emperors directly stood up, and Yen Chongqing, who could not bear it for a long time, broke out to the extreme with a direct aura. It was only a matter of direct action. "Senior, the little girl's words are true. Now we have come in. It is not appropriate to fight again. When I talk about doing Taoism, half of the treasures I get will be given to seniors." Gong Miaoyi was neither humble nor overbearing and did not panic at all. She didn't believe that the person in front of her could be so reckless. She had to do it. King Bai moved his wrists, opened his brows, and said lightly, "I think it's better to clean up these miscellaneous fish first." As soon as the voice fell, an extremely powerful source broke out, and that force constantly suppressed everything. It's a pity that the physical body is too weak and can only display a trace of combat power. But even so, the 3-tier, 4 top emperors can't breathe. Originally, they thought that the 3 top emperors were enough to contain the White King, but they did not expect that the suppression of their breath would make them immobile. Go to hell. Wow. The White Emperor's cuffs stretched for 100 feet and immediately wrapped several 4th-order emperors. Under the tremendous pressure, Setsuna squeezed the physical and divine bodies of several people, leaving only the origin to be crumbling. The emperor of the Maluo kingdom was completely panicked. He didn't know what to do for a while, and it was too late to ask for mercy. The origin of King White is mixed with everything, which is the genre of 10,000 paths. Although it cannot be swallowed and transformed into his origin like Jian Wushuang, it can also strengthen his own aura. At the moment, he wants to integrate into his body, but finds those the source actually began to twist and finally turned into a stream of water and flew towards Jian Wushuang. "You are too shameless." Jian Wushuang faintly smiled and said casually, "It's too wasteful for you. Your original origin is already perfect enough now. These things are no longer needed." These words are like a special being against the sky, born with 10,000 times a divine body, and then snatched a large piece of meat from the newly born practitioner and said solemnly, "What kind of meat does a child eat? Isn't it a waste?" But this is all a small problem, and King White also cares. Snapped. That Yen Chanking's origin was pinched by Jian Wushuang in his hands, and he didn't care about his struggle. The remaining 3rd-order emperors were directly shaken to death by the White King, and even the origin was destroyed together, and Jian Wushuang didn't bother to swallow it. Now there is only Gong Miaoyi left in the same place. Now you can talk hard. If I said something nicer, I may also consider letting your little lover go." Jian Wushuang said leisurely, sitting directly on the throne in the hall, watching everything. Gong Miaoyi's eyes flashed, thinking about the current situation. She never expected the strength of Ukanchu. Calm White King was so strong that she instantly killed all her people. Now, Yen Chongqing is still hanging. She could see that Jian Wushuang's thoughts were very meticulous, and Yan Changqing only had some changes in his breath, which could make the other party guess that the relationship with her was unusual. And if you choose to do it at this time, I'm afraid you haven't seen the treasures here at all. If it's for treasures, why not wait for her to get the treasures? Then it's not too late. In the end, Gong Miaoyi concluded that the plan had been revealed, and the other party had a great plan. Let's do it. Gong Miaoyi's eyes gradually became cold, and he pulled the veil to reveal his true face. Even the breath began to change and the original weak appearance, but now it is a bit bursting. Jian Wushuang was a little surprised, playing with the taste. You let me kill and I kill. Isn't it very shameless? As soon as the voice fell, he let go of the origin in his hand. That piece of origin now turned into a humanoid phantom, just like Yan Changqing. He looked at Gong Miaoyi a little lonely. It is not Gong Miaoyi's unfeeling that he is unwilling, but his own weakness. Why is he not a fifth-order emperor? If it were a fifth-order emperor, there would not be so many things. Miaoyi. Yan Changqing was full of infatuation. Then when he turned to look at Jian Wushuang, his eyes were full of anger. Angrily shouted, I'm fighting with you! Hum! The phantom burst out with rays of light. Seeing that the cracks above it were about to explode, Jian Wushuang gripped the void. Yan Changqing, who originally wanted to explode, unexpectedly began to stitch on the cracks on the phantom. Jian Wushuang moved slightly. The cracks were not only repaired, but Yan Changqing's breath even became much stronger. He is forcibly instilling the power of all things to the other party. Don't you think you're not strong enough? I will give it to you now. Chapter 5398. King Bai looked a little distressed when he watched from the sidelines. The indoctrination of countless powers of all things was really a waste. Do you have to do something like this to kill a tear for Emperor and raise his hand? Boom! In the end, Yan Changqing couldn't bear it, and Yuan began to collapse after extreme expansion. Jian Wushuang is meditating in his heart. The hospital collapsed. The trick he had just thought of was not flashy in the eyes of experiments. This trick might be a bit wasteful in the eyes of others, but his own power of everything is too much to support him squandering at will. This is an experiment on the origin of a fourth-order emperor. If he uses this trick to make the universe collapse when he uses the universe, then the powerhouse in the universe will collapse with it. The degree of this trick is so harsh that outsiders can imagine it, because no one has ever been so crazy. Gong Miaoyi can be regarded as seeing the two characters clearly. One has a reckless impulse, one kills fiercely, is not a small role, and beauty has no effect at this moment. Your Excellency, you should have a grudge with Mo Luo State. Gong Miaoyi directly said the guess in his heart. The White King was taken aback for a moment, then turned his head to look at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang tapped the throne's handle, not too surprising, and exclaimed, It's still smart! When meeting for the first time, he felt that this person is not simple, a third-order emperor, but attracting several fourth-order emperors, whether it is because of appearance or means, it is not simple. Jian Wushuang flashed directly in front of Gong Miaoyi, staring at that peerless face, and Gong Miaoyi's flickering eyes had this kind of charm. What kind of relationship do you have with Mo Luo? Tell them all. The candle dragons, I was triggered, guiding Gong Miaoyi to tell all about the Mo Luo kingdom. Jian Wushuang was a little disappointed when he heard about it, but when he heard of Guiling Island, he was still happy. The eldest Prince Rasha is there. There is a sixth-order emperor. This is a bit troublesome. Jian Wushuang pondered, and then looked at King Bai and said, When will the flesh and body arrive? King White shook his head. There is no reply for the time being, but it should be soon. Nonsense. Jian Wushuang's face was low. Mo Luo Kingdom's Prince Rasha is a disciple of the Guiling Island Lord he really didn't know before. Try Mad 1, Gad 2. Catch X. The Turtle Island Master has the strength of the sixth-order peak, so he can only wait for Rasha to come out. He wants to kill him to find death. However, after King White has obtained the physical body and completely restored to the peak, all this is not difficult. But now King White does not have an accurate time. Your Excellency, it's better to cooperate with the little girl. The 4 princes of the Maluo kingdom are probably already stuck outside the door with me. I have fallen, and you will be trapped here. Survive in the hand. Gong Miaoyi calculated the bargaining chips in his hand, still not willing to give up. Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up. The 4 princes of Emo Luo Kingdom. Now the bait in this lesson is not enough. I can only catch a 4th prince. If Luo Chuan from the outside world is taken, it is possible to catch Luo Sha. The 2 are brothers, so they should not come to rescue him. That's right, Jian Wushuang thought. But what if the island owner of the turtle spirit comes in person? The White King's current combat power can fight the 5th Order Emperor. It is not bad, let alone the capture of the beast soldiers. I am afraid that it will be difficult to survive. If it is other forces, he is not afraid. But there are just a few disciples on Guiling Island. Rasha's strength is also the pinnacle of Tier 4, and he may not come to the rescue. Even if he does, he may bring a few Tier 5 emperors. The opponent holds a group of elite troops from the Emo Luo Kingdom. He still needs some preparation, but the 4 princes outside are a good bargaining chip. Forget it. Let's work together next time. Jian Wushuang's deep hand directly grabbed Gong Miaoyi's jade neck, ready to get to know her. The White King, who was standing next to him, leaked a strange look, but seeing Jian Wushuang's intention to kill him, he didn't dare to oppose it, so he could only regret it. But when Jian's palms touched Gong Miaoyi, there was a trace of surprise in his eyes. He found a slight commonality in the opponent's body, or in the origin, is related to the ultimate. His ultimate kendo now stays on the 7th level, and he has not even reached the peak. He wants to break through without knowing the year and month, but the breakthrough of the ultimate sword has a clear direction. The clone has been in the black hole to understand and improve quickly. The realm of the black hole is the ultimate success. The most confident kendo in the past has never had the opportunity to break through. After entering the 7th level, the purity and ultimate pursuit of kendo, on the contrary, he was helpless. The extreme way is mixed, contains all things, teaches nothing. Try Mad 1 Gad 2. Catch X. The ultimate kendo is pure and inexhaustible, pursuing the great and simple from the same. There is this essential difference between the two, and it is not easy for Jian Wushuang to cultivate 2 opposing schools to this point. Originally, he was going to take 1 step at a time. It is impossible to give up the promotion of Jidao just because the kendo is stagnant. This is a very stupid approach. As long as the Jidao can still improve, he will not give up any opportunity. As for kendo, the same is true. Now he sees the ultimate opportunity, which contains the ultimate flavor. This is the first time Jian Wushuang has encountered the ultimate aura in the 4 secret realms. Okanshu, calm in the 4 secret realms, he could not even find a complete Tao. But now he has encountered the ultimate source, which shocked him. Held Gong Miaoyi's hand, slightly loosened. Gong Miaoyi, who could not breathe out, found Jian Wushuang let go, feeling that there was a chance, and tremblingly said, "The sun has a life around me. There must be a heavy thanks. I am willing to offer the treasure of tens of billions of sacred stones." Several tens of billions. Jian Wushuang shook his head. He really didn't care about this. He just wanted to know how the other party's origin was cultivated. But this is not the place to consider these things. They have to go out first, and it is not too late to study after they go out. After releasing the iron-like palms, Gong Miaoyi took a step back, her chest rising one after another. She almost died on Jian Wu's hands just now. She didn't dare to play any cleverness. She thought that Jian Wushuang had let go of killing after hearing the treasure, and quickly settled Jian Wushuang. "My son, I will start the inheritance in the hall. It only takes 1 day. All the treasures will be returned to 2 places. I just want to let my life go." Gong Miaoyi bowed and bowed directly. Seeing this, it was obvious that Jian Wushuang gave her a guarantee. King Bai was on the side and didn't say anything. He could see clearly and knew Jian Wushuang's character. Since Gong Miaoyi was kept, it must be for some reason. Otherwise, using Jian Wushuang to fight against the decisive character will definitely not pity Zhangxiu. Jian Wushuang saw through the other's thoughts at a glance and said indifferently, "You can take the inheritance, but you have to give it to me. Don't be clever, but you can spare your life." After having this promise, Gong Miaoyi was not talking nonsense, got up and started the inheritance. Chapter 5399. The dome of the hall shuddered, and for a moment the transparent crystal ball fell from above and fell in front of Gong Miaoyi. The crystal ball reflected Gong Miaoyi's face. Jian Wushuang and King Bai retreated to the corner of the main hall, quietly watching Gong Miaoyi's every move. The master of this inheritance is not the Fifth Order Emperor. I am afraid that the existence of the dove occupied the magpie's nest and put this inheritance in this cave. King Bai has a wide range of knowledge, and he can see the special inheritance at a glance, a treasure that the Fifth Order Emperor can get. Although the knowledge is not as good as that of King Bai, Jian Wushuang also has a judgment on the aura scattered in the inheritance, and that aura is familiar to him, just like the aura in Gong Miaoyi's body. It's all related to the ultimate. He was puzzled before. In the ancient times, although the ultimate way was rare, there should be a lot of it. With this ultimate inheritance, it should not be too difficult to join the way. Even if there is only a 10% probability, there should be many ultimate emperors. The ultimate knowledge of these emperors should be passed down from their origins. But now, not to mention the primordial universe, a universe that hasn't been long before it was born, it should be said that there should also be a lot of ultimate knack in the Temple of Qixin. But in this regard, he hadn't even heard of it. Now that he saw this inheritance, it was the first time he saw the ultimate jerk. King White only saw that the inheritance was extraordinary, but he didn't see that it had anything to do with the ultimate. This inheritance should have been created by the master of this cave mansion. Jian Wushuang shook his head, vetoing King Bai's opinion. King Bai was stunned for a moment. He admired Jian Wushuang very much, especially in terms of origin, but he didn't dare to agree with his vision and insights and said in doubt, "Why do you see? The master of this cave is a Fifth Order Emperor, but it is very likely that he is the Fifth Order Ultimate Emperor." Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed across the flash. The Ultimate Emperor. He has never seen it before, nor has King Bai. But the ultimate Taoist, Jian Wushuang had seen him before, and he had also seen a lot of them. When he was in Qishui Hall, he felt a lot of the same breath as him. Then, on the original star of Jiajiu, whether it was Hui Qing or Ji Chaiyang, he had seen each other's shots, and he couldn't be more familiar with that breath. Although there is a big gap between Dao Jun and Monarch, the aura will not change. The ultimate pursuit of the ultimate way of origin is far from the ordinary origin. When the White King heard the word ultimate, he said in surprise, "Ultimate Emperor, are you sure?" After living for so long, he had been in close contact with Jian Wushuang, the ultimate Taoist, and leaned over as one body, and he also experienced a lot. But it is not his origin. He still knows too little about the inner core. Jian Wushuang just nodded, did not say anything, and looked at Gong Miaoyi, who was accepting the inheritance with full concentration. The ultimate jerk. If the 4 great secret realms have such inheritance, I am afraid that they would have been collected by the 4 great halls a long time ago. How could there be leftovers? Ultimately, staying in the 4 great secret realms is a waste. It seems that there are many secrets in Gong Miaoyi's body. When he goes out, he has to find out. An aboriginal emperor in the 4 secret realms. With average strength, he couldn't do anything better than the other party. The ordinary tier 3 peak could be slashed at hand. But Gong Miaoyi contained the ultimate in his body, and he could still accept the inheritance of the ultimate jerk, which was very outrageous. Gong Miaoyi's robe fluttered, sitting still to accept the inheritance. This inheritance was left to her by her mother. The jade slip recorded her origin and her father's secrets. She couldn't just die like this. She had to accept the inheritance and continue on the path that her mother hadn't finished. Go down. She is going to embark on an impossible road. When her mother descended from the heavens to the earth, she was pregnant, she was seriously injured, and her foundation was broken. Otherwise, she would not fall like this. It's all because of her. At this moment, how dare she live up to her mother's legacy? Cultivation is unparalleled. Return to heaven to avenge blood and look for his father. This is her long-cherished wish that she will fulfill as long as she survives one day in this life. A stream of light, 10,000 lines returned to one point, gathered on her chest, and the purple inner armor faintly appeared in the black robe. The inheritance has reached a critical moment. Her origin is constantly rising, and the original incomplete origin has actually begun to be repaired at this moment. The divine power began to change from a simple power to a special power. That is the power of Yangshin, the true originator of the beast god one level higher than the candle dragon, the golden beast god, also known as the sun god. It is the source of space. The candle dragon is also the beast that contains the golden space, but it was bred from the golden space, and it was still a grade behind the sun god. Jian Wushuang's eyes were hot looking at the side. This kind of genius is too bad, and not losing is the ultimate genius. He couldn't help but marvel that the ultimate emperor was definitely an arrogant who was blindly shocking the world before. Otherwise, it would be impossible to create such a powerful and heaven-defying genius, containing the power of the sun god. Doesn't it mean that the space has reached the extreme? But that emperor, why is only the 5th rank? Jian Wushuang frowned. After calm, he went to the Tomb Mountain, and he must ask the true spirit face to face when he has the opportunity. This kind of character is by no means an unknown person. Gong Miaoya's power is sublimating. His whole person has changed his appearance, and his aura has undergone earth-shaking changes. After that breath is blessed on the beautiful face, Gong Miaoya is no longer the kind of person he used to be, but has the domineering style. The strength has changed, and now it is at least comparable to Tier 4's top combat power. Jian Wushuang is not surprised. If Gong Miaoya is still as wasteful as before, he will see a ghost. I have to say that Jian Wushuang has picked up the treasure this time. Call! Gong Miaoya slowly got up and let out a sigh of relief. The inheritance is over. There is no difficulty. This unique knowledge is related to the origin in her body and is very consistent, so there is no difficulty. After gaining a boost in strength, when she looked at Jian Wushuang again, she still couldn't see through it. This made her thoughts of getting up just extinguished again. In addition to Jian Wushuang, there is also a 4th order peak emperor next to him. Thank you for protecting the Wei son. Gong Miaoya bowed and thanked him. After the inheritance was over, the crystal ball disappeared and returned to the dome. This inheritance can only have one existence, and unless Gong Miaoya falls, it cannot be passed on. Only Gong Miaoya knew the secret, and if it were to be known to outsiders, she would probably die too. Although not everyone can practice inheritance, but at least try it. Not to mention anything else. Those Tier 6 bosses will definitely come to it. The 3rd order emperor can be killed at will. Without any obstacles, you can obtain a powerful inheritance. Even if you can't practice, just look at it. Maybe you can help yourself. She had to keep this secret. Just like her mother, she only told her many things after she had fallen.